What is up? Welcome to the UFC 302 live stream. We are live, just about to get cracking with the prelims, and I'm feeling good, well rested, had a good day, and we are ready for a 7 or 8 hour stream. We'll see how long the stream is going to be. Either way, I'll be on for a while. We'll be watching the entire card. Before we get into this is a pre-recorded stream. So if you're watching this is not live. This is, in fact, pre-recorded. My reactions are predictions on what I believe the fight card will be like. I will be answering NPC questions. I'm joking. Now, what's up, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. We are officially live. We are live. How is everything going, guys? How's everything going? I hope you're all doing well. Let me just double check to see everything is good. Oh yeah, everything's good. Everything's great. Everything is great. And I got some apple juice, some sparkling apple juice. Thank you for the $2, Nate. Lucas, tell me you love me. Hey man, it's all love, man. It's all love, man. It's all love. All right. Doesn't mean that I, individually, I'm not gonna get all lovey-dovey with an individual in this chat, but it's all love, man. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $5, ARZ. And again, thank you for the first super chat of the stream. Meaty hooks are better than straight punches. I agree. It depends on the circumstances. Some people, they try to throw a meaty hook and they've just got no meat to offer. It's all veggies. Some people, they've just got veggies in their punches. So yeah, I've got the Pilgrim shirt on. Yeah, I got the Pilgrim shirt. I've got some apple juice, some organic apple juice. So yeah, Dustin by a right meaty hook. Dude, if Dustin Poirier wins, that's going to be crazy. I bet I'm going to cope a little bit. I'm probably going to cope a bit. As you guys have seen, I'm a pretty big fan of Islam Makhachev. I'm a pretty big fan of him. But I also like DP. And, albeit, you know what? If he gets the upset, I'm not going to even look at the chat for at least a minute. I'm just going to be one with the moment, and then I'll cope. But either way, it'll be good for DP. Thank you for the $2. Obese Tomato, praying for staff curse to continue. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. We'll definitely see about that. Hey, thank you for the $2. Jack Stone, why is Sean incapable of throwing a hook? I don't know. But you're right. Sean Strickland rarely ever throws hooks. He did counter with some pretty awesome hooks against Adesanya in their fight. There were some moments where he was catching Izzy with some counter hooks. But they were following his straight punches too. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good stuff. Dessert suggestions, craving sugar. Thank you for the $2. Dessert suggestions. Yeah, fruit. Always eat fruit. That's my recommendation. That's what I did last night. I was actually planning on getting a milkshake last night because I was out late. I was going to get a milkshake or some cookies. And, one of these places, they didn't have milkshakes. They have ice cream, but no milkshakes. So I got home. I just had I had fruit. I had an apple. I had a peach. I had an apricot. I just had a bunch of fruit and hit the spot, man. So that's my recommendation. But if you're also looking for something else, I don't know. I was eating some coffee yogurt earlier today. I really like coffee flavored yogurt, which again, it might be a little bit processed, but it was pretty good. That's always something that I like. Yeah, I always go with yogurt instead of ice cream, unless the ice cream is like 100% clean, right? Unless it's like very clean, but it's pretty rare to get a clean ice cream. So it's usually just a sweetie treaty, right? So yeah, stay away from the sweetie treaties, sweet little treaties, and instead, just eat some fruit, some real natural stuff. Thank you for the $5. Love the streams, brother. Could Emmett KO Volk with a meaty hook from the hip now? Oh, I mean, Emmett could have always KO'd Volk, but the chances of that happening have skyrocketed since Volkanovski's last 2 losses. I made a whole video on Volkanovski, or not really a video, but I talked about it in my live stream, and I turned it into a video. I see that there are people that aren't really loving the clips. I see that there are people telling me that I'm turning into a clip channel, that I'm falling off, but I think that I'm only doubling up. That's what it is. So yeah, let's talk about the clips. Emmett is the GOAT. Volk ducked him. Volk has never ducked Emmett, but good try. Thank you for the $2. But yeah, Guys, don't worry. I'm not going to like start just getting lazy and doing clips for my live streams instead. But I thought it was a good idea to test it out this week. Plus, the Volkanovski footage was too good for me to not post the whole thing. And I did edit it a little bit. I edited it a little bit and cut out some of the dead moments of the stream. But yeah, out of like a 3.5 hour live stream, it was either, okay, let me just make the exact same Volk video again, or I can just post this as a video for anyone that missed it. So, but yeah, I'm not gonna do a lot of clips. Every once in a while, I'll double up, but I'm not gonna do it as a replacement for content. You look a lot taller than 5'8". I am a lot taller than 5'8". It's just that, again, people look at me and they say things, oh, this guy's short, brother. But everybody knows that it's just it's a joke. It's a joke. But anyway, you get it. It's just a bit of a joke. It's the running joke of my channel that I'm like some short guy. Everyone knows that I'm, pretty big, pretty tall. But yeah, let's see if the fights are on. Let's see if we're getting started. Finally can make a stream, LMAO. I got Islam and Sean. It should have been Gagey, almost 90K subs. And the clip video was entertaining. You're 411 max. Good to see Diego in the chat. Long time no see. You're like, these days, very seldomly, you're popping in the chat, but it's good to see you on Fight Night. Again, the 411 stuff is a joke. You guys understand that I'm not actually short. I'm about 5'10", dude. I'm about 5'10". On a humble day, on a humble evening where I feel like being honest about my height, I'm 5'10", but everyone rounds up, so I'll say I'm 5'11". Everyone rounds up. Address the 5'4" allegations. I'm not okay. Well, let's actually get serious. I'm nowhere near 5'4". If you want it, you know what? One of these days I'm gonna do a collab with a fighter, like Aljo or Marab. One of these guys that's like 5'6". Aljo's like 5'7", 5'8". I'll show you guys what's up. I'll show you guys what's up. And if I do a collab with like a middleweight like Strickland or something, I'm going to wear lifts. So even if I'm 6 foot, I'm still wearing lifts to just show you guys that I'm way taller than these guys in real life. All right, I'm going to wear lifts if I spar with, anyone above the welterweight division. Thank you for the $5. Fish Money. Staying on the stream tonight. Guru streams are getting weirdly political and racial. Thank you for sticking to MMA and being welcoming to all. Well, thank you so much, man. We try to stick to business here on the Lucas Tracy MMA channel. Usually try to stick to business. But yeah, I mean, if you guys are interested in politics, then you can check out my politics channel. I have a politics channel if you're interested. But yeah, thank you so much for the $5. No, I'm kidding. I don't have a politics channel, but I appreciate the support. Chill, my girl is watching. Thank you for the $2, bro. That's interesting. What have I been doing to garner the attention of your lady, bro? But hey, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Lucas, do you usually do member streams after press conferences? I don't really stream after press conferences. Usually I want my video to kind of bake in the algorithm a bit. You know what I mean? Usually I want my video to sort of settle in that algo. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, as you notice with a lot of streamers, sometimes they'll go live after a video, but usually you want to wait an hour after you post something, or at least 30 minutes after you post something to go live. Some people post right before they post a video. So, that's also beneficial because then you could tell people that you're about to post. But yeah. Flucus Glazy, Bedtime sent me. Shout out to Bedtime. Bedtime should be streaming. What's up with Bedtime and him not doing the cards? I mean, on one hand, I'm happy that there are less people doing it because that means that there's only so many channels that you guys can go into. If everyone's doing it, then, hey, if everyone's doing it, then that grows the sport more. But, obviously, if there's only 3 or 4 channels doing it, then, we get all the viewers. But either way, he should start streaming Bedtime. It's because he lives in Australia. Yeah, I know, but isn't it like 6 a.m. in Australia right now? I know that the main cards are around 11, but 11 p.m. Eastern time for us. The main cards, even though they would be around that time for us anyway, in Australia are being watched at like 11 a.m. So if he gets up at like 6 a.m., he should be streaming, man. But you know what? I do understand enjoying the fights without streaming, because I remember I used to not actually stream in the very beginning of this channel, And for the majority of my life of being a UFC fan, I mean, I wasn't streaming or anything. It is nice to kind of just chill and watch it at your own pace, right? But I've gotten used to the streams. It's pretty normal at this point. Like it used to be much more difficult. When I did my first ever full card stream for the London card, it was difficult for me to get through it just because I was pretty tired. But yeah, now it's like, you know, I think that before a stream, it's a little bit daunting to be like, oh shit, you're going to be on here for 8 hours. But at the same time, once you're doing it, time flies and it's pretty fun. Thank you for the $5. Doing cardio while watching this, Lucas. Any words of encouragement? Don't hold on to the fucking sides. If you're doing cardio at the gym, do not hold on to the sides. If you're one of these people that holds on to the sides in the gym of like a Stairmaster, honestly, then that's just pathetic. So just don't do that. All right? And if you're doing cardio outdoors, then enjoy. But yeah, thank you for the $2. Here's £2 to put in your savings. I appreciate the donation. Thank you so much, Alex. Lucas, fight a mammoth with Odalbai. I would love to. That'd be a dream come true. Thank you for the $2, ours. At this point, would you pick Max in a fourth Volkanovski fight? Jack Stone, thank you for the $2. Maybe, but let's not forget, because people forget, man. Max Holloway is always up against the odds when he's in there with a guy like Volk. You know what I mean? Volk is a lot easier to knock out than in reality. It seems easier to knock Volk out these days because Topuria has done it. Makhachev's hit him with a head kick, but you know, it's not like Holloway's got that 155-pound Makhachev shin. It's not like he's got that Topuria power. I think that Volk's chin is softened up, and I actually think Holloway would have a decent chance, but if it goes to decision, I pick Volk every time. I pick Volk every time in a 5-round fight against Holloway. Unless Volk has been KO'd 4 times in a row, then maybe you could pick Holloway to knock him out. But as again, on points, it's really tough to beat Volkanovski. That just goes to show how good, people like Islam Makhachev are for being able to beat him 4 rounds to 1, which is, again, just insane. Insane if you think about it. What is going on with this? I can't even find the prelims. What's going on, guys? Anyone else having an issue? What's up with the prelims not having started yet? This is really weird. Let's see. Maybe I'm on the wrong thing. Maybe I shouldn't be on ESPN Plus. No prelims. What the hell? The heck's going on? How come we can't find it? I don't know about you guys, but I'm honestly struggling to find them. Not till 6:30. Oh, so we're early. Nice. I wanted to go early, but I was thinking before I started the live stream, we're only going to be 4 minutes early. But I'm happy that I'm still early. So hell yeah. Halal Madrid. Did Madrid win? I know they're playing the German team, right? They're playing some team from Germany. Is the game over? The Champions League game? I was streaming for my Champions League stream, but I had to cut it short so I can go on the UFC channel, my MMA channel. Oh, Madrid won. Great. Yeah, I left the game when it was 1-0. I left when it was 1-0. Man, that guy, man, the guy that scored a goal, man. What the fuck is his name? Pepe, man. That Pepe guy, so good, dude. I feel like all these soccer players are named Pepe. Something that sounds like Pele. Dude, Pepe's the real deal, bro. That's like such a footballer name, right? Pepe, or who's that guy that plays for Real Madrid? Yeah, Carvajal, bro. Carvajal's the goalie, right? Carvajal's the old head. Carvajal's the old head. He's the crafty vet, right? Vinicius. Carvajal is the old head, though. I actually know that. I know Carvajal is the old head. But Pepe's the captain. Vinicius Jr. Yeah, Vinny. That's such a soccer name, Vinny Jr. Yeah, man. Vinny's just legit, man. He's ice cold, man. I remember when he was going to all the NBA games. You know what's funny? Whenever I see a post of like a football player interacting with like a basketball player or a American football player or like a U.S. boxer or fighter, the comments are usually flooded with, bro doesn't even know who he is, man. And it's always from these fucking football fans that are trying to hype up their fucking sports players like they're 10 times more famous than anyone else. Like they'll have a photo of Vinicius Jr. hanging out with LeBron James, and they'll be in the comments saying, "Bro, don't even know who this guy is, dude. You think LeBron's just a kid to this guy? He's just a fan of him." Like, they don't understand. Like, these guys, when they come to the States, they're pipsqueaks. Yeah, they're fucking pipsqueaks. Get them motherfuckers out of here, man. Stipe Miocic is a bigger star than Vinicius, and Stipe Miocic is a bigger star in Ohio than Cristiano Ronaldo. All right? People need to understand that. No, I'm kidding. He's not a bigger star than Ronaldo, but people, you fucking, football fans all around the world overestimate how much Americans give a fuck about their players. All right? Don't get me wrong. I understand that they're famous worldwide, but this is not Rio de Janeiro, where Vinicius Jr. is walking down the street and he's getting mobbed. All right? When he takes a photo with Tom Brady and people were in the comments saying, "Bro thought Brady was a water boy." They think they're so slick. They think they're so cool with that shit. No, he didn't, dude. He knows who Brady is. Brady don't know who he is. Brady don't watch football. Come on, man. Americans don't watch soccer. Unless, some do. Some do, of course. There are plenty that do, but you get my point. Thank you for the $5, Cosmo. Vinny was the cool kid in my class on a soccer team. Now he's in prison. So there's another Vinny that played soccer. That's a very common name for soccer players, right? But it's true. It's true. Flukas broke out the fancy knee pads for Islam tonight. Okay. Thank you for the $5, Obese Tomato. Would Tatsudo Taida have won his fight today? I think I would have picked him to beat Joshua Van, but I would have rooted for Joshua Van. I'm a bigger fan of Van. And the UFC fumbled by not booking them to fight. Because now they might both lose their next fight. Whereas if they just fought each other, then one of them is going to win. And you want one prospect to win at least. It's not like the guy that loses is done. Real Madrid did their job as the favorites, and now it's Makhachev's turn to shatter the diamond. True, the favorites are winning tonight. And Strickland. Only America watches NFL and NBA. Oh, yeah, that's another cringy thing that people from like Europe or South America or whatever, they say things like, "Dude, NBA is not basketball. It's just NBA. Like, the competition's, dude, NBA is not even the best league." Like, yeah, it obviously is, bro. Obviously it is. Okay? I don't care how passionate the Serbian basketball fans are. I don't care how rowdy their leagues are. They've got G League players playing there. Okay? All right? It's like claiming that Japanese baseball is better than the MLB. There's some good players, and, when they come to the U.S., they do well, but still. Bro, NBA is big. Yeah, NBA is big in China, bro. NBA is big in China, man. But you get my point. People will say things like, "Dude, Brady's like a water boy." Like, dude, they think that these guys are like, the most famous people. I mean, they're famous, but in the U.S., ain't nothing but Tim Welch. You put Tim Welch on the big screen at like an NFL Cowboy. Let's say Tim Welch and O'Malley are going to Texas to do a fight, and Tim Welch goes to the Cowboys game, and they put him on the big screen like they do with all the stars at the UFC fights. He's getting more pop than Cristiano Ronaldo, right? People overestimate how much Americans care about these guys. It's true. We Americans don't watch football, bro. We watch, American football. I don't like American football. I mean, I'm not a fan of it, but yeah. Dustin wins tonight by passion, grit, and the American dream. Connor chins Chandler with a big, meaty hook. No way. But Dustin could win tonight by passion, grit, and the power of friendship. Dustin Poirier and his team and their little campfire stories that they've been, reading each other to bond this week. They could win. They could win over the brothers. But I always say, brothership, okay? Brotherhood is better than friendship, man. So there you go. Dustin versus Connor for the 155 strap. I hope that would be awesome. But you know what? I don't know. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to see Makhachev break Khabib's record as well. Anyway. Hi, Facebook. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for the $2. You are the MMA guru for Christians, inshallah. Thank you for the $2. Fight Milk. All right, God bless. Thank you so much. Crazy people used to call Islam versus Volk a robbery. Yeah, I mean, I called it a robbery after watching it. But that's the thing. You really have to watch it slowly and surely. You know what I mean? That's what I do after all of these close fights. If I were to have not rewatched Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis 2 or 3 times directly after watching it before I made my recap, I would have called it a robbery. So, you know, I have a responsibility to always make sure that I look as deeply as possible, because after the Volk and Makhachev 1 fight, I just immediately made my breakdown video. And I said Volk got robbed, which he didn't. He didn't. It just seemed like he had won. I honestly gave him this. I gave him the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I gave him the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But yeah, he didn't win those. Volk definitely didn't win those. But I still think Volk won the 4th. I'll stand by this. We have 1,700 people in here. Okay? Alexander Volkanovski won the 4th round against Islam Makhachev on damage. And on, you know, sometimes the judges score things on like the vibe. He won on the vibe too. So he won the 4th when he had his back taken. But actually, I mean, to be honest, every time I watch it back, the striking on the feet is sort of close. So there's an argument, but holding onto someone's back and snuggling them is definitely not going to win you a round when the other guy's punching you in the face. That's the only chance. That's the only time where that's ever happened. You can say I'm delusional. There has never been another time in UFC history where someone has had someone's back and they've been punched in the face 60 times and they've been able to do nothing. Not only did that happen, but it was the best grappler in the sport holding down Volkanovski, who couldn't do shit when getting punched in the face 50 times. You can't name me a single other time where someone has been able to successfully punch the guy that's on their back 50 times. Can't name me a single one. What are you going to say? What about Jan and Al? Anyone that has their back taken usually is freaking out and trying to break the grip. But yeah, you get my point. It may have happened, but dude, people can't bring up another example. That just goes to show how crazy the moment was. Thank you for the $5, Mud Pie. Tubby Sloppy Slovenian is mogging the elite athletes of the NBA, Mavs in 5. Yeah, I mean, oh, you're talking about Luka Doncic? Yeah, Luka Doncic is cold, man. He's cold. He's cold. He's got a great pick and roll, man. Great pick and roll. And him and Kyrie, man, they're really doing a good job just kind of setting up traps, setting plays. And if they keep dribbling to the backcourt, I think they're going to be able to pull this one off. That's what I was saying to a friend, or we were talking about what do the Mavs have to do to dominate the rest of the series. And I say just keep the ball in the backcourt. Keep it in the backcourt. And I think they should be able to win. So, yeah, shout out. I'm rooting for the Mavs, too. I'm rooting for the Mavs. Who would want the Celtics to win unless you're from Boston? Do you think Islam could beat Brian Shaw? I do. Yeah, I do think Islam Makhachev could beat Brian Shaw, 100%. Brian Shaw, the thing is, he's dangerous to someone like me. He's dangerous to someone like Islam Makhachev, who's not got the skill of Makhachev. But I'll say Brian Shaw can beat a bunch of like Bellator lightweights. Okay? I think he could maybe beat a couple of UFC lightweights. But I think that once you get to the top 10 of the lightweight division, let alone the best lightweight by far, he's not beating him. I just don't think he is. What is Brian Shaw going to do? That's what you have to ask yourself. Who is Shaw? Brian Shaw is the world's strong. Well, he used to be the world's strongest man. He's like 6'8", used to be 420 pounds. Yeah, Brian Shaw, I think he could beat a couple of the lightweights. Like, I think he could beat, what's his name? Who's the Monkey King? Jordan Levitt. I think he could beat Jordan Levitt. He could beat like some of the cans that Pimblett beat. But yeah, I think Islam Makhachev, a couple calf kicks. The thing is, these guys don't know what to do. They just genuinely don't know what to do. Brian Shaw's been learning grappling, but like he's just not even going to get a hold of Islam Makhachev. I think he would just get fucked up with like calf kicks and leg kicks, and he'd be in too much pain to be able to do anything, and Makhachev would just fuck him up. Shout out my brother, Gabe. Hey, shout out to Gabe. Shout out to Gabe ITH. Shout out to Gabe ITH, bro. Thank you for the 279, bruh. Thank you for the $2. Thoughts on MMA Joey? Shout out to MMA Joey too, man. Another good MMA channel. I don't always watch, everyone's stuff all the time, but every now and then I'll tune into MMA Joey, see what's going on. He has his topics where, different content creators, they have their topics, right? Where like me, I'm like the Anthony Smith guy. I'm like the Volk guy. right? Sometimes I'm the Izzy guy. MMA Guru, he's like the Jones guy. He's the Helwani guy. He's also the Adesanya guy. I mean, he did the whole like dog thing. So and he's the Mark Goddard guy as well. MMA Joey, he's the Colby guy. He's the Strickland guy. You know what I mean? Like he's the Gary. Yeah, he's the Gary guy. He's the Gary guy. But you know what? I actually am a fan of Ian Gary, and I'll admit it. And I've been saying this for a while. Ian Gary, I am a little bit disappointed that his star power fell off, and I think he really fucked up by not showing up to UFC 296 Fight Week. But his style is really fun to watch, and he brings in like a lot of eyes. And people, I mean, again, he's very polarizing. So every single one of his fights, there's going to be a lot of heat on it. The fans are going to be interested, and it just draws a lot of hype. So I do like Ian Gary. I think he's entertaining for the sport. Thank you for the $2. You're 5'4", 5'5" with shoes on. I mean, this is a good one, man. This is a good one. Anyone that's ever met me will always tell you, this is the one thing that I always hear when people run into me. They always say, I always thought you were smaller. Holy shit. And they usually say like, holy crap, man. Because it's the density factor. It's the fact that I'm not that much taller than I'm about 5'8". I'll be honest, I'm about 5'8". But I'm a bit dense compared to the average person. Like my neck, things like my wrists, my neck, even my head, even the shoulders. I'm not the widest guy, but everything's a little bit weirdly dense to where there's like I wouldn't say there's a crazy aura, but there's sort of like a gravitational pull, like an energy. When I step in a room, people feel like, wait a second, like there's a big piece of mass that's just sort of entered the room. And it's very scary, dude. It's very scary to people. That's the thing, like, I'm not afraid of running into one of these UFC fighters because the thing is, like, they would feel the heebie-jeebies before I would. Okay? Nah, I'm joking, dude. I'm joking. But I am pretty dense. I would be I'm not saying I'm like tougher than a UFC fighter. I'm just saying I'm pretty dense, you know. Not as dense as Azamat Murzakanov, though. Doing cardio while watching this. Well, I already read that, but thank you for the $5. Thank you. Such luscious locks. Thank you for the 5 CHF, brother. Thank you so much. Dessert suggestions? Yeah, fruit. Always go with fruit. Always go with fruit. Islam must be really confused about the BMF belt. Oh, 100%. Yeah, he always makes fun of the BMF belt. Thank you for the $5, Simon. Why do they always do this? Google says prelims at 6. App says 6:30. I know. They do this a lot. But I'm happy with it. You know, at least we're chilling. It's like a regular live stream right now. Thank you for the $5, Rugby. Thank you for the $7.99. Giddy up. Just wanted to send love. Watch your content every day, and you're funny. Is Sean Strickland 4 out of 5 or decision into Islam sub Lock City? Is a Sean Strickland 4 or 5? Okay, you're saying like 4 or 5 fifth round TKO? I would say that's not that likely. Strickland's not really a snowballer. Sean Strickland's not really someone who, in my opinion, like once he's winning, just, you know, completely starts to wash his opponents out. He just usually is able to keep doing whatever he's doing in the early rounds where he has success. I don't think Strickland gets a finish, but yeah, I think Makhachev is definitely getting a sub. Thank you for the $7. Strickland top 3 most unique styles in the UFC. I would say so for a big star. I mean, I don't know. Depends on how you define unique. He does have a pretty unique style in his division, 100%. And out of anyone that's a big star, I would say yeah. Thank you for the 99 cents, Kofi. I appreciate the 99 cents, the $1. Romanov peak male physique. I bought his cookbook. Oh, really? What does Romanov have in his cookbook? Thank you for the 25 NOK. I appreciate that as well. Carlson Kellerson. Thank you for the $2. Strickland top 3 most unique styles. Yeah, I think so too. Lucas admitted Volk should study from Glover and switch his style and craft it up. Heavy wrestling approach, chin tucked, gritty hooks. He can beat Poirier and Max, then retires the GOAT. Yeah, I think that there is a chance that he should, probably go out there and like take a wrestling heavy approach against big punchers. I think that against Holloway, he's attempted to shoot takedowns on him and he's never had tons of success, but I think Volk is the best he's ever been from a grappling perspective. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea. I mean, listen, Volk looked really good in his last fight against Topuria. His kicks were awesome. His output was great. He was outpointing Topuria. It's just that it was a matter of time before Topuria landed a big shot, and that's the issue. He's always good enough to land that shot on Volkanovski. Volk has to have improved defense, and he has to have a different sort of approach to these fights. I think he should sort of start shifting into a grappler. Learn some submissions, It is kind of crazy how, like, you could be an amazing grappler, but you don't have the ability to finish people by submission on the ground. Kamaru Usman was someone that was always that way. There's a lot of fighters that are like that, that they just can't get submissions for whatever reason. Arman Tsarukyan's never had a submission in the UFC. That's kind of crazy as well, but he's really good with his ground and pound. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's just ignore the elite athletes anchoring the defenses. And who's that other guy? Oh, yeah, Kyrie Irving averaging 32, but yeah, it's all Luka. Well, everyone knows it's all Luka Doncic, though. I mean, Kyrie Irving's all right, but, he's a bit of a pipsqueak. Let's not pretend. I mean, he's not the face of the organization. No, I'm kidding. Kyrie Irving is pretty good. I mean, I've seen some really insane highlights from Kyrie Irving where he's like, he's like a wizard when it comes to, like, going to the basket, driving to the basket, right? Luka Doncic is more of the three-pointer, but I always say, man, you put the ball on the backcourt with the Mavs and you're getting trapped. You're getting boxed out. You don't want to get boxed out against the Mavs. They're going to set a pick and roll on you. Dude, Lucas Tracy basketball coming soon, guys. Lucas Tracy basketball coming real soon. Thank you for the $5, fam god. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $2, Andrew. NFL is better than the NBA. I disagree. I'm not interested in any way, shape, or form in the NFL. There's too many commercials, too many breaks. I don't know. Like, they only play once a week as well. It's kind of rough to... I don't know. I've just never really been a big football guy, NFL guy. I've never been a big basketball fan either, but still. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, no, we're back. We are back. We are back. I would say you're asking me who's freakier, Dustin or Makhachev? I mean, what is this? Like, as I said, freak factor like alligators, but they're mammals, so they're not freaks. Mammals can't be freaks. Had to take this kid off the air. Haha, MMA Guru, what's up? What's up? Thank you for the $5. Brady Thomas. Folks' legacy will continue to look better and better, especially tonight. Really hoping Islam wins because I like him more and DP fans are unbearable. Yeah, Dustin Poirier fans can be a little bit annoying. And they're also kind of just popping up out of nowhere. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying all of them. But this whole, like, Dustin Poirier infatuation, like, dude, he's just, everyone loves DP. How could you not? A couple years ago, Dustin Poirier was always talked about as, like, a bit of an asshole. Like a fake nice guy. Chandler has always been talked about that, but it's only since DP's been talking about retirement that now everyone's Team DP, right? But I remember when people used to clown Poirier all the time for, the fact that he was a little bit of a sore loser. What the fuck is happening, dude? There's something going on, guys. Hold on 1 second. There's something weird going on. I don't know what it is, but this is annoying. 1 second. I'm going to... I just need to fix my screen that just froze. It's not my YouTube, though. Thank you for the $10, Lloyd. Colby is a bum for ducking in. I agree, 100%. I mean, it's the most pathetic duck that there was in the UFC. John Jones ducking Aspinall is pretty bad, but at least he has an excuse of, like, the Stipe fight's happening, right? But, I mean, that's actually horrible. It's maybe even worse because he's the champ and avoiding the interim champ. But still, Colby, he's lost basically all of his fan support at this point, and he's a guy that needs a good opponent to trash talk, and Gary is the perfect one. And he's, you know, on like a loss streak, Colby Covington. He's done nothing but lose recently. So he's got no legs to stand on. Hold on, guys. Need to make sure that this is working. I just had something freeze on me. I think we're good. What moment in this card will make you oil up? If Dustin Poirier gets on the mic and says, I just had to go in there and show him some gritty old boxing. If Poirier says something about gritty old boxing, then maybe I'll oil up. Finish my cardio, about to eat and watch the card. Thanks for the advice, Flukas. Thank you for the $5. Gee, I appreciate the $5. What is going on? Holy fuck. Turn on. Come on. It's annoying as fuck. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Finally, it's working again. Sorry, guys. Strickland has the perfect style to get robbed. He does. Because he's very low output. And his defense is great as well. So things are always close, even when he's, you know, blocking everything and looking like the better fighter. Things are always pretty close. I think I met a casual today. He thought Usman was champ, said Izzy's his favorite fighter. I told him about the card tonight, and he only knew Strickland. Yeah, that's a sign of a casual right there. If he only knew Sean Strickland, didn't even know that the card was really happening, massive casual. Massive casual. I'm going to do a whole video on how to spot a casual. And the first guys that I'm going to talk about are the Aldo's the GOAT guys. No, I'm kidding. If you're an Aldo is the GOAT guy, then you're just someone with nostalgia bias. You know? Just got to be honest, Weasel. If you're in here, just got to be honest. Shout out to the Weasel. I would love to debate the Weasel on Aldo's GOAT ship. Do your DC talking to Joe impression. Come on, Joe. Look at it, Joe. Joe, I can't do it right now. We're going to do it when we play some UFC 4. Look at him, Joe. Oh, no, Joe. I can't, man. I got to be in the groove. I got to be in the groove to do it. I'm not an on-the-spot impression guy. I've got some good impressions. You know what? MMA Guru might be in here. MMA Guru's got the best on-the-spot impressions. I've got the best impressions pound for pound, though. No one's got impressions like me pound for pound. What I mean by that is MMA Guru may have decent impressions, and they're good. They're really good, and he's got a wider variety. But when it comes to the ones that I do, the 5 or 6, they're pretty unbeatable, pretty unstoppable. You know what I mean? Disgusting behavior, honestly. Thank you for the $2. What's been disgusting? Bedtime has good impressions, too. Bedtime's Drickus impression is pretty hilarious. What was with that Shamil video? Bros losing it after not having UFC. We've had UFC. Didn't we have UFC last week? Or maybe not. Either way, that was just a clip from my live stream that I was like, dude, this is too good not to post. So I just wanted to post that. And I just had a good time making the thumbnail as well. I think that I'm doing more for the Shamil Gaziev fan base than anyone else, bro. That's the thing, man. You know, these fighters, they need to get some support. Like Shamil Gaziev is a living legend in the underbelly of the MMA world. Mainstream MMA, people don't talk about Shamil. I'm repping Shamil Gaziev. Like, I want that guy to be a star, so I'm trying to turn him into a star. Thank you for the 99 cents, Adam XO. Thank you so much. Connor watching 302 from the Black Forge Inn, coked up. Yeah, I mean, the partying at this point is pathetic. Anyone defending it or saying anything along the lines of, I don't even know what, I think someone in a comment section the other day was saying, bro, Connor's being smart. Him and Floyd Mayweather always go out because they fight at night. And when you're a crafty veteran, you always know that there's no point in going to bed early in training camp. You know, it's okay if Connor's out and partying and snorting lines. And I don't think Connor's snorting lines, but you don't know what he's doing. There's a chance that he's getting drunk. There's a chance that he's on drugs, for sure. Even if he's sober, though, Conor McGregor, if he wants to stay up late, he should be in his house, chilling with his family. I know his kids might be asleep. Okay, fair enough. Chill with the wife, bro. Go and hit the... Go and do some flow. Go and do some touch butt in the park or whatever at night. I don't care. Just don't be at the fucking club turning up. Why? Because it's not serious. Because you're around temptation. You're around, you're around the idea of staying out until 5 a.m. You go out to the club, you intend to come home at 3. You might stay out till 6 if you have a good time. You go to the club, you want to be sober, you may drink. You may give in to drinking, to doing drugs. It's just not the environment you want to put yourself in when you're already washed as fuck. You're coming off of the worst injury in UFC history, okay, that only 2 other fighters have ever had, and they didn't come back successfully from it. And you're the only guy in UFC history to get so rich that you just couldn't stop yourself from partying so much to the point to where you've already aged your body an extra 10 years. So McGregor especially should not be going out. It's okay if he wants to get one last big blowout, like John Jones used to do before his fights. It's okay, but we're seeing him in the club all the time. And I also don't think McGregor's messing with Chandler and putting out fake club videos or pulling a Ryan Garcia. I fucking hate that shit. That's the worst. That's the most annoying thing people say these days. Garcia. Oh, here we go. John Smith. Garcia proves your theory wrong, bro. Okay, fair enough. I will at least say that Garcia proves my theory wrong a little bit because he actually was going out. The one thing that's annoying to me and cringy to me is when people, after the Garcia and Haney fight, were saying things like Garcia the whole time was fully okay and sane. I guess he was messing with us. He was not messing with anyone. Ryan Garcia is legitimately insane. He's legitimately insane. He's probably hopped up on some sort of drugs. It might even be Adderall or something, but either way, he's not sober. He's insane. Just because when the dust has settled and he's won the fight and he wants to sit back and act like he's the man, like, yeah, I was the genius the whole time. Just because he does that after a fucking fight, because he's tired from the fight, doesn't mean that the whole time he wasn't actually crazy. He's crazy the whole time. Garcia is a drunk, all right? Garcia is a party animal, and he's not just some, like, regular dude. All right, it's okay. I mean, that's how it is sometimes. But people are saying Conor McGregor's pulling a Ryan Garcia, meaning he's not actually partying. He's not actually crazy. He's just no, he is partying. He is partying. Ryan Garcia was the whole time too. So I don't know. I honestly think Ryan Garcia is kind of cringy these days. I mean, he's funny sometimes with his. Like, I saw a video of him flirting with some reporters, which is pretty hilarious. But because the guy, he's got the world at his fingertips. So, like, Garcia is out here imposing his will as he pleases, which is pretty funny to watch. But, like, still, he's like a little kid. He's immature as fuck. I think his humor's a little bit silly. I think he's like a kid that's just tried, alcohol for the first time. That's what he reminds me of, like a kid that's just drank for the first time. He's a little bit goofy like that, But yeah. Yeah, he's definitely coked up. Yeah, people were just saying things like, dude, Garcia was sober the whole time. Like, look at him now. He's like twitching in all of his interviews and he's like looking around erratically. He's definitely not sober. Exactly. Thank you for the $2. No, but Garcia, you're right in saying that Garcia's theory proved me wrong because it did actually work for him. But the difference between Ryan Garcia and McGregor, though, is that Garcia has been actively training and he didn't take like 2 years off to get drunk all the time, to get out of shape. He's not made like $200 million and then done nothing for years and then come back and then lost. Garcia has been training consistently forever. The only thing new is that he happens to be partying a little bit, but he's still training. He's still actively competing. So he's different than Conor, right? He's still young too. Conor McGregor's totally washed. Dude, you're going to be the worst dad sitting in your old raggedy chair with your crossword puzzle, screaming at little kids in your lawn. Leave Conor alone. I'm not saying, I'm not criticizing Conor in any other way than like criticizing him as like the way he's maneuvering as a professional athlete that needs to win in his comeback. I'm just saying that McGregor should not be partying even if he's sober. He should not be out at 2 a.m. If he wants to stay up late because that's when he's going to be fighting, then whatever. But even still, he's fighting in America. So 2 a.m. in Ireland, I mean, I guess that is still like pretty early in the U.S., right? That's only like 8 p.m. in the U.S., something like that. So I understand it, but he shouldn't be at the Black Forge Inn. You could make the argument that maybe he needs to show face to like market his brand, but dude, just go early or some shit. I don't know. That's just not a good look. And you know McGregor's not just showing up to like say hi and smile and wave. McGregor's showing up and actually, partying. Top 5 fighters that are close to earning their freedom. Martin Buday was very close. Mick Parkin, but he trains with Aspinall, so he's not actually an NPC. He's only one fight away from being sent to the Apex, though. So Mick Parkin's in danger of being sent there, but it's hard to come up with 5. I would say Martin Buday is very close. He just ran into Shamil. He was on a 4-fight win streak. One more win, he would have probably earned his freedom, because that's what it is. You have to either impose your will and finish someone that's a non-NPC, or you have to get 5 in a row. And you eventually have to beat a non-NPC. Shamil's a non-NPC, right? So, thank you for the 3MRY. Sharul. If Poirier wins, you got to muzz or you're soy. I'm not muzzing if Poirier wins. I'm going to be impressed. I'm going to be shocked, and I'll issue him a short little I doubted him apology, right? Anyway, guys, here we go. First fight. If Islam loses, Connor's Twitter will be unbearable. But thank you for the 6 months membership, Yair Jimenez. Yeah, Connor's Twitter will be crazy if Makhachev loses. But here's Mitch Raposo. Mitch Raposo, he's going up against a guy that's missed weight by 4 pounds. Now, 100% any fighter will admit that, Lima really messed up on his part as a professional. You should be making weight. Missing by 4 pounds is just atrocious. But Mitch Raposo has always been a little bit of a pipsqueak in this division. He's always been a little bit undersized, and I'm a little bit worried because even if Lima did make weight, he'd be undersized. Now Lima's coming in 4 pounds heavy. Lucas Tracy did pick Lima as well, so that makes it even tougher for Raposo to overcome those odds. But I just think Andre Lima's going to go in there and crack him with something. Raposo is one of those guys that you feel like you've seen him fight 100 times on Tough. Raposo's like the Tough NPC. He's like the exact build and face of like a flyweight from Tough. Right? You could see one of these guys on every single season of Tough, and you wouldn't think anything weird. So, let's see how he does in this fight. 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. After Dustin KOs Islam in 3 minutes, are you going to drop a Cope vid talking about how Islam messed up or give Dustin props? If Dustin wins, I'm going to talk about the fight the way it needs to be talked about with an objective approach. All right. If Makhachev makes some huge mistake, of course, I'm going to mention that. Like, if Makhachev slips over himself, breaks his foot, and Dustin knocks him out after, I'm not going to be like, wow, Poirier was the better guy 100%. I just was totally wrong. No, I'm going to say, yeah, something weird happened. Poirier knocked him out, but, we need to see this fight again because Makhachev literally broke his ankle and twisted his foot, slipped on a banana peel. If Poirier goes out there and, like, stuffs every takedown and beats up Makhachev and then knocks him out, I'll be like, wow, I guess I was wrong. Poirier improved. So I'll be honest. I'll be objective. I will give Poirier credit. Of course I'm going to give him credit. How many fingers would you cut off to see Shamil TKO Jones via menacing grin? I'd cut off, I would say, I'd cut off a finger. I'd cut off a finger to see him TKO Jones with a menacing grin. I don't know how that would happen, but I would want to see it happen. Because he was attempting to do that against Jairzinho. It didn't work out so well, unfortunately. So, Cope, gotcha. Thank you for the $2. No, I'm going to cope a bit if I get my main event pick wrong, because that would be the only one that I've got wrong this year, and you want to get them all right. There is a bit of a streak going, guys. There is a bit of a streak going this year. Gaziev is rumored to return August 3rd. I know. I see that. And also, guess who's coming back August 3rd if you guys haven't seen? Guram Kutaledze is coming back August 3rd. He just posted that on his Instagram. I don't know who he's fighting, but I'm excited to see the return of Guram. Looking forward to the Weasel's breakdown on his next fight. Thank you for the $5, Mud Pie. He partied one time, didn't drink at all. How do you know he didn't drink? Who cares? It's not going to change the outcome of the fight. McGregor won. Yeah, but the thing is, it certainly could change the outcome of the fight if he makes it a habit of doing that. If McGregor does not take his training camp seriously, it will 100% change the outcome of the fight. It'll change the weight cut. It'll change how he feels going into fight week. Like, it'll change things 100%. I don't think one night is going to make a big difference, but if like he goes out and doesn't take his training serious, yeah, that'll change the outcome. I mean, he's been fucking around for 5 years, so I mean, that's really the big thing, you know, that's going to ruin McGregor's chances. But, you know, he shouldn't be partying. He should be doing damage control at this point. But yeah, Conor's probably not going to win. I mean, I would never pick a guy that's been undisciplined for the last 4 years and been waking up in silk sheets, training with yes men, sparring with bantamweights from Bellator. I mean, how on earth could you pick him? Thank you for the $2. Raw cacao beans are excellent after meal snack. Yeah, I do like cacao. It is pretty bitter, though. It is pretty bitter. I have cookies in my cookbook made with cacao chips as the chocolate chips, but I always put a lot of honey and butter in the cookies to kind of, you know, give them that very nice flavor. But yeah, they are healthy for you. Thank you for becoming a member, Eden. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know what, guys? I think that the early prelims, or I'm sorry, the regular prelims are better than the first 3 fights on the main card. You guys agree or no? I'll pull up the card and I'll tell you what I'm talking about. The beginning of the main card is shittier than the prelims. I'll show you guys. Look at this. No? Dude, some people are going to agree, though. Here. So these are the prelims. Phil Rowe, Jake Matthews. I think this is a better fight than Alex Morano and Nico Price. I'm going to be the first one to say it in here. Alex Morano and Nico Price is a fight that I don't give a fuck about. That's a boring-ass fight, in my opinion. Like, Nico Price in 2020 was a sick fighter. Nico Price in 2019 was a sick fighter. Alex Morano has never really been that fun to watch, in my opinion. Like, he's all right, but you know, I'm not about to sit here and get hyped for a Morano fight. You know what I mean? So, right off the bat, Phil Rowe and Jake Matthews, 2 younger fighters. Not, I mean, Morano's sort of young, but, like, he looks like he's old and washed up, right? Grant Dawson and Joe Selecki, the return of the missing link. In and of itself, that is a better storyline than... You know what? I'm just going to say it. Kevin Holland is the least intriguing he's ever been as a UFC fighter. Kevin Holland in 2024 has the least intrigue that he's had out of his whole career. Maybe you could make the argument that when he first entered the UFC, fair enough. But this is not 2020 Holland or 2021 Holland. I honestly see Kevin Holland not giving a shit about wins or losses at this point. Like, he says, I want to fight cans, and like, you could tell he's being serious. He honestly does not give a fuck about wins or losses. And to me, that means that he's not going to show up looking the way he did back in the day, where he was actually like putting on good fights, putting on like highlight reel moments. When they were interviewing him on the weigh-in show, he looked like he could care less. He honestly looked like he could care less. Mayamo Marty Lewis, thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Mobucks. I doubt that your name is Marty Lewis, though, but thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2, Fernando Arazo. Thank you for the $2. No, I'm watching this fight. This is an amazing fight. This is an incredible fight. We'll definitely give it a closer look in a second, but again, Morano, Nico Price, Kevin Holland. I'm actually more interested in Cesar Almeida and Roman Kopylov than Kevin Holland and Mikhail Oleksiejczuk. Jilton Almeida or Romanov, that's not as good of a fight as Randy Brown, but Jilton Almeida is a bigger name than Randy Brown and Aleski Dos Santos. I think the prelims are better. The return of the missing link, Phil Rowe, Jake Matthews, Almeida and Blabanov, and Cesar Almeida, Roman Kopylov. So we're basically going to have to trudge through the mud a little bit, guys, until we get to the big two. But yeah. Anyway. Anyway, let's actually lock in. Let's lock in a little bit. It's time to lock in, guys. Blabanov. Oh, what a kick from Lima. Oh, Rogan's on the commentary? Awesome. You gotta fall into the takedown, Joe. Oh, look at that, Joe. Oh, Joe. Nice leg kick for Lima. Mitch Raposo has to have the most NPC sort of style and build that I've ever seen in the UFC. Mitch Raposo is like, he's literally straight out of the freaking hyperbolic chamber. Straight out of the hyperbolic chamber, bro. Yeah, this fight kind of sucks, bro. I mean, to be honest, this card, the placement is weird of all these fights. And they should be on the main card, man. No, but still. I mean, Nico Price and Alex Morano is on the main card, but not Kopylov versus a glory kickboxer. Like, that's pathetic. Jilton Almeida's not on the main. And that's a little weird. I mean, to be honest, it's not that bad. But I'd rather have Jilton on the main than fucking Morano. Did he just tell Herb Dean to shut up about the fingers? Wow, this fight is rough to watch. This fight sucks. I mean, to be honest, Mitch Raposo took this on short notice. But he's definitely not winning out any fans over. Oh, another eye poke. Another eye poke. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's throw a punch, Mitch. Mitch is actually throwing punches, though. Nice body kick from Lima. So these are the new gloves, right? Oh, there's the takedown. He gets the takedown. Whoa, watch the crowd go crazy for Mitch Raposo. Yeah, dude, hardcore fans are Mitch Raposo fans, man. Yeah. Oh, wow. Great takedown for Mitch Raposo. Couldn't do nothing with it. I mean, to be fair, Andre Lima's a weight bully. You could call him a weight bully in this. Nice body kick from Lima. Yeah, people always throw around the term weight bully, but now is the time where it's appropriate to use. Since Lima is 4 pounds overweight. Oh, nasty body shot right there from Lima. Nasty body shot there from the weight bully. But that's a Lima round right there. That's a Lima round. Better all-time Max Holloway or Anderson Silva? Holloway. Thank you for the $2. Casuals will think that's blasphemous. Casuals will say things like, dude, what? But it's actually close. I won't call you a casual if you think that Anderson Silva is better all-time than Max. But if you think it's not even close, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you think it's not close. But, yeah, I personally have Holloway ahead of Anderson Silva. Personally. I know the time is paused, but we'll get the timer sorted out. Garam versus El Salwadi, booked for Abu Dhabi. Nice. I love that fight. I saw El Salwadi doing some training on his Instagram. I was thinking, he's probably getting ready for a fight soon. So I'm happy to see that that's booked. That's a great matchup. El Salwadi is a pretty entertaining fighter. He beat that guy, George Hardwick, right? And then lost to the mule. Lost to the mule. I forget his name. The hunchback of Dagestan. But yeah, two entertaining fighters. Garam is always pretty entertaining to watch. Did you watch the Bivol fight? I am going to hold off until later. After I post my recap videos, I'll probably do a live stream reaction to the fights. I'm not. Don't spoil the fights. Do not spoil them. Well, yeah, here we go. I'm 15 seconds behind with the clock, guys. My bad. How can anyone give either round to Raposo? I mean, Raposo has just been floating around, missing combinations for the most part. Nice kick from Andre Lima. But, Raposo took this fight on short notice. But I just don't think that he's getting very far. He's got like a Brad Katona sort of build. Silva didn't suck. He made professionals look like fools, and Holloway hasn't. Holloway's never made a professional fighter look like a fool. What about the Calvin Kattar fight or the Brian Ortega fight? I mean, he did kind of make him look foolish. And the guys that Holloway's making look foolish are much higher level than, you know, whatever cans Anderson Silva beat back in the day outside of a couple decent fighters. Listen, I think that Anderson Silva's great, but I never said that he sucked. I mean, you're saying Silva didn't. I never said that he sucked. Anderson Silva, you can't say that he sucks. Like the people he was fighting did, but the people he was fighting absolutely did. You get my point, though. Oh, great body kick from Lima. But yeah, we got to call Lima a weight bully. Like, he missed weight by 4 pounds. That's just unacceptable. Anyone tell me where I can watch the live match? You can watch the match. I think the Real Madrid game is on some other platform, but these aren't matches. These are fights. Oh, nasty body kick from Lima. Nasty body kick from Lima. And a big snapping leg kick from Lima. Oh, but a good body shot return from Mitch Raposo. That was that old Marty Lewis. You thought you had him duck to the body. That was that old Marty Lewis. You thought you had him duck to the body and get out of there. Beautiful. Oh, Lima's giving him that sweet pea special down the middle, though. Oh, there's another sweet pea special down the middle. Lima's jab is pretty nasty. He's got that sweet pea. If you guys don't know the sweet pea special, the sweet pea special is when you need to close the distance on strikes. And you sit behind a nice clean jab, just pure technique, clean jab right down the pipe. It's the sweet peas because Marty Lewis. Oh, nasty. Straight shot on the chin of Raposo. It's the sweet peas because Marty Lewis's favorite thing to eat before a fight was the steak, the mashed potatoes, and the sweet peas. And he always said the sweet peas kept him grounded, just like the jab. And so we called it the sweet pea special. So, if you hear me say that, you know what I'm talking about. Nice leg kick from Lima. Lima's kicks are pretty nasty, dude. He's landed some great shots. He's about to win this fight, and wait a second. I forgot. I'm about to get my first fight of the night right. I'm going to say this when there's 2,000 people in here because it needs to be said. I started off the year as Mr. 57%, even though every other content creator was like 59, 58, right? But they saw me as the lowest on the list. Since then, I've been the best content creator at predictions. At least major content creator. There are some that have probably gotten like really decent picks, but no one's that far ahead of me. Guarantee you I'm higher than everyone else that was on that list now. I'd be at least a top three. Top three best. Top three best. I know MMA Guru's been doing pretty well. MMA Expert's been doing well. Oh! He dropped him with a low kick. Raposo's got to get out of there. But I actually have some really good predictions. If people say, Cope, man, no, you don't, bro. But I'm about to get this one right. Like, name all the ones that I've got wrong. You're going to have to... literally, if you tried to name 5 wrong predictions, you would have to go over the span of 5 different... You'd have to get like 3 events back to back to back to even find 5. You couldn't count the wrong predictions. You couldn't... You could count the wrong predictions that I've had over the course of the last 3 UFC cards on one hand. Straight up. I can't wait to tally up my picks after tonight. Because I have a feeling this is the night of the favorites. You picked Barboza? Yeah, I did pick Barboza, but that was not a great pick. But, to be fair, Barboza was coming off of his craftiest ever performance where it wasn't about his athleticism, his chin, or anything like that. It was just about his IQ. Barboza's fight IQ was insane, right? I think that's why I picked him. It was because he still had a little bit of, he's an old head that's from Brazil. They obviously always have speed. But it's because his performance was so crafty and high fight IQ. So I was like, dude, even if Lerone Murphy's in his prime and more durable, Barboza's going to outsmart him. Lucas doesn't make a prelim. What? Doesn't pick a prelim fight unless he thinks Gru. Oh. That's absolute bullshit. That's bullshit. The only time I will pick a fight that I wasn't going to pick anyway. I mean, that fucking never happens, first off. I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the fucking Veronica Hardy stuff. I just have a good time picking Veronica Hardy and not doubting the wizard that is Dan Hardy. And I especially enjoy picking it because I know that you're always picking against her. But people act like I don't pick fights. People act like Lucas only picks close fights when I don't pick one certain type of fight, and that's a WMMA fight that's irrelevant. Those are the only fights I don't pick. You've got people out here thinking that I'm picking like 2 fights on the prelims and the main card alone like I'm the weasel, bro. This ain't the same, dude. I didn't know people so desperately wanted to hear my take on a totally irrelevant WMMA fight. But I will say this. I think that people are right to say that you got to pick them all. I agree. I think you do have to pick them all. I agree. And I'll start doing it. I'll start picking them all. Because here's the thing. And I think that you know this well. The WMMA fights can make you or break you. Right? Listen, if I don't pick 2 WMMA fights, and those are the easy ones to pick, and they, people call them coin tosses or whatever, but sometimes you always know who's going to win. If everyone goes without the WMMA fights 5-3, and you pick the WMMA fights, you're 7-3. That looks a whole lot better than me, 5-3, right? But they'll break you sometimes because sometimes you'll be 5-5 if you end up picking them. So it's, you got to know when to do it and when not to. But it's only the WMMA ones. I never, ever miss real fights. All right? How did you know the fight that I was referring to? Because I know that you've not picked Veronica Hardy a single time, dude. And I always have fun picking Veronica Hardy because, I'm a Dan Hardy fan, And my only reasoning is always, I think, Dan Hardy's going to be in her corner, man. He's going to be doing tape study and getting into the weeds. Tracy Exposed, closeted this whole time. Part 1 on Monday, boys. Thank you for the $5. No, I just have fun always picking Veronica Hardy. But I might not pick her next time, depending on how much of a bump up she gets in competition. But yeah, you've got, people out here acting like I don't pick Andre Lima versus Mitch Raposo type of fights. Of course I do. If I wasn't picking these fights, then of course. You can say that my predictions ain't serious, but, listen, I don't think, this, I know this, people are skipping past the early prelims Jocelyn Edwards fights unless it's against Eileen Perez. The only reason we're breaking down Eileen Perez and anyone listens is because she's the twerk girl. All right? That's the only time where a WMMA fight's interesting to pick. If it's like a famous WMMA fighter, or they have like controversy, or it's like someone that everyone hates. But if it's just a regular WMMA fight that's like a prelim fight, people just don't care. And I don't really care to even look into the weeds sometimes. My track record of picks down to my Veronica Hardy tendencies. Studying all my picks before he makes his confirmed. Holy moly, what is this? Thank you for the $5. No, but like the Veronica Hardy ones. Well, I mean, I watch your predictions, of course. I watch all the big channels' prediction videos. And I remember the important fights, dude. And I enjoy the Veronica Hardy ones because I always get them right. And you always get them wrong. So that's why I remember them. But yeah. There's always a bit of a competition between me and the other MMA YouTubers and me and MMA Guru when it comes to picks, guys. Because it always feels great when I get one right and some of these guys don't get them right, And it sucks when I'm the one that has a bad night and everyone else does well. So that's part of the game. You want to be the guy at the top. You want to be the guy that's on the top of the leaderboards. And I've been doing a good job at that recently. They call me the pay-per-view guy these days. They call me the pay-per-view guy. What does Makhachev think the BMF belt stands for? I don't know. The brother belt? Who knows, dude? Bivol just won. Thank you for the $2, but please don't spoil the Bivol fight. I told you I was going to watch it live, so I'll just pretend I didn't read that. Yeah. As I was saying about my picks, guys, I was 57. I was Mr. 57 at the start of the year. Not anymore. I guarantee you that same list that came out that the Weasel was reading, the Weasel definitely nitpicked that one. That guy tallied up 3 fights from me. But either way, I thought it was hilarious when the Weasel was at the top of the list. The Weasel had missed like 5 fight nights up until that point. And he had picked, the easy pay-per-views. But, man, it's really the nitty-gritty fight nights. The nitty-gritty fight nights. Those are always the battles. No, but actually, sometimes the fight nights are the competitive ones. Sometimes the fight nights are the ones where, you either do horribly or they're easy, you go 10-1. The pay-per-views are usually a little bit mixed. It's harder to go 10-1 on a pay-per-view than it is a fight night. But I've been doing it. I've been pulling it off somehow, some way. They're making a documentary about this, guys. They're making a documentary called The Streak, like they did with the Oakland A's. They made the Moneyball movie. Now they're doing that with Lucas Tracy predictions. They're making a Streak documentary. It's coming out this week. If my predictions are good this Saturday, if they're good tonight, you guys will see a short documentary where we're interviewing some of the other, news anchors. We'll probably get Stephen A. Smith on there to act surprised. I'm doing better than you on picks. Gonna have to show me the Carfax, man. Gonna have to show me the Carfax because I think I went 6-1 the last week. I think the week before I was at UFC 302. We all know I cleaned up shop at UFC 302. We all know I cleaned up shop at UFC 302. This is the good thing. I'll admit that I got the main event wrong because I count robberies, and you guys know I'm like always counting robberies. I think that Steven Usyk should be the champ. I think that I'll admit, okay, he won the fight, and I'll say that I was wrong. But when it comes down to the numbers and what's on paper at the end of the year, you know what happens when those guys that add them all up do. They don't look at robberies. These guys are counting Adesanya wins against Whitaker and Yoel. These guys that tally up on the picks, the Weasel guys that are asking them those questions, they're going to give me credit for it. So I'll take my wins, bro. I'll take the wins. Is it just me or does Lucas get red-faced and yappy when I'm in the chat? Probably smiling reading this. Well, thank you for the $5. Hey, man, it's good to see you in the chat. It's good. I've been watching your channel for a long time, so it is pretty cool to see the MMA Guru in here. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $2 New Zealand dollars, Steve. Does Islam have to slip on a banana peel? Does Islam have to slip on a banana peel? Yes. He absolutely does have to slip on a banana peel. 100%. Unless his staph infection gets the better of him and he shits his pants. But that's kind of the same thing. I consider that slipping on a banana peel. If it's staph and you gas out after 5 minutes and you struggle to get up to your feet, that's pretty much the same thing. Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you for the 9 months membership. One of these days, we actually have to throw a real banana peel in there. All right. But thank you for the 9 months membership. Eden Flanagan. Make a topology group so we can compare our picks with you. I think no, it wasn't topology. What's the other app? I know there's another app where you can tally up your picks that people were trying to get me to download. I don't know. What are the benefits of starting a topology group other than that? Maybe I can make one. But my predictions are all public anyway. They're all public. But I guess, just to compete with you guys, that could be fun. Also, can you say shine bright like a diamond? I just did. But thank you for the 9 months membership. I'm looking forward to Dustin's walkout. I'm really looking forward to Dustin's walkout. Maybe I'll sing along to it. Here comes Eileen Perez. I like Eileen Perez, man. It's, she's got an OnlyFans and she's got a kid, so that's not ideal, but she's always bringing the bakery to she's always bringing the cake, bro. Lucas, what is the judge smoking? The judge? What are you talking about? They didn't give that to Mitch Raposo, did they? What do you mean? Or did they? Because I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I don't think they did. They probably gave that to Andre Lima. Yeah, she is definitely mid. She is a little bit mid, but, at least she brings in the eyes, right? Oh, yeah. Selwadi and Guram Kutuledzhi is official. Split decision. Okay, well, who cares at the end of the day? I'm not going to complain. As long as it went to the right guy, I'm not going to complain that much. It is weird that they gave him a split decision, but I never complain as long as it goes to the rightful winner. Thank you for the $5. You and Guru both watched my channel back in the day. Therefore, I own both of you. Thank you for the $5. Raw OG. I did watch your channel back in the day. I actually did. I remember. This is, I think, before I was even an MMA fan. Maybe around the time where I was getting into MMA, like 2017. I was watching Raw OG bong rip videos. Yeah, dude. Those, and I remember the guy that you used to collab with. Forget his name. Like this Mexican dude that used to have doing collabs with. I forget his name, but yeah, I remember. I remember those days. Thank you for the $2, Caleb. Thank you so much. Caleb Batterton, thank you for the support. Perez, was it Perez? Luke's I had a dream Dustin wins by KO and Islam would win via head kick KO against Volk. Days before UFC 294, change your vote to Dustin by KO. I mean, thinking that Makhachev would head kick Volk wasn't, I mean, it is something, but I think a lot of people thought he was going to knock him out anyway, and a head kick was a likely thing that he would use to KO a shorter opponent. But I didn't have any feeling this morning when it came to, like, you know, an upset. Every time I had a feeling where there was going to be a huge upset, the morning of the fights, there was. I remember the morning I woke up for Usman and Edwards, the first thought that I had on my mind was, holy shit, I think Usman's losing today. Like, I don't know what it was, but I think Usman's losing. That's the first thought I had, and I felt it all day. And then, of course, he gets head KO'd in the 5th round. I think it's happened another time. I forget when it was, but it's never failed me. It's never failed me, but I felt nothing like that tonight. Absolutely nothing. Thoughts on Left Lane MMA? He's so annoying, dog. Thank you for the $2. No, he makes good content. I like Left Lane's channel. I do like his channel. Thank you for the $2. One and only PG. Jones clearly lost to Reyes, so his record is true. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean by that? His record is true. Like, even if Jones has the win on paper, it doesn't mean he actually won that fight. We all count that as a loss. Yeah, I don't ever consider John Jones an undefeated fighter. Oh, nice body kick from Jocelyn Edwards. She does look an awful lot like Leon Edwards, though. She's like a female version of Leon Edwards. Who was that terrorist that scored it for Raposo? Okay, thank you for the $5. I don't know, but it was a horrible scorecard. And Eileen Perez gets her down with a typical WMMA hip toss. And now she's in half guard. Let's hope she puts us out of our misery and gets a TKO in the first. Oh, and Jocelyn Edwards has something to say about that. Not trying to let the fans celebrate just yet. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Another one. Another hip toss. Alex will be in Strickland's corner against the Brazilian. Awesome. I like this. I like that. I love that. See, you know, people really do put too much stake into, like, corners. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just you want the aura that someone has, or you want the energy that they have, or the idea of them in your corner. You know what I mean? And people used to shit on David Goggins being in Tony's corner. How dare he be in David Goggins, or how dare he be in Tony's corner? This guy's never had a cage fight. He doesn't know what he's... Strickland can't understand fucking Alex Pereira. Eric Nixick is not going to translate for them. Strickland's other coach is not going to translate. He just has him in his corner because, I don't know, like, it just hypes him up. I don't know why, but yeah. As I said, I think it's totally okay as long as you have one or two people in your corner that know what they're talking about, that also know you as a fighter. That's fine. You can have someone in your corner just for the fuck of it. Wow. Look at that. Crazy, dude. Damn, dude. People getting bricked up. Damn, man. Crazy jiggle on these girls, man. You do not want to be in there. Yeah, man. You got to get out of there. But yeah. Again, people put way too much importance on, like, who's in the corner. You know? Way too much importance on that. As long as you have two people that know what they're talking about, even one head coach. Wow, this is crazy, man. I've not even seen this on Mackenzie Dern. Damn. See, this is the thing about watching it on a live stream, bro. I gotta keep, I gotta chill. I gotta chill, bro. This is literally, it literally seems like it, man. It seems like it. Cameraman needs a raise. True. Cameraman needs a raise. Imagine the camera just falls down, bro. He's busy. Thank you for the 20 SEK. No message, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $2.99 Australian dollars. Boonda, 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 boonda. Boonda, boonda, boonda. Thank you for the 3 Australian dollars. I appreciate that as well. All right, now, when they're half guard camping from this angle, this is when we want to be put out of our misery. This is where the misery starts back. Hopefully, there's a TKO, but maybe not. Battle of the booties, battle of the boondas. Shout out to Dana for making this fight happen. Honestly, I didn't know that. Jocelyn Edwards had that on her too, bro, but I guess she did, man. I thought it was only Eileen Perez. Now, this is high level. You don't want to be in there, man. True. This is high level. These are the tough cookies. Oh, nice elbow. These are the tough cookies that the jiu-jitsu nerds will tell you about in Instagram comment sections, and they'll say things like, bro, I know a 115-pound girl that could choke you out easily, man. I actually saw someone in a comment section this week. It wasn't like an MMA niche-related post, but it was a post that had to do with something related to boxing or whatever. And there was some nerd in the comments that was responding to someone saying, tell that to the 95-pound jiu-jitsu nerd that would break your arm and snap it like a twig. He actually said, tell that to the 95-pound jiu-jitsu nerd. 95 pounds. I don't give a fuck how skilled you are. If you're 95 pounds, I'm freaking punting you across the world. I'm punting you like a football. If you're a 95-pound jiu-jitsu expert, they don't even have those divisions in women's jiu-jitsu. They have probably 100 pounds. They don't have 95-pound weight classes. Dude, that's like, it's literally the size of a fucking toddler, bro. And this guy's trying to act like, dude, a jiu-jitsu nerd that's 100 pounds will whoop your ass. Size doesn't matter in a fight, man. It only matters when you know how to use it. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. It only matters when you actually learn technique. Then it's OP. Then it's OP, huh? Size only matters. This guy's only 250 pounds. He would lose to a 100-pound jiu-jitsu nerd until he learns technique, sure. Until he learns technique. People say that all the time, unironically. It only matters. Weight advantage only comes into play when you have technique, buddy. You should know this, you casual. Yeah, of course. Ah, man. And it's usually the people that, like, have taken one jiu-jitsu class years ago. It's usually people that don't even actively train, because if you do train jiu-jitsu actively, like, you wouldn't be that much of an idiot. Because you would have went and grappled with people that are bigger than you, that are smaller than you. You wouldn't think that. It's legitimately the people that don't train that say shit like that just hear people online say things like, yeah, I already know, like, bodybuilders can't fight, and they'll just take that as they can never win based on, a size advantage, right? Yep. Thank you for the 9 months membership. Can you change my channel sticker thing back to the Volk one? Sick of seeing the fat blob. Also, thanks for the content. I am going to do another sticker. I'm going to do another sticker, bro. I got you. I'll do a new one. But I don't think it's possible to have the ability to toggle between Volkanovski and the blob. And granted, Volk has done more in the sport, so we might go back to him, but we have to have some blob stuff. Maybe I'll do another sticker for people that have, like, the 6 months membership, because I think Volk is 3. The blob is 4 and 5. Maybe we'll do someone for 6 months. I don't know who it would be, though. Okay, now this is just, we need to be put out of our misery with this one. I could literally go in there and out-grapple these ladies, bro. I could go in there and out grapple both of them at the same time, dude. I would take both of them at the same time. Lucas, you're literally 5'6", 100 pounds. 100 pounds? I'm not 5'6", dude. Also, I'm about 5'8". And, you know, if fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson were to ask me, is that more similar to 5'7", I would say no. It's more similar to 5'9", buddy. Okay? It's one of those. No, I'm 5'8", but it's closer to 5'8.5" than it is 5'7", anything. Okay? So I'm 5'8". And I'm not 100 pounds, bro. Not even close. Not even close. Can someone tell me when the match is happening? I'm from Germany. Well, the match already took place, the football game, but these are fights, so they're not matches. So I don't know what match you'd be referring to. Nah, I mean, the fight started at, she got eye poked. Okay, so it's 7:30 basically. I would say the main two fights, if you are asking about what time the fights start, I'm guessing you probably don't care about like the first couple fights on a main card anyway. I'll say tune in 3.5 hours. 4 hours, the Strickland and Costa fight's going to happen. And then, of course, the main event happens. So 3.5 hours, tune in from now, okay? Otherwise, the fights are on now if you want to watch the prelims. I mean, that's what I'm doing because I'm a hardcore fan, but you know, some, you know what? I think there are some people in here that might be casuals, and that's fine. If you're a casual fan, it's oh! Big shot! Spinning back fist. Didn't she get TKO'd by Molly McCann too back in the day? Dude, what the fuck? Throw the spinning back kick. Horrible fight IQ move from Perez. She dropped her with a spinning back fist. Horrible fight IQ not to follow up. Wow. And she ain't doing shit with these grappling exchanges either. She's just going to fall off the back. She's just falling off the back, and now she's on her back. Horrible off fight IQ. Favorite goon and muzz spots. You know, I would say the best time to muzz is in the sun, man. You want to muzz in the sun. Go out to a nice sunny place. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. And best goon spot. I don't know. I've never done it. Yeah. No, I'm playing. I don't know. Spinning back fist, this is high level, very high level. Yeah, you have to be really high level to throw a spinning back fist. Really high level. Dude, they can throw a spinning back fist, man. That's how you know they're high level. Spinning back fist. You know, a spinning back fist is unironically like a great thing to use in a street fight. Like, people aren't expecting those techniques, right? They're never expecting a spinning back fist or a spinning elbow. They're just expecting a 1-2. But there are probably some casuals in this chat. I bet there's some people that only care about the main event, co-main event. They probably don't even watch my channel. They're just tuning in because the algorithm took them here. Shout out to you guys, whoever that is. If you're new to the channel, I do a live stream for every single UFC fight night. Live reactions, predictions, and all MMA-related videos. Yeah, I don't know what the score is, but that's definitely a Perez round just because she dropped her. So we're going to go 2-0. Do you think Reyes will finally get a win against Jacoby? I don't. I think that he's going to get knocked out in the first round. Reyes took a lot of time off from his Blachowicz and Yuri fight to his fight with whatever the fuck that guy's name is. What's the guy? Ryan Spann. He took like a year off, and his chin still sucked. To be fair, he did like take some decent shots early on in the round, but he still got KO'd with a jab. I think Jacoby knocks him out in the first. I don't think it's going to be one punch, but I think it's going to be like a flurry of punches. I don't think Reyes is built for war anymore. I mean, Reyes' style was never that high level. Like, he just kind of sat behind 1-2s and big, ugly low kicks, right? But he doesn't have Jan Blachowicz shins. Reyes was never really good at making adjustments either. He's just kind of spams 1-2s and kicks, roundhouse kicks, and that's it. So I don't think he's that difficult to figure out. And I think that the way he wins is by like putting pressure on people and just smoking them with a right hand or a left hand. That's basically it. And I think Jacoby is a decently high-level kickboxer that'll be a little bit more durable than Dominic, and I think he'll be able to beat him. Muzz tutorial for 100K? We're definitely doing something for 100K. I don't know about a Muzz tutorial. Do you ever go to live MMA events? Yeah, I definitely plan to someday. I think that the ideal streaming experience would be to watch cage side and to have the audio for you guys be similar to the audio that you would hear from Rogan or John Anik, but just have a face cam. Basically, I would love to be there cage side commentating, but on my channel with a face cam while I'm right there watching it all. That would be the sickest thing ever. That'd be the sickest thing ever. And then you guys could basically just mute what's happening on the TV. That would be the dream. That would be the best streaming experience ever. And you know what? If I was the UFC, because again, the UFC, they're booking Nick Diaz versus Vicente Luque and Tony versus Michael Chiesa. They just don't know what the fuck's going on, and they don't really care what the fans want. They don't care what the fans want. Otherwise, they'll switch those matchups around. But you know that they won't because they're not paying attention or they just don't care. If the UFC knew how to actually blow up as a sport, if they actually knew what was good for them, they would find people that are dedicating their career to MMA, that have big followings online in the YouTube MMA world where, you know, things are popping, like MMA Guru, The Weasel, me, people like that. And they would have us go to these events and fucking be able to stream right in front of the octagon. If the UFC knew what was good for them, they would invite me to go to these events in front of the octagon, cage side, where you can't see the crowd behind. No, fuck it, you can see the crowd. I have a face cam, and the audio is perfect so you guys can hear what I'm saying, but I'm right there. That's what the UFC should do. But they don't, because they'll see a channel like mine, and they'll be like, this guy's a pipsqueak. We got to have this other fucker with some tie on for no fucking reason, octagon side. Like, I know that some of these guys octagon side are judges, but, you know, like, not all of them are commentators. You've got some of these guys with their fucking tie. I think these are the judges, actually. They're talking, hey! 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 What the fuck? What the fuck? I just looked at the judge's corner and the judge is having a conversation with someone and laughing with someone that's not wearing a tie. Hey! What the fuck? Pay attention! Holy shit, man. Fuck. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. These judges suck. I just saw I was looking at the judges' corner. I was saying, like, dude, I understand these guys are judges, and I see this guy having a fucking convo with someone. Holy shit, bro. These guys don't pay attention to the fights. Either way. Look at this woman with the pink hair octagon side. Okay, fair enough. She's a camera person. You see this guy? See the corner? You see this corner to the UFC hats? I should be right next to them. Look at this guy with his fucking phone. I should be right next to the guy with his phone. With my setup, streaming, reacting. I should be there live. UFC! You need to know what's good for you. Come on. You should be hitting me up. You should hit MMA Guru up. You should hit up the big streamers in the MMA world. They'll bring out Aiden Ross and Sneeko, and they'll bring out, you know, whatever the fuck that guy's name is, Bryce Hall. They'll bring out Bryce Hall. They'll bring out WNBA players, and they'll get on, like, hey, Dan, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. We want real MMA YouTubers and real streamers at the events. Seriously. I'm tired of this. UFC doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. And it's pissing me off, bro. Like, who are these? Look at this pipsqueak. No, that's a social media guy. I get it. You have to have a social media guy there, but still. Get rid of one of these suit and ties, bro. Put me propped up right there. Cage side. Straight up. Let us go rogue live at the arena. Seriously, bro. I'm fucking tired of the UFC. They don't understand how to grow the sport. They know how to maintain it and do what they've been doing. The UFC is stuck in 2015, bro. They're stuck in 2015. They're stuck in 2019. It's time to upgrade it. It's the age of streamers. I'm not saying that, you know, I would get more views than Rogan if I was cage side, but, you know, this stream would at least have 5,000 if you could see the crowd behind me and I had a face cam and I was right there live. It's annoying as fuck that the UFC doesn't understand that there's value in this stuff. Because they have a bunch of old heads running shit. They have a bunch of old heads running shit. If I was in charge, I'd be reaching out to the MMA streamers. I'd be saying, yo, come to the event cage side, man. Just have your setups cage side from now on. All right? That's what I would be doing. Obviously, for me, I'd love to do that. That'd be like a dream come true, of course. I always say, thank you for the 5 NOK. Wait, was there a finish? Dude, Eileen Perez does not seem to be all there. I just looked at her and her eyes were rolling in the back of her head, bro. She doesn't have a whole lot going on in there. But either way, thank you for the 20 NOK. Win judges, they're taking a break. I'm happy that, good for them, I guess. I mean, I understand that they don't really need to pay attention that much. There was like a knockdown. Yeah, but I would love to go to an MMA event live someday. I think the events that I would go to live would be like a shitty UFC Apex night where instead of me live streaming, you can just hear me hooting and hollering in the background. And I could, try to make you guys laugh with that stuff. That would be something that I would do. But I would never go to like a pay-per-view live because I'd want to live stream unless I could be there in person. But the issue is they have a bunch of old heads running the show. They look at people like me and they think that I'm just some doofus. Oh, this guy's just a shit talker. Fuck this guy. Let's get Bryce Hall in here. Oh, this guy's just a doofus, man. We got to get Sneeko. I mean, Sneeko's doing a lot for combat sports. They'll be like, dude, Sneeko, he's like a combat sports guy, man. He talks about combat sports for 1 minute of his, 3-hour live streams every day. And he does boxing every now and then. But then you've got people like me, all right, and these other MMA streamers, MMA Guru, and we're fucking doing 8-hour live streams and recap videos and posting every day. The heck? The fuck is going on with this? They'll have Bryce Hall because he did BKFC once. And they'll be like, Bryce Hall, he's just he's bringing in more eyes than you could imagine. Like, Bryce Hall doesn't bring in any eyes. Here she goes. Bryce Hall doesn't bring in any eyes, bro. Oh, shit. She's inviting her to... I thought she was going to invite her to... Oh, my gosh. She's saying no. Respect. Respect Jocelyn Edwards. Jocelyn Edwards didn't want none of that degeneracy. I respect it. Norma Dumont would do the same thing. I said the same thing about Norma Dumont. Shout out to Norma Dumont. Because Norma Dumont could literally become a millionaire off of that alone. But she chooses not to because she has self-respect, dude. I respect it, bro. People have said, wow, man, that's so lame. That's so soy. But I respect it. I respect Norma Dumont, bro. Makes her even hotter, bro. Thank you for the $5. If Islam wins tonight, that makes Volk the GOAT. Hit a celebration, Muzz. If Islam wins, I will do a Muzz. No, I'm kidding. That's too easy, bro. I'll tell you this. If Volk beats Poirier in the rematch, I'll do a 24-hour Volk stream and I'll do a Muzz for at least, a good solid 20 seconds. Okay? But yeah, remember, if Volk were to have won against Poirier, I was telling you guys I would have done a 24-hour Volk stream and a Muzz. I was preparing my earbuds before the fight even happened and getting my song loaded up. And then Volk got KO'd, so, we couldn't do that anyway. But yeah. And then I was just in denial the next day. I was in denial playing UFC 4 as Volkanovski versus Easy Mode Topuria. Thank you for the $5, Obese Tomato. Crazy, Dana can grow slap fighting to the biggest sport on social media, but the UFC feels stagnant. I know. And you know what? Credit to Dana White, because if you look at the social media numbers, they are actually doing well because it is like a social media sport, right? It's like a short attention span, Instagram clip, TikTok clip sport. So they're doing well with clicks, but I mean, they've completely forgotten how to blow up this sport. They did blow it up, but they're stuck in the past. They need to get with the times. They're stuck in the past. They've got millennials working for them. You need some Gen Z people in there. You need some Gen Z people in there. Okay? It's all millennials that are working for the UFC. And then there's Dana White and the boys. Dana White and the old heads. You got a couple boomers and you got a couple Gen Xers. And then, of course, the millennials that are stuck in 2015. So you got to get people that really know. Because the thing is, I'm not offering anything like, I'm not offering like a whole new way to blow up the Instagram. I'm just saying, instead of bringing in a WNBA basketball player to do like a 5-minute segment on the YouTube channel for UFC, Kelsey Plum or whatever, bring in someone that dedicates their career to MMA, that's a content creator that like constantly puts on for the UFC. You know what I mean? Like, I criticize the UFC, but I love the UFC. I criticize them, but I absolutely love the UFC. I'm not one of these people that says, "Oh, fuck that. I'm gonna PFL's better." Like, UFC shits on every other promotion. It's the only promotion I really care about. But you know, they should do a better job. And I'm just saying, if you get people in the organization that already love the promotion and are dedicating their career to it without working for it, that's how you know that they're going to do a good job. Thank you for the $2, Bon Carter, the $2.99 Australian dollars. How big of a dono for you to muzz? I don't want to muzz unless the thing is, if I were to just muzz on stream, then it wouldn't be like a thing that people would ask for. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that I don't do it and the fact that I'm saving it for a big moment is going to make it even all the more worthwhile. So that's why I'm waiting till Volkanovski, you know, disproves the odds, right? And goes out there and gets the big upset against Poirier in the rematch. I'm waiting for Volkanovski to win when it's statistically permissible to lose. And if it's not Volk, then we'll find another favorite fighter. Maybe I have another favorite fighter by the time Volk retires. I don't know who it's going to be. You know, back in the day, Volk wasn't my favorite. Like, Volk didn't become my favorite fighter till the build-up or after the Brian Ortega fight, I should say. Before that, when he was fighting Max in the rematch, I was still a bigger Holloway fan. Yeah, I don't know. I've only had a few favorite fighters. For me, it was, I would say Jones, just by default of that being like the only fight that I watched in 2015. And the only, like, I only really knew a couple UFC fighters. But when I really started watching in 2017, my favorite fighters, and I'm talking about like consistently every single card, I would say Conor and Yoel Romero. Because I had paid attention to McGregor's career as a bit of a casual, but Romero was my favorite fighter for a while. Then it was Volk. Then it was, Volk's, you know, been my favorite fighter. Yeah. I don't know who the next guy is going to be, but it's always fun to have a favorite fighter. And especially when they're, you know, making a run for the GOAT conversation, because then you get to outsmart all the casuals. You get to outsmart all the nostalgia bias old heads. They think they're so smart with their Anderson Silva's in the top 3 spot forever, right? Will you muzz if Khamzat wins versus Whitaker? Nah. Khamzat was on his way to becoming my favorite fighter. But then he kind of fell off. So, no. I think I'm going to pick Khamzat, though. I think I'm going to change my pick. Perez is one of the reasons for this weird generation. I mean, she's definitely not helping, that's for sure. She's continuing the damage, that's for sure. But I wouldn't say she is the reason. But yeah, she's definitely not helping. Definitely not helping, bro. Just missed out on the biggest dono of your life. Well, thank you for the $2.99 Australian dollars, but it's going to be even better if we hit a muzz, because that means that something amazing were to have happened, right? That means something amazing would have to happen. So if my favorite fighter ever defies the odds, then I'll do it. Come on, guys. Somebody know when begin the match, brother. Hey, Vasily, bro. Good to see you in the chat. I know you're probably from Europe and you're looking for the match. Apparently, the soccer game just ended a couple hours ago. So, yeah. Soccer game just ended. I don't know what match you're referring to because these are fights. But, yeah. Shout out to Vasily. If Khamzat beats Whitaker, then Dricus, then Izzy, will you be... Wait. If Khamzat beats Whitaker, then Dricus, then Izzy, will he be your favorite fighter? If Khamzat smokes Whitaker, smokes Dricus, and smokes Izzy, the way he did to Li Jing Liang, yes. He'd probably become my favorite fighter. Like, I was a really big Khamzat fan. Honestly, he's not even like top 10 favorite fighters of mine right now. That's just because of his inactivity. I think that he's kind of lost his aura, not even necessarily just because of his performances, but Khamzat just doesn't seem to be that hungry. Like, I remember watching the Khamzat Chimaev Darren Till vlogs, the Block Asset vlogs, and bro, Khamzat was hungry back in the day. Remember that clip of him hitting pads with his coach saying his right hand's going to break the mountains and that he's hungrier than everyone? That was when Khamzat had his aura, but I don't know. It just seems like he's living this comfortable life in Dubai and that he doesn't really want it as much. Now he's like, you know, just your average big star that fights once a year. There just doesn't really seem to be anything that special or different about him anymore. He's still a great fighter. Like, he still is phenomenal, but he just doesn't have the same aura. Hey, Lucas, what are your goals with this channel, and where do you want to be when it's all said and done? Well, I want to be in heaven when it's all said and done. But, yeah, no, the goals with this channel, I would say, I mean, to be honest, dude, the fact that I can make MMA content for a living, because this is just the fact that I'm able to just do what I enjoy is the coolest thing about this channel. I could literally just chill and enjoy myself, and that's what I do for work because I love MMA. Yeah, it's work to, like, you know, spend hours thinking of content, making content, streaming and stuff, but it's also fun, and it's not super serious, and I like that. I like that because I'm passionate about MMA, and the fact that I can do something that I'm passionate about is great. So that's, you know, it's always good to just be able to do that. I feel like I should never take that for granted. So I don't really have any like huge goals, but I would just say, I mean, I would like to eventually get to the point to where I can do a little bit more collaborative work with fighters, stuff like that. That'd be cool. Maybe like, you know, a training session, a sparring session with a fighter, right? Something like that would be pretty cool. Maybe go like cage side to a UFC event and stream. Like, that would be an insane thing for me to do. Going cage side to an event to do a live stream for this YouTube channel. But I would just say, you know, I just want to do this on a bigger scale. I want to make MMA more mainstream. Like, I want to grow my following to where, you know, the sport will grow because of my channel growing, because of other MMA channels growing. Oh, big shot from Basil Hafiz. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. But yeah, man, it'd just be nice to, you know, as a result of my channel growing and other channels growing, making fun MMA content, the sport grows. And everything just snowballs because of it. Oh! Big clobber and overhand. That's a big overhand over the top like a sack of potatoes from Basil Hafiz. He threw that like a sack of potatoes. That was a clobbering shot from Basil. And Mickey Gall's going to have to use that Hey Mickey brown belt jiu-jitsu. Otherwise, he's going to get knocked the fuck out. Mickey Gall's not looking so 2017 right now. He's not looking so 2015, 2016 right now. This is modern day prospect Basil Hafiz in there, not CM Punk. Oh, there's a couple of pit-pat jabs from Mickey. A couple of pepper shots. Mickey's letting him know he's got that sweet pea special. But Basil Hafiz taking a very different approach to that of the one that he took against JDM. He turned into the wrestler against JDM. A little bit of a bimbo slip from Hafiz. Two minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. Oh, there's a pit-pap jab from Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall's got a little bit of a pop shotter. He's a bit of a, oh, big clobbering hook. Oh! That's a nice technical tight hook on the inside. Not such a meaty one from Basil. He's staying technical with that one. And Mickey Gall just kind of pop-shotting. But the thing is that the issue with having a jiu-jitsu base is if you don't have the wrestling, it's like you've got to get to the, you know, you got to get to your spots by virtue of getting your fucking ass whooped sometimes. And Mickey Gall is just getting his absolute ass whooped on the feet because Basil Hafiz is landing the bigger shots, the clubbing blows. Strong calf kick from Basil. And Mickey counters with a pip-pop shot. And there's a nice body kick with little punch at the end of it. And Mickey smiles at him and says, there, I got you. But there's Basil Hoffis's Superman punch. And there's a 1-2 down the pipe for Mickey. But Basil lets him know he's still back in his face. And there's a big winging overhand for Hoffis that misses. And there's a big right hand over the top for Mickey. Basil Hoffis is looking a little bit wary. He's gotten tagged with some big shots. Maybe Mickey Gall has earned himself some respect. Basil looking to spin for a spinning back fist. Oh, big counter shot from Basil Hoffis. Oh, Mickey Gall rocked him at the end of a combination. And there's a body kick for Mickey. Basil Hoffis not shooting takedowns. Is he respecting Mickey Gall's jiu-jitsu? Mike Perry was able to out-wrestle Mickey Gall, but I guess Basil Hoffis just too scared to shoot on the monster that is Mickey Gall in his mind, though. Oh, yeah, dude. I don't know. Honestly, like, Basil Hoffis is leaving himself open after these shots, and he's got the shorter reach. Mickey Gall is able to tag him at the end of these exchanges where Basil Hoffis isn't. Things are getting dangerous for Basil. Could this be the first incorrect pick for Lucas Tracy? We'll find out. That's it. Round number 1. I don't know. That was a close round. That was a very close round. Basil's defense and head movement is lacking. Yeah. Good early start for Basil, but Mickey Gall started tagging him at the end of these exchanges in the pocket. He's got the GOAT in his corner, though. Mickey Gall has Gerald Meerschaert in his corner. What can PFL and Bellator do to dethrone the UFC? Honestly, they're going to have to wait for the UFC to fuck it up. The UFC is going to have to fuck it up for themselves. That's the only chance. There's too much good talent in the UFC. The brand is so far ahead of all the other promotions to where, you know, any aspiring fighter is going to want to go to the UFC and they'll only settle with Bellator. And even at the end of their careers, you look at how MVP can take his game to the next level and Chandler can take his game to the next level just by being able to fight in the UFC when it's all said and done. So, yeah. Is this your full-time job? Did you do anything before? I mean, I used to be doing fitness stuff. But right now, yeah, this is pretty much it. If Poirier wins, what do you think his title reign will be? I think he's going to try to defend his belt once. I don't think he's going to retire if he wins the belt. He'll come back for pay-per-view points and a title defense. But I don't think he'll defend his belt. I don't think he'll defend. I think he'll get beat by Arman. Holloway and Poirier 3 would be a great fight, though. But yeah. Thank you for the $2. Dave Trill 1026. When do you think you'll hit 100K after the Conor fight? Probably July. I would say early July, mid-July. I don't know. The Conor fight is this month. It's going to be pretty difficult to get 12,000 subs. I'd say late July. Definitely before summer. Before the end of summer, I mean. Hey, Lucas, what are your goals with this? Yeah, I already answered that. The goals of this channel, just to kind of take it to the next level, man. Take this thing to the next... Oh! He just rocked Basil Hoffis. No takedowns from Hoffis. So let me get this straight. Mickey Gall is going to knock Hoffis out, but not JDM. That's crazy, bro. Because it's actually looking like Mickey Gall is coming on strong. This is not a good look for JDM defenders. This is a good look for JDM deniers. Yeah, Basil's fighting like an idiot. He's spamming the same shots over and over again. Not shooting takedowns at all. Look at that. Scared to go to the ground with Mickey Gall. Scared to go to the ground with someone that Mike Perry out-grappled. Pathetic. Absolutely disgraceful. He was able to chain wrestle on JDM, who's twice the size of Mickey Gall, but he's scared to chain wrestle against... Fucking pathetic, dude. Good punch from Basil, but again, he doesn't have sting on these shots anymore. Where are the fucking takedowns, man? Just test it out. Test it out, because it's too competitive on the feet. He doesn't even know what's going to happen yet. Oh, there's a good couple of shots. There's a good combination from Basil. 1-2. Mickey Gall circling. He didn't like that. Now it's the time to shoot a takedown. If you bait a punch out of Mickey and then level change. See what happens. What is going on? I think Basil's just gung-ho about getting a knockout. I think he just wants to have like a big statement win. But that's dumb. He's just fighting a dumb fight right now. Flukas, if you transition right now, how far could you get in the women's? Oh my goodness, bro. I'd probably be champ, dog. I mean, listen, you realize I would have to cut an arm and a leg off to make 135. So that in and of itself would be tricky, but yeah, I'd probably be the champ. Thank you for the $5, Jonathan Crete. Probably champ, man. Nice couple of shots from Basil, but he doesn't have the sting to be able to get like a one-shot KO right now. He should be level changing to make this easier. It's very competitive on the feet. Same thing can be said about Mickey. The fact that he hasn't shot a takedown is also pathetic. I mean, Mickey Gall, I guarantee if you were to interview Mickey Gall, and if you were to ask him, hey, what's your best part? What's the most dangerous part of your game? He'd say, you know, I'm the proudest of my jiu-jitsu brown belt. Or he would say, I think I'm the most proud of my jiu-jitsu black belt. And I think that I worked really hard for it. And I absolutely think that my ground game could stand with anyone on this planet. But he goes out there in a fight in the UFC where he hasn't fought in multiple years, and he goes out there in a slugging match. Pathetic. Same thing with Basil. If you were to ask Basil, hey, what thing are you most proud of in your game? He'd say wrestling. Oh, there we go. There we go. Shout out to Mickey Gall. He must have heard me. Hey, at least he tried. At least he tried. He got a takedown. Hey, at least he tried. At least he tried. We can't call him pathetic anymore. At least Gall tried. At least he attempted it. But now if you were to ask Basil Hoffus, hey, Basil, what part of your game are you most proud of? He would tell you, man, honestly, it's the wrestling, man. You know, everyone wants to go out there and be a slugger. Everyone wants to go out there and get a big KO. You know, I've hung out with a lot of the vets in the gym, and they all tell me just go out there and stick to your bread and butter and just do your basics. And then he goes out there and fucking slugs like an idiot instead of shooting takedowns. It's pathetic, man. Pathetic. This is a bit of a decent fight. At least the card has started. Oh, 1, 2, 3 for Mickey Gall. There's a pip-pap and a big shot behind it. Mickey Gall's beautiful 1, 2, 3 right there. And there goes Basil Hoffus with the takedown. Beautiful. Beautiful work for Basil Hoffus. I don't know who won that round. It was very close. Oh, Basil Hoffus. Oh, this guy's getting cocky now. Basil Hoffus is getting cocky. Brother, you arguably just lost that round. You got hit with a three-piece. You got hit with a clean three-piece, and you're out here blowing a kiss like you're dominating this guy. Basil Hoffus is blowing kisses to the crowd like he's dominating him, as if he's having a Max Holloway-Ortega fight. But you know what? Shout out to Basil Hoffus, bro. At least he's making it entertaining. Dude, he's got Lawler and GM3 in his corner. That's pretty epic. Lawler and GM3 in your corner is pretty crazy. Ruthless, toothless Robbie Lawler. Yeah, they're going to give this fight to Basil, but it's close, man. And Mickey's doing well, bro. Mickey's doing well. I just don't understand. Like, I know that they both attempted a takedown in that round, but I want to see some more grappling from these guys just because that's where they're most dangerous. Let's see them do something, man. Let's see them do something. They're shooting takedowns, but they're not imposing their will once they get there. That's the issue. They're shooting takedowns, but once they hit the mat, they're like letting their opponent up. It's just the I gotcha takedown. Like, oh, I can put you on the map, but let's actually see something, man. Try to go for something. Take a risk. Go for a submission. This is not high-level MMA. Well, it certainly isn't. I mean, these guys would still beat up, like, you know, the average person for sure. Put me in there, it might be a different story. Nah, but like, I wouldn't say that this is the lowest level that the welterweight division has to offer. I would say Mickey Gall is like a slight step up from the biggest can. Mickey Gall would at least win on the Contender Series. Oh, there's a nasty elbow and a punch from Mickey. You know what? Mickey is in this fight. He could win this round. Eye poke. Was there an eye poke? Oh, beautiful shots for Mickey Gall. Mickey Gall might win this round. Don't let Basil Hoffus' menacing look and winding up of his punches fool you. Basil Hoffus is being lit up right now in this round. He's been caught with like 5 solid shots. He's only landed one. There's another solid shot, and a right hand behind it for Mickey. Mickey's winning this round. Oh, there's a big bopping shot from Hafiz. That was a big sack of potatoes over the top. and a teep to the body. They both land there. Oh, big uppercut from Basil. Oh, he rocked Mickey. Mickey didn't like that uppercut. Oh! Mickey dropped him! Mickey spun him around and dropped him with a right. Mickey's in charge. He's winning this round. Now Basil's throwing a 1-2. This is a good fight. No way this dude went life and death with JDM. I mean, to be honest, his only real success in that fight came from like getting a bunch of takedowns, and JDM helped him half the time pulling guillotine, but he was getting whooped on the feet. But still, oh, big shot for Mickey. Dude, Mickey's winning this round. Thank you for the $2. But yeah, it is pretty crazy. Still, you would think he would easily beat Mickey Gall. Wow. They're both landing. This is a crazy fight right now. Here's a takedown attempt from Basil. Mickey Gall goes for a guillotine, but he's not going to get it. And Basil's on top of him, and that's going to be the round. That's going to be the round. That's going to be the round. Basil Hafiz is going to win. Mickey's ahead on the feet. Well, you never know if they count it as a knockdown. If they count that as a knockdown, then Mickey still wins the round. But we'll see. Maybe Basil can get a finish. He said that his submission game was awesome and that he was surprised JDM survived. So let's see. Oh, I guess not. I guess not. Mickey Gall's up on his feet. Let's hope that he TKOs Basil. Honestly, I'm not so happy with this performance from Hafiz. I expected more from him. There's a nice right hand. Yeah, Hafiz looks more gassed out than Mickey. Dude, Basil might get finished. There's still 2 minutes on the clock. Every Gilly attempted today has failed. Yeah, Poirier is going to fail too. Oh, 3-piece from Gall. Yeah, Gall is winning this round. Gall's schooling him. Basil, please hit me, Hafiz. Yeah. There's a head kick attempt from Hafiz. There's a big clubbing shot from Basil. And there's a takedown from Basil. Gets stuffed by Mickey. And Mickey's going for a standing guillotine, and there's a knee. And there's a sweep piece special down the middle for Mickey. But a nice jab behind it from Basil, letting him know that he's got the sweet pea special as well. There's a takedown attempt, and Mickey Gall stuffs it. Get out of there, man. You don't want to be in there, man. Oh, yeah, now they're slugging. Now they're slugging. Dude, let's see if they point down to the canvas. I guarantee you, my prediction, they're going to point down to the canvas. Ah, there's the takedown from Basil. I guess we're not going to see a point down moment. It doesn't matter. Basil's not winning this round. He might win the fight, but he's not winning this round. Boo! Boo! Yeah, good. They should boo him. We want to see a slugfest after Holloway and Gagey. Point to the ground slugfest if you want to become a fan favorite, if you want to be remembered. He's going to win the fight. You may as well risk it. Slug at the last second. Yeah, he's going to point down. Point down. Point down. Point down. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Let's go! Woo-hoo! Yeah! Yeah, that's a good moment. Shout out to Basil. He didn't have to do that. Shout out to Basil. You know what? I think that was even cooler than Holloway. That was an even cooler moment than Holloway, because when Holloway did it, he was up 4-1. Basil did it. There was 4 seconds on the clock. Holloway did it with 10 seconds. He pointed down with 10 seconds on the clock. Basil Hafiz had 4 seconds on the clock, dude. Talk about risky. Talk about risk getting KO. There's 4 seconds left, bro. That was even crazier. The Holloway effect. Dude, I love it. I love the fact that fighters are always doing that these days. It's awesome. And they get up to their feet at the last second. Makhachev would never do that, though. Makhachev would never do that. Dude, Poirier's so awkward in his commercials. Poirier's so awkward in his commercials, bro. Poirier doesn't know how to act. Poirier can't act natural, bro. You know, people make fun of Mark Zuckerberg for being a lizard. Poirier is kind of Zuckerberg-like in all of his commercials. Poirier is the guy saying, go sports in the stand in these commercials, bro. But that was an amazing fight. I think they're going to give that to Basil. But you know what? The last round is a Mickey Gall round. Last round is a Mickey Gall round. Now, this is just some Mountain Valley spring water. I hope the Holloway effect happens on every card. I mean, it just did. It has been. It's been happening quite a bit. At least with the crowd events. At least with the crowd events. Let's see who they give it to. 30-27 is disgraceful. Well, we're 3-0, but 30-27 is disgraceful. 30-27 is disgraceful. It should have been 29-28. I guess they didn't count the final round to 10-8. Fair enough. Maybe the knockdown wasn't great enough, but that should be a Mickey Gall round. A knockdown should at least be a 10-9. A knockdown should at least be a 10-9. It should have been 29-28. 30-27 is dumb. But I'm 3-0 tonight, so the streak continues. Man, Mickey's tough, man. Yep, I told you. He said he thought he could knock him out early. He went in there looking for a KO. Left his fight IQ at the doorsteps. Thank you for the $2. Is Hafez the real Holloway? Yeah. I mean, I think so. Dude, Holloway risked his win with Justin Gaethje with 10 seconds left. Basil Hafez risked it with 4 seconds left. There's a big difference. It takes balls to risk it. No, Basil Hafez was grappling and decided to stand up with 4 seconds left. So not only did he beat Holloway with the seconds thing, I mean, you think it's tough, you think it's risky to slug for 10 seconds, try slugging for 4. And also, he got up from the ground, bro. He had decent position on and he got up. He risked everything, brother. Good stuff from Basil Hafez. Good stuff from Basil Hafez. I'm happy that we're 3-0. We're 3-0, baby! You know what? Shout out to Mickey Gall. He's not as bad as people make him out to be. He's not as bad as people make him out to be. It's just that if I'm Mickey Gall and, you know, you've had a tough UFC career, dude, your most dangerous aspect of your game is not your striking. You couldn't knock out a fly. If I'm Mickey Gall, I'm going in there and I'm looking for a submission by any means necessary. All right? I know Hafez is hard to take down, but, you know, when you drop him, jump on him. Jump on him, man. It's a lot easier than it would be for most people. You know, people, they say it's a lot easier said than done. No, it's easy. It's easy. Oh, look, a Guerrero. In memory of Gene Guerrero. I'm joking. In memory of Gene Herrera. Rest in peace to Gene Herrera. Rest in peace to Gene Herrera. I actually didn't know about this death. That's pretty sad. Thank you for the $5. Commentary was awful for that fight, overreacting to every single strike that Gall landed and didn't acknowledge anything Basil landed. Well, yeah, I think a big part of that, I agree. I do agree. I think a big part of that was that Basil started so strong and they were just surprised. It's like the Moreno and Figueiredo effect. In the first fight for Moreno and Figueiredo, I remember Rogan was going ham for Moreno. Rogan was glazing Moreno so much in that fight because he was just surprised that he was doing well. It was a little bit surprising that, you know, that Basil Hafez was getting his ass whooped by Tootsie Punches and Tootsie Roll Mickey Gall. Tootsie Punch Gall. Thank you for the $2. Why are you drinking vegetable oil? I'm not drinking vegetable oil. I'm not drinking vegetable oil. This is water, bro. Rogan says never stand up to fighters, even if it's boring. I know it's actually a horrible thing that he says that because it's very easy to maintain half guard on the ground, like extremely easy to maintain half guard on the ground. Sometimes. No, listen. Sometimes And I'm saying it's easy to maintain half guard or it's easy to camp in half guard if you're a good grappler, of course. But for those grapplers that are good enough to keep those positions, sometimes they'll just stay in those positions and they have no plans of looking for a finish or risking going for a submission or anything like that. They're not trying to finish the fight. They're just stalling, just counting down the seconds to run out the clock so that they can win on the judges' scorecards, which is fine to win on the judges' scorecards, but they're not doing anything. And it's the same thing as standing on the feet and doing this and not throwing any punches, not throwing any kicks. It's like Ngannou versus Derek Lewis. You can't let that happen. The referee needs to step in during an Ngannou and Lewis fight and tell them to fight, right? That's what should happen if you're a grappler and you're literally doing nothing, okay? Now, that's only if your opponent is not able to get up and you're also not doing anything. Right? If your opponent's trying to get up to their feet and you're keeping them down and, you know, you're transitioning to different places to keep them down, then it's a little bit different. Basil got off the sauce. I bet he was maybe still on it. There are ways to still be on it. Thank you for the $2, Zay. Wilder Zhang starting? Yeah, let's check that out. Let's check it out. Wilder versus Zhang. May as well pull it up for a second. Let's go to the East. Let's go to ESPN on the East. Here we go. Is it actually starting? Let's see. I know Turki Ali is a big fan of boxing, and he actually hit me up this morning. Turki Ali, obviously he's awesome, man. But he let me know, brother, just watch the fight, brother. I give you free access to pay-per-view. I said, all right, let's do it, man. Let's do it. He said, as long as you stream, brother, and you react to it, we'll do it. And I said, all right, let's do it, man. So here we go. Queensberry versus Matchroom, 5v5. Win speech, Basil. How weight drained was JDM? True, I agree with that. It was a good speech from Basil. Win speech from Basil. And then how weight drained was JDM? Extremely weight drained. If you guys don't know, JDM fought Basil Hafiz a week after cutting weight to 170 where he didn't fight an opponent. Now, that's been done. Fighters have fought back-to-back weeks. Damon Blackshear did it. Hamzat Chimaev did it. So it's not unheard of. And also, Basil Hafiz took it on short notice. So there's that. So it's not like, the most unheard of thing, but still. It is a situation where JDM was weight drained and not at his best. But either way, got to give Hafiz some credit for stepping in on short notice. Anyway, guys, it's time for us to watch Zhang versus Wilder. It's time for us to watch Zhang Wilder. Basil is addicted to being chinned. He hates winning. It seems like it. He's pissed off that he didn't get knocked out with the way that he was fighting. Yeah, I don't look at him the same way. I'm going to talk about that in the, what's that series that I've got going that I didn't do last time? The biggest narrative shift. After the fighters and their narrative shifts after UFC 302, I'll do that. And I'm going to talk about how Basil Hafiz really upsetted me with his horrible fight IQ and, lack of a game plan, lack of strategy, just kind of going in there slugging and looking for a KO. Anyway, Wilder versus Zhang is on. Let's check this out. Of course, I'll react to the prelims, but they're not on yet. What is this, round 2? And here comes Wilder. And Zhang, he's an absolute plodster. Nice right hand from Wilder. Now, Wilder only weighs 214 pounds. Zhang is 285. And he is certainly a little bit lean from the back, but Zhang Weili is... It's not Zhang Weili, I'm sorry. Zhang is built like an absolute refrigerator. What is his name? I know his name is Zhang, but what is his full name? Oh, there's a big shot from Zhang. Oh, he's clubbing Wilder. Wilder's out on the ropes. But now Wilder's slugging back. And Zhang has got him in the refrigerator corner. But there's an uppercut from Wilder. Dude, Wilder's power is overrated as fuck. I'm sorry. Wilder's power is overrated as fuck. And weight matters, bro. You can't go in there 214 pounds. Right? If it don't work in MMA, it don't work in boxing. And Zhang giving him a sweet pea special to the body. Wilder's kind of poking and prodding with the jab, but Zhang is getting in his face. Dude, I don't know what Zhang is made out of, but he has a granite chin. Didn't he get dropped in that Sean Parker fight or that Parker fight, Joseph Parker fight. Turki Ali's a legend, dude. He's honestly one of the legends, bro. Turki Ali's a great guy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people say the Saudi Arabia cards don't have a lot of energy and the fans don't go crazy, but Turki Ali is the GOAT. He's better than Dana White at this point. I mean, Dana White's a pretty good promoter, but, you know, everyone comes second to Turki. Wilder's, you know, looking like he's not able to KO Zhang. Zhang's right there to be hit. It just goes to show Wilder's power is not what people say it is. And Zhang's chin is crazy too. Zhang's chin is crazy. Wilder is actually chinny these days. But from what I'm seeing, Wilder is able to connect. Zhang doesn't have any great defense. He's right there. He's got a big oaf head. He's got a big target to hit. And, like, he's just not even getting stumbled around by any of these. Wilder already looks gassed. I mean, this is crazy. He already looks gassed. So here's Dustin Poirier. Here's a Poirier commercial with Poirier and Grant Dawson. Let's watch an awkward Poirier commercial. That's what Marty always said. If it don't work in MMA, don't even try it in boxing. 100%. 100%. Exactly. Marty Lewis said that back in the 90s when MMA was still considered human cockfighting. He used to say, if that shit don't work in MMA, don't fuck around in boxing. Don't try that shit in boxing. Exactly. Precisely what he used to say. Don't try that shit in boxing. Hey, thank you, Zhang, for gifting one Lucas Tracy MMA membership. Shout out to Zhang. Appreciate that. Yeah. But again, I think that boxers do have a right to talk down on MMA because MMA is not really serious, you know? MMA is not really a serious sport like boxing is. Boxing's been around. It's polished. It's a gentleman's sport. MMA is a bit of a slop fest, you know? And hey, you know, it's a guilty pleasure. I like watching MMA. I absolutely do. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and act like it's more important than boxing. Boxing is classical music. MMA is, you know, tomfoolery. MMA is mumble rap, and boxing is classical music. Lucas, rate the fight out of 10. I give it an 8.5. The last one, Basil Hoffus versus Mickey Gall, I would say it was an 8. I think that, like, it's hard for a fight of that magnitude to be higher than an 8. Just because, you know, there's not anything on the line. The stakes aren't high. We don't really care that much about, like, the outcome of the fight. So it's hard for it to be a 10 out of 10. A 10 out of 10 is when it's like a big fight and it happens to be a war. But I would say it's like maybe an 8. It was a great fight. It was a great fight. Very good fight. You look like you belong in a Marty Lewis era wearing that. Yeah, I mean, that's why I wear it. In the boxing channel. Thank you for the 20 Norwegian krone. Unbanned German Sparrow. Anyway, here we go. Phil Rowe versus Jake Matthews. It's time to switch from boxing to MMA again. The Zhang versus Wilder fight seems to be plodding along a little bit. So here we go. Here we go. Jake Matthews. Jake Matthews is a bit of an anomaly, right? I mean, he came into the UFC with a lot of hype. He's been very inconsistent. Seemed to have had a, you know, second life in his career after knocking out the Portuguese guy. I forget his name. Totally washed up. Andre Fialho, but he's had some close fights and some tough losses since then too. I'm picking Phil Rowe. This is a risky pick, though. Phil Rowe showed some horrible fight IQ against Magny. Went into a Magny fight looking to clinch. I mean, you have to be some idiot to do that. So let's see if he can fix things up. If Phil Rowe goes in here trying to have a pocket boxing fight, then of course he's going to lose. But if he can stay at range, I think he'll win this. 1 to 10, how inbred are Makhachev and Neil Magny? I don't think Magny is that inbred. I think he just looks a little weird. And then Makhachev, he probably is 10. 10 out of 10. Thank you for the $2, Doctor. Thank you so much. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Phil Rowe versus Jake Matthews. The clock is a little bit behind, but yeah, 4 minutes and 31 seconds on the clock. Forgot about the timer. I got to drink some coffee, guys. I'm going to get some coffee after this fight. Nice body shot from Jake Matthews. And a strong low kick from Matthews. Let's see if Rowe actually fights behind his long, rangy attacks, or if he just kind of pit-paps around. Another kick from Matthews. Strong calf kick from Matthews, but Rowe checked that one. And an oblique kick for Matthews. Phil Rowe taking a patient approach to this. Matthews just going for a takedown. Going for a Piotr Jan-like back trip. That's pretty crazy. Missed, though. Calf kick for Matthews and a jab to the body. Dude, Phil Rowe, what the fuck is he doing? Oh, nice right hand for Rowe, but Matthews countered with a check hook. But, you know, Phil Rowe's going with an overhand there. Throw a straight 1-2. Oh, Rowe just flexed on him. Nice jab for Rowe. That's what he needs to do. Nice right hand from Rowe. And a straight punch from Rowe. That's exactly what he needs to do. Sit behind the straight shots. He's got the reach advantage. That's all he needs to do. And there's a nice body shot from Matthews and a jab to follow that up. Is that Jesse on fire that I see? I think I just saw Jesse on fire in the crowd. Nice calf kick from Matthews. Rowe is going to lose this round based on being too patient if he doesn't get a knockdown or a knockout. Nice 1-2 from Rowe. Rowe just landed a nice check hook, and he's got Matthews' nose bleeding. Matthews has a nosebleed. Oh, nice check hook for Matthews. And they're slugging in the pocket. But you don't want to get in the pocket with Matthews. That's where he's best. Rowe should just sit behind the 1-2s. Look at that jab. Just, dude, spam the jab, and he's going to be able to tag Matthews up, and he's going to be able to follow with the right hand. Another stiff jab from Rowe. Matthews is outstriking him, but Rowe is landing whenever he throws the straight shots. It's just he's not doing it a lot. Jake is busted up, man. That right hand is a piston. Even though he's absolutely winning this round. Well, Joe, he's winning this round, Joe. He's winning this round, Joe. Nice defense from Phil Rowe, who just kind of stunted on him again. A minute on the clock. But Rowe is about to lose this round due to inactivity. Beautiful shot from Matthews. Matthews is looking good right now. Matthews is looking great. There's a jab from Rowe. I guarantee you when the round ends, Rogan's going to say, wow, strong round for Rowe. Beautiful round for Rowe. That jab of Phil Rowe is excellent. Dude, are they ignoring all of Matthews' punches? Flying knee just misses. And a nut shot on Phil Rowe. And we are going to have the ability to catch up with the timer. And Phil Rowe's down for the count. This is a new ref. I don't know this ref. Maybe I've seen him like once or something. The next 3 fights are better than the first 3 on the main card. I agree. I agree with you. Morano and Nico Price has no business being on the main card. He grabbed it? Yeah, that didn't have a lot of impact, dude. What the fuck is wrong with Rowe? That doesn't look very painful at all. Yeah, it didn't seem like much. Yeah, for sure. I want Makhachev to win. I want to see him move up a weight class. We never see a Daggy try another weight class with a belt. I know, we've never seen it. I'd like to see that too. I want him to win based on the future of the sport. Anyway, here we go. Lucas Tracy looks like Pusha T. Hey, thank you, man. I know what you're talking about. Pusha T has this these sort of shirts, bro. He's got this sort of style, man. Yeah, Matthews is winning these exchanges, and he just badly rocked Phil Rowe. And now Phil Rowe's on his back, cowering away at the end of the round. Matthews is winning the round. That's a Matthews round. That's a Matthews round. They better not give that to Rowe. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? DC? DC just said, this is what Jake needs to do. He needs to make it ugly. He needs to make it ugly. As if that was the only success he had in the fucking round. They're acting like his right hand in the grappling exchange was the only part of the round where he had success. For every single one of Phil Rowe's punches, there was 10 strikes from Jake Matthews. That's a Jake Matthews round. And I'm picking Rowe, but he's not being very active in his approach. And Jake Matthews has a decent chin, so Rowe has to throw. No pun intended. Rowe's got to throw. Rowe's got to row. He's not rowing enough. Seriously. Jake Matthews is winning this fight. And there's a crispy jab. There's a crispy jab. That was one of his 6 punches that landed during that round. Wow, Phil Rowe, so good. Phil Rowe's getting his fucking ass whooped. Wilder's out. Dude, Wilder needs to retire. Wilder needs to retire. Wilder needs to desperately retire. I mean, he's gotten so much brain damage throughout his career. Here we go. Here we go. Round 2. Yeah, Rowe's just not being very active right now. This is not a good performance from Phil Rowe. Look, more body shots. More body shots for Matthews. Zhang slept the fuck out of Wilder. I'm going to need to see that. Thank you for the $2. Not surprising. I mean, Wilder's 214, Zhang is 285. You can't have that much of a difference in weight. And also, Wilder has no chin. And his power's overrated as fuck. You kind of look like the baby. Hey, man. Thank you, man. Hey, man. Oh! He hurt Phil Rowe. Matthews is having the performance of a lifetime. Phil Rowe's fighting like an absolute idiot. He's hardly throwing. He's throwing like 5 punches around. And Jake Matthews is just teeing off on him. And the commentators are acting like Rowe is in the lead of this fight. There's a nice jab from Rowe. Wow, beautiful jab from Rowe. I guess he's winning the round. Oh, that might have hurt him a little bit. That might have hurt him a little bit. Rogan and DC are showing up with some tomfoolery tonight, guys. Look at this. Pocket boxing with Jake Matthews. What is he doing, man? Rowe is looking tired after throwing 5 punches in the first round. I'm never picking Phil Rowe to win a fight after this. I mean, to be fair, I picked Rowe by decision, but where's the grappling, too? This guy's competing with Gordon Ryan in grappling. He's competing with Craig Jones in grappling, but, like, won't even shoot a fucking takedown on Jake Matthews. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to test out my grappling and compete in 50 jiu-jitsu events. I just think it'll be a big, help to my MMA game. And then he never uses it. Nice calf kick from Rowe. Hope you didn't pick Randy Brown too. I did pick Randy Brown. I did pick Randy Brown. But, Matthews is inconsistent. He's doing pretty well in this fight. But Rowe just isn't throwing. Like, Rowe is not deterring Matthews from just closing the distance. He's not giving Matthews anything to fear. Other than a fucking calf kick once a minute. Look at this. Look, Rowe's just getting backed up. He looks like he's about to cry. He's getting his fucking ass whooped. I mean, this is... There's a nice knee from Rowe, but this is just a horrible performance. I mean... Yeah. But, you know, if you pick against him next time, then he'll probably get a first-round TKO. Rowe is done. Yeah. He's not throwing anything. Rowe is mentally defeated already. Wow, body kick with nothing on it. He's gassed out. Gassed out after throwing 2 punches around. Rowe is gassed after having a very low output approach. Jake Matthews just comfortably outstriking him. Horrible fight. This fight sucks. What is he doing? What are you doing, bro? Another jab from Jake Matthews. What is this guy doing? He's just fucking standing there doing nothing. He's taking he's taking something out of Shamil Ghaziev's book. He's taking a page out of Shamil Ghaziev's book. Staring at his opponents. More body shots, and he's beckoning him on like, hey, yeah, bring more of that. Oh, that where? Ooh, one right hand. One right hand. Wow, crazy. Jake Matthews is easily winning this fight. I just don't understand why the commentary isn't talking about the fact that Rowe isn't doing anything. Like, how are they not seeing this? How are they not talking about, bro, Rowe's not doing shit. Like, what is this guy doing right now? He's not throwing it. This is pathetic. Rowe is just accepting defeat. He's just accepting defeat. He's accepting defeat. It's over. Rowe wants to lose. He's out, mentally checked out. You may as well throw in the towel. You know what? If I'm Rowe's coach, I'm saying, hey, man, you want to quit? You're basically done, right? You got to ask him right now, hey, you mentally defeated, right? We're about to throw in the towel whether you like it or not. They got to throw in the towel. Whether Rowe likes it or not, throw in the towel. This is an abomination. You can't let someone fight like this. This is pathetic. You know, respect to Jake Matthews, but Rowe's just literally not doing anything. Rowe came in here with a slow-ass approach. They don't like disrespecting fighters. Yeah, they'll never disrespect fighters. At the end of the third round, they'll say, you know, maybe Rowe should maybe increase the output a little bit. Like, dude, just say it how it is. Like, this guy ain't doing shit. He looks like he's shitting his jocks, and he's mentally checked out and mentally defeated. And Anik would say, but that's not the cloth on which he's cut. Oh, it absolutely is tonight, though, Anik. It absolutely is tonight. Bruh, shut up, man. Phil Rowe's an absolute savage. He's putting it all on the line. Yeah, sure. Phil Rowe's afraid to throw a fucking punch. Phil's downloading data. Yeah, he's downloading data. 1-1. It's not 1-1. No way is it 1-1. Phil Rowe lost the first round, too. And I picked Phil Rowe. I want him to win so I can get my pick right. Oh, there we go. There's some output from Rowe. There's some output from Rowe. Ew, there's a takedown from Rowe. There's a takedown from Rowe. And Jake Matthews is the one that reverses it. Now he's on top of Rowe, and that's the round. Well, let's see what all this grappling has done for Phil Rowe. Oh! Look at this. But look at this. Phil Rowe finally gets something going. I guess the grappling was legit. He easily reversed Jake Matthews. Look at this. All the grappling against Gordon Ryan and Craig Jones paying off, even though he got destroyed in those matches. If he can't hold down Jake Matthews, then, you know, jiu-jitsu is just a joke. I know Matthews trains jiu-jitsu too, but Phil Rowe, come on, bro. You should be able to keep this the whole round and just hope that there's a robbery. Story of MMA Guru by Pusha T. What is this? Is that a song name from Pusha T? Story of something? Thank you for the $2, Ask Stone. I'm not familiar with that. I got to see this Wilder KO that you guys are talking about. I got to see the Zhang Wilder KO. But it's good that Rowe is able to control Jake Matthews. But go for a submission because he kind of needs it. He kind of needs it, man. Let's see. Yeah, man, I don't see anything about Wilder and Zhang right now. Come back from Rowe. He needs a finish. He needs a finish, dude. The first round was sort of close, but it was clear. It was a clear Jake Matthews round. Lucas Tracy closes the fridge door with his hip. No, I don't. I close it with my hands or with my fist or with my knee if I have something in my hand, bro. Like, yeah, I don't. Oh, look at this. I don't close the fridge door with my hips, bro. Ah, dude, Phil Rowe's done. Phil Rowe's done. So I got my first pick wrong of the night, guys. This is where it starts to fall off. This is a bad sign. If you're 3-1, that's not a good sign. You want to at least be 5-0 at the start of a night so you can afford to lose a couple times. Now Jake Matthews is choking out Phil Rowe with one hand. Phil's playing mind games. True. It definitely could be true. Phil could just be right where he wants to be. Phil has him right where he wants him. He's in bottom position on half guard. He's looking to tie up the leg. Oh, but see this. This is high-level stuff. He's going to hold that ankle. Let's tune into Joe Rogan. Let's see what Rogan has to say. Yeah, this fight's basically done. Yep, so Phil Rowe got outstruck by Jake Matthews and outgrappled. Good for Jake Matthews. Amazing win for Jake Matthews, taking advantage of Phil Rowe. This is the impressive part right here. The impressive part to me is Jake Matthews out-grappling Phil Rowe. But Phil Rowe's been mentally defeated already. And, you know, Rowe looked like he was shitting his pants ever since the nut shot. Like, he's just been afraid to throw punches. So, yeah, Phil Rowe just quitting. Jake Matthews being the tougher dude. Yeah. And now there's an arm triangle attempt from Jake Matthews. Phil Rowe losing to Neil Magny based on going into the clinch and then not throwing output against a shorter, stockier fighter with a shorter reach where you have to throw output at them to keep them at range. Horrible. Phil Rowe had 1 minute of success in this fight. Yeah. It's not 1-1. It's not 1-1, guys. I think that even if it is, Matthews is going to win, but it's going to be a clean sweep. Clean sweep for Jake Matthews. That's the thing about Matthews. It's hard to pick his fights because you never know if his opponents are brain dead. And you also never know how he's going to show up. Matthews looks great tonight. He looks durable. He looks fast. He looks like he's there to fight. He looks motivated. Phil Rowe fought like an idiot. Yeah, you're right. I am the pay-per-view guy, to be fair. I'm the pay-per-view guy. That is true. So we'll probably clean up shop on the main card. Unless Randy Brown gets brutally knocked out and Nico Price gets a KO. That's the thing about Nico Price and Morano. Those are the worst fights to pick. Because usually Nico Price wins by a KO in a comeback moment where he shouldn't win because he has no chin. He got knocked out by a gust of wind against Robbie Lawler. And Alex Morano, even though he looks like he's 40 and he's out of shape, is only 32, right? But, you know, Morano's probably going to lose anyway. Even though I picked him to win. He should win. I would say 3-0 Phil Rowe. I know that people in the chat is saying 3-0 for Jake Matthews, but it's 3-0 Rowe. Just because Matthews did better than we expected him to do doesn't mean that he won the fight. Just because Matthews surprised us doesn't mean that he won. You have to give it to Phil Rowe. No, I'm joking. Phil Rowe got whooped. 3-0. Phil Rowe shit his pants. Quit midway through the fight and was throwing no output. So he did nothing good in this fight outside of one takedown and a couple of good right hands in the first. Horrible performance and good performance for Jake Matthews. How can you think? Yeah, Rowe didn't win. Obviously, Rowe didn't win. Rowe got swept. 5-0 Wilder. Dude, let me check the Wilder KO. I haven't seen it yet. Let's react to it. Let's react to the Wilder KO. Oh, yeah, there it is. Zhang Weili flatlines. Dude, flatlined. I'm sorry, Zhang Zhang. Sorry, guys. Here it is, flatline. Boom. Boom. A clobbering hook. Wow. Damn, dude. Flatlined Wilder. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't necessarily a flatline, but. Yeah. I mean, that's what you get for going into a fight 214 pounds against someone that's 280. You can't be doing that shit, man. You gotta bulk up a little bit. Jake Matthews, they didn't rob him. Good. Good for Matthews. We're 3-1. Good for Matthews. Good for Matthews. You know what? I'm a fan of Jake Matthews. I'm happy that he won because Phil Rowe has just showed up with some horrible approaches to his fights, and he's just not able to utilize his talent. That's the issue, man. Phil Rowe is fast. He has a longer reach than everyone. He has the ability to stay at range. He's got a really crisp jab and a nice right hand. But he just can't put it together, dude. He just has horrible approaches to fights. He's just not a very smart fighter. So, yeah. Good win for Jake Matthews. Showcased some gritty boxing. And he was there to fight. Jake Matthews was a game opponent that night. So, good shit. Good shit for Jake Matthews. And here comes, the missing link. Dude, the missing link is back. This is crazy. I can't believe the missing link is back, guys. Dawson has not been seen since that night in September or October against Bobby Green. Went off the face of the earth, was in the Amazon for a little bit. Now he's back. His coaches drug him out of the forest. He's back. He's going to try to put something together. Let's see if his chin can hold up after getting flattened by Bobby Green. But yeah, seriously, like no one has ever fallen off as hard as Grant Dawson did. Grant Dawson was like becoming Steve Ercik. You guys remember that? Dawson was becoming Steve Ercik in his Bobby Green buildup. Remember that? Where the of course, like he was a main event in the UFC, did like a behind the scenes footage of like their training camp. And everyone was learning about Dawson's story and his backyard brawls and how he got into the UFC and he was like the everyman. And then he gets KO'd with one punch by Pillow Hands Bobby. And then he falls off the face of the earth, dude. At least he got himself a commercial with Poirier. I'm a fan of Dawson. I like Dawson. I actually like Dawson. He seems like a great guy. And, I actually do respect his grappling. So I hope he wins tonight. I'm not a big fan of Joe Selecki. Joe Selecki's like a slower, plottier version of Dawson. Thank you for the $5. We love Brutus. I feel like having a range advantage actually messes with some of these fighters and is bad for them. They fight way too risk-averse. Yeah. I mean, I could see that in Phil Rowe at the beginning of that fight where it seemed like he was just looking for the KO shot and he was just waiting for like the perfect opening. Yeah, and by being too patient, like if they don't throw a lot of strikes and their opponent gets in on the inside, I mean, usually the guy with the shorter reach will have the advantage like closer in range, right? And then they start getting beat up and they, it's easy to sort of fall behind in a fight sometimes when you're getting your ass kicked. It is hard to make adjustments. But the thing is, when you're Phil Rowe, like you just have to throw strikes. It's that simple. You just have to throw. But I understand why it's hard to make adjustments sometimes. Like, I know what it's like to get your ass kicked a little bit. I get it. When you're getting overwhelmed with volume and it's hard to break out of that rhythm. Thank you for the $2.99 Australian dollars. Remember, Bobby walked out to ski Yi? I do remember that. Yeah, that was an amazing walkout. Thank you for the $2.99 and knocked him out. Yeah. Thank you, Randy Garcia. Thank you, Bon Carter. Thoughts on Danny Barlow, the real Leon Edwards? The real Leon. Yeah. I think he is the real Leon Edwards. I'm going to do a real video. And I know people are going to get offended because obviously, like, I'm not going to say that, what's his name? Who's that fucker that lost to Neil Magny in Canada? Mike Mallet. I'm not going to say Mike Mallett's the real Leon. Like, obviously, it has to be someone that, looks similar, has a similar aura and vibe. Like, we wouldn't say Peyton Talbot is the real O'Malley if he didn't have, like, the curly fro hair, right? And, like, the funky style. There have to be some similarities, right? If Dawson wins, we comment on UFC Insta that he is the real Charles Oliveira. It depends on how he wins. You have to have a real performance. You can't be considered a real something until you have a real performance. Barlow went out there and lit someone up with a range advantage, with speed, like good striking in the welterweight division. So he had like a good performance. So Dawson has to like, show out with some impressive jiu-jitsu. If he wins by scraping to a decision, we can't say that. But we'll see who the real person is. Let's look for some other potential real people on this card. Let's pull up the card. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Again, let me check it out. Miss Dono, I'm gonna look for the Dono. Thank you for the 3 months membership. Hey, Lucas, if Dustin loses, do you think he'll retire? I mean, what's left? What's left is more money fights for Poirier. He's 35 years old, so I don't think he will retire. Like, I think that he's going to lay his gloves down and say that he's retiring. And I think people are going to treat it as he's retiring, but I don't think he actually will. I think that he's going to come back, just like Aldo did. Aldo retired and then he came back. Okay? I think TKZ might even come back, bro. Like, it's very hard for people to really retire. Poirier at 35, there's no fucking way Poirier is really retiring, bro. He'll be back and accepting of a McGregor fight where he knows he can kick McGregor's ass. He'll say yes to like a Holloway trilogy in the future if Holloway loses to Poirier at and he wants to come back up to 55. Like, he's not going to retire. There's always big fights for Poirier. Anyway, let's check this card. Let's check this card. And let's look for a real something. Here we go. So yeah, if Dawson destroys Joe Solecki, drops him and subs him, we'll say he's the real Oliveira. If Romanov menacingly gets jabbed up by Jailton Almeida and just smiles at him and gasses out, then we'll say he's the real Blob. maybe we could say Blob Part 2. Alexander Blobanov. If Kopylov destroys Cesar Almeida, or if Cesar Almeida beats if Cesar Almeida beats Kopylov, he's the real Pereira. All right? If he destroys Kopylov, then he's the real Pereira. All right, guys? 100%. If he destroys Kopylov. Brown, Dos Santos, I don't know if there's a real person here. This is a totally irrelevant fight. If Nico Price beats Alex Morano, he's the real Robbie Lawler. He's the real washed up Lawler. All right? If Nico Price beats Morano, he's the real Lawler. Or if Morano beats Nico, he's the real Cowboy. Yeah. That'll piss off the hardcore fans and the old heads. Morano's the real Cowboy for taking anyone on anytime, any place. And then, of course, you can't really do a reel with any of these guys. They're already too established. Real Desanya. Yeah. But the biggest one is going to be if Almeida beats Kopylov. Bro, I can't believe we're this close to a Roman Kopylov striking battle, guys. We're so close to Roman Kopylov's return. Best fight on the prelims by far. Third best fight on the entire fucking card. Anyway, here we go. The return of the missing link. There's Dawson. There's Grant Dawson. The backyard brawler. This ain't the let's see if Dawson remembers that this ain't the backyard brawl. This is the UFC. And people can fuck him up here. Anyway, let's go. 248 or 249. About to be 248. Here we go. Dawson versus Solecki. Let's get it. The missing link is back. If Kopylov grapples, he is the real Chase Hooper. We could say that if he gets a... Oh, there's a flying knee attempt from Dawson and a guillotine. But here comes the slow plotting takedown from the plotter Solecki. Joe Solecki's very strong, but he's got that slow man strength. Oh, and here comes Dawson with his elite grappling. And Dawson wants to prove that the hater's wrong. Dawson knows that he got slapped out cold by Bobby Green with pillow hands, and he doesn't like that. He wants to let people know, I am the best grappler fighting out of the U.S. right now. John versus Alex is more competitive than Suga versus Pantoja. Jones versus Alex is more competitive. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it might. I mean, honestly, both of them could be competitive. I could see Pantoja eating a punch from O'Malley and like taking him down and out grappling him. I do think that he could out-grapple O'Malley and keep him on the mat. Like, just because Pantoja is a smaller guy doesn't mean he doesn't have the grappling skill, but yeah, I think O'Malley would tune him up. But I think Jones would just take down Pereira in the first and submit him. I don't... Oh, there's a guillotine attempt from Joe Selecki. And Joe Selecki has that slow plodding strength. And he's really got that slow man's plodding strength. But he's got a guillotine and it's tight. But, oh, here comes Dawson. Dawson's really trying to pop his head out. Dude, if Dawson gets choked out in the first and knocked out in the first, that'd be crazy. Oh, and Dawson's out, though. And let's see what Dawson can do. Let's see what Dawson can do. Two great grapplers going at it. Two great grapplers going at it. Let's see if Dawson can get the back, because he's phenomenal at getting the back, but we rarely see him get it out of guard. So we'll see if he can transition to half guard, get into mount. Let's see what Dawson can do here, because he's not known for his ground and pound. But he's got hustle and he's got heart. That's the thing about Grant Dawson. He's got a lot of hustle. But right now it's a bit of a stalling match. You know, Joe Selecki is pretty decent on the ground. So this is not a pushover like we thought Bobby Green may have been. Yeah, a bit of a stinky matchup. I guess the only thing interesting about this fight was the missing link coming back, right? The only allure to this fight was Dawson coming off of a brutal KO loss against Pillow Hands Green. But now we know it's going to be a bit of a smudge fest. Selecki is good enough on the ground to mitigate risk and make this the worst fight of the entire card, guys. Selecki's good enough on the ground to make it the worst fight of the night. Because we know Dawson's not going to risk any stand-up in this one. Dawson's showing some really good smudge ability right now. Great smudge from Dawson. Let's see if he can get into half guard, though. Because, listen, Joe Selecki might be good on the ground, but, you know, so was Thiago Moises, and Makhachev still submitted him. Took him a minute, though. Took him a minute, but still. You know, Dawson, if you're going to claim that you're that guy on the ground, then you've got to be able to out-grapple Selecki. Some ground and pound striking attempt from Dawson. But Selecki is really doing a good job off of his back. And oh, there's a cut opened up on someone. I wonder who's cut. There is a cut opened up. Maybe that is on Dawson. It looks like Dawson's bleeding because it doesn't look like that's Selecki. Dawson is leaking right now. Hey, shout out to the Blob. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Shamil the Blob Gaziev. Grant Dawson looks like a fighter pilot. A little bit. A little bit. This is a stinky fight, yeah. Yeah, man, this fight sucks. Rogan loves these fights. Man, you can't stand this up, man. This is high-level shit. I mean, these guys are going to war. They're going to battle. They're going to absolute battle. This fight sucks. Stand them up. Boo. You'll hear some boos in the second round, I guarantee it. Boo. Oh, nice elbows from Dawson. There we go. Good elbows from Dawson. Well, at least I'll get my pick right. We'll go 4-1. Brother, thank you for the support. Hey, Shamil, good to see you in the chat. Let's get an interview, man. Let's get an interview and start making some merch. There's a promise, guys. When I interview Shamil, not if I interview him, when I get the Shamil Gaziev interview, I will get him to make merchandise. I will convince him. I can't promise that I'll convince him, but I'll get him to make merch. I'll try. Dawson's cut, but he landed some good shots on Selecki. That is a Dawson round. I know that people, you know, go crazy for cuts, but I'm sorry, like a cut in a smudge fest is not going to the guy that's on bottom that like caused it accidentally. Would you get flown out by a WNBA player? I mean, dude, some of them are attractive, but I'm in a relationship, so no. But yeah, some of them are attractive, but no, bro. Ultimate Snuggle Championship. Yep. Ultimate Snuggle Championship. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough, man. I see you're hating, dude. You just can't appreciate high-level grappling. It's fine if you can't appreciate it. Go and watch Ruthless Toothless Robbie Lawler if you really want. This is the real high-level stuff. I mean, this is really what the UFC's about. This is really what the UFC's about. Okay? Selecki won the round, but they'll give it to Dawson. How did Selecki win that round? Selecki didn't do jack shit in that round. He landed a couple of pit pats off of his back, but Dawson landed some strong elbows and had control. I just don't think that a simple cut is something that you can really score to someone when it was accidental, a headbutt in a smudge fest, you know? But either way. Listen, I don't have an issue with wanting a Frank Trigg slugfest, but, you know, this is really high-level martial arts, and if you don't like this, you're a casual. Oh, let's see Dawson. Let's see if he can take shots on the feet. Dawson is going to shoot. He's going to get a takedown right here. Oh, easy takedown from Grant Dawson. Easy takedown from Dawson. Bobby saved us from this guy being in the top 10. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, as this fight goes on, I'm becoming more and more thankful that Bobby Green knocked this dude out, because this fight sucks. Listen, Dawson was never fireworks. He was never entertaining, but he always had that hustle, and I always respected the fact that he easily outgrappled Demirs Magulov, who got a ton of hype. You guys remember Demirs Magulov being hyped up by all the hardcore fans, and Dawson just made him look like a fool, outgrappled him easily. Dawson's like the Jilton Almeida of lightweight. That's the best way to describe it. He's Jilton Almeida. He's rarely able... Well, you know what? I will say this. Sort of like Almeida, Dawson has a ton of finishes. Dawson has a bunch of submissions. He has like 5 submissions in his career so far. But now, at this point, he's not finishing anyone anymore, and he's just taking people's back and controlling them on the ground. But you know what? It's still only the beginning of the second round. Like, there could be a little bit of damage done. I literally did your job, networked, and got you an interview with Danny Barlow, and I never stood him up. Bitch about interviews while big time. I've never stood anyone up and big timed anyone. I'm going to interview Danny Barlow. I'm going to reach out to him. But I'm waiting for his next fight announcement. We got to do it when these guys have a fight. Yeah, they're booing Dawson. They are booing him. But yeah, I'll definitely interview him. If he even accepts. You say that he has, but I'll have to hit him up. Selecki is not going to win, pulling guillotines and chilling on his back. Well, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, this looks good for Dawson, and he is winning this round, but the blood on Selecki's face is all coming from Grant Dawson's cut. Jilton Almeida is a pacifist. Yeah, Dawson's a pacifist, and I respect it. He's an Amish guy. You know, Dawson's basically, we got to call him the Amish. Grant the Amish Dawson. He's an Amish guy. He's a pacifist. He doesn't believe in violence. He's going out there to punch just so that the referee can let him stay on the mat. He's only punching so that the ref gets distracted and doesn't stand them back up. But this by no means is meant to finish the fight. Dawson has no intentions of hurting anyone in the cage. But you know what? He is easily outgrappling Selecki, but this is a smudge fest. This fucking sucks. I'll admit it. I do, cut grapplers slack sometimes when they're throwing ground and pound. And you know what? Dawson is landing some tight elbows, but he's not getting any leverage from them. There's some good ground and pound shots. There's 3 in a row. There's some good shots right there. Some good ground and pound shots. Dawson's going to be given every single round. This is going to be an easy win for him. But he's back. But you know what? I won't be surprised if Dawson gets cut from the UFC, even if he's coming off of a win. Like, if you keep fighting like this and you don't have a big name, if you have the last name that ends with an OV, you're not going to get cut. But if your last name is Dawson and you fight like this, you're honestly in danger of being cut. But I still like Dawson. I still think he's a decent guy. And, I respect his hustle. I respect the fact that he's a hungry man. He is hungry. You got to give him that. He is hungry. But man, this sucks. Dawson versus Gamrot for the SMF competition. The smudge motherfucker. Yeah, the smudger. The SMFer. Yeah, the SMF award. They got to make a belt. I honestly wonder who gets the... You know what? I bet that I bet that Gamrot gets the better of Dawson because Gamrot's rage, fueled by his autism, is probably a little bit more OP than Dawson's, gritty backyard brawling rage. So I think that maybe Gamrot, just by virtue of being a little bit more intense, probably gets the better of the smudge grappling sessions. Just because Gamrot's really gritting his teeth, when he does it. And better chain wrestling, yeah. Better cardio maybe too. But Dawson's cardio is pretty legit. Yeah, but these are good training partners for Poirier because Dawson and Gamrot are his training partners. But again, they're just nowhere near as good as Makhachev. Frank Trigg got his ass whooped by Bruce Buffer. That's crazy. Yeah, I've heard that, man. I've heard Buffer used to whoop his ass, bro. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but I can't confirm if I've actually heard that from a reliable source. Well, 2 rounds to 1 from Dawson. I guess, wait, that's not even the 3rd round. Never mind. We're going into the 4th. I'm losing my mind watching this horrible fight. The last couple of fights were a little bit slow. I mean, I will say I was hyped to see Dawson fight, but very disappointing that this is his comeback performance. But to be honest, like, did I really expect anything that much better? I thought that it was just going to be Dawson on the back. So maybe this is better than Dawson just on the back. Not one single finish? Bro, you're right. There's not been a single finish on tonight's card. Yeah, this card sucked so far. We're about to see some decisions on the main card too, with Nico Price and Morano and Randy Brown. Randy Brown's not a finisher either. Probably not going to be a finish with Kevin Holland and Mikhail Alexeychuk too. Please, P-Head win. Also, you're short, lol. Well, thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. The missing link. Protesting after a nut shot. And he's back to it. Let's see if Selecki can come to terms with the missing link. Let's see if he can come to an understanding with this. Dawson's like a lemur, bro. He's like a lemur. And these guys are all chimps. Dawson's the lemur of the pack, bro. He's built different. And Dawson has him down. And the fight is over. The fight is over. I bet if I were to have a shit break right now, I wouldn't miss anything. Let me guess. Dawson's going to out-grapple him and hardly do any damage for the rest of the fight. Boo. This is where the fans need to throw their tomatoes. The UFC should hand out tomatoes for these moments. And they should have a big scoreboard like they do at football and baseball games telling people to make noise, and they should say, throw your tomatoes. Tomato time. With the Cotton Eye Joe song playing in the background. Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Cotton Eye Joe. It's tomato time and banana time. Banana peel time. We still have a Kopylov fight incoming? True. Yeah. Damn, bro. They put Dawson and Jailton Almeida back-to-back. Fuck, man. But you're right. We still have a Kopylov fight incoming. That's good. Kopylov and Almeida are going to save it. They're going to have a wicked striking match. Unless Kopylov shoots for a takedown and stinks it up. And takes the path of least resistance. I bet Kopylov's a better grappler than Dylan Budka. Wannabe hardcore fans and all their hardcore fans would also argue that, dude, Dylan Budka's the savage on the ground. Like, Dylan Budka's a way better grappler, but Kopylov would out-grapple him. Kopylov's a better grappler than that guy. Kopylov's overrated? Why? Why is Kopylov overrated? Why is he overrated? Brother, he got submitted by a grappling guy who's unstoppable with his cardio and submits everyone and finishes everyone on the ground. His striking's overrated. Bro, people were saying that Kopylov had a chance to beat Izzy, but he got submitted by Anthony Hernandez. Like, okay, the two, they don't have anything to do with each other. They don't have anything to do with each other. Roman Kopylov getting subbed by a grappler has nothing to do with his striking. I was bullshitting around in the chat, but I'm dead ass. He was down. I'm actually down. I'm down to do an interview with any of these UFC fighters because I've never done one. But it has to be the right time. It has to be the right time. Especially with a prospect, it's always best to do it right before their next fight. You're acting like Kopylov hasn't only beaten bums. I mean, true. True, he has only beaten bums. but his losses have been very permissible. You know, he lost when it was statistically permissible to lose against a grappler. Right? It's not like he lost and got outstruck by a striker. He got outpaced and outgrappled by the guy that outpaces and outgrapples everyone. I think that Anthony Hernandez is the real Khamzat Chimaev. So that's all I got to say. Him getting beat by Anthony Hernandez, the way Hernandez beat him, is like him getting beat by Khamzat. If he got choked out by Khamzat, people would say, yeah, but it's Khamzat Chimaev. You know, it's no big deal. Khamzat's level of competition before facing Gilbert Burns was worse than Anthony Hernandez's level of competition before he faced Roman Kopylov. Fact. Okay? Hernandez arguably has a better resume than Khamzat Chimaev. Outside of a Gilbert Burns win, he has a better resume because Khamzat has a draw with Usman, which, you know, to be fair, I'll take that back because a draw with Usman is still better than a loss. A draw with Usman, okay, but it's close. Very close. And Hernandez doesn't just beat cans. He's like beat a lot of decent guys. Hey, outgrappled an ADCC level guy. I forget his name, but choked him out, right? Vieira. Outgrappled Vieira. Destroyed Edmund Shabazian. Beat the trudger and the slugger Marc-Andre Barriou. Right? Destroyed Roman Kopylov. Like, he's got a good resume for someone that's not ranked. He has a great resume. He's only fought tough competition. This is a preview of Lucas versus Bedtime. Yeah, but, you know, I'm the one that's blonde. Bedtime's the guy with the brown hair, so I'm the one winning. Dawson's on top, brother. Last time I checked. Hey, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Zachariah, welcome. Happy to see you join. And that's it. Bobby Knuckles high kicks Khamzat in round 2 and does nothing with it. Bobby Knuckles high kicks Khamzat Chimaev in round 2 and doesn't get a reaction because he has no power. And by round 2, he's already tired. That's the thing. Khamzat Chimaev may not have a good gas tank, but Whitaker, when it comes to facing the adversity and the pressure that he's going to face in the first round, is going to have no sting on his shots outside of the first and is going to have to catch a second wind. I think Whitaker is going to be gassed in the second with Khamzat Chimaev. And I think that maybe he could win by a decision, but he's not going to head kick him, I don't think. I mean, he might head kick him, but he's not going to KO him. Whitaker's going to be too tired to have KO power because he just doesn't naturally hit that hard. But the thing is, you know, Whitaker used to knock people out. People forget, man, but Whitaker on his come up through Murderer's Row, through a really stacked middleweight division, was laying people out, knocking people out. Not anymore, though. It's been 8 years since a Whitaker KO. And there it is. Selecki gets it done. Selecki gets it done against Dawson. Really good win for Joe Selecki. I'm kidding. Good win for Grant Dawson. Boring, though. Boring win for Dawson, but, you know, it is what it is. But Dawson just lost even more stock than he had. Dawson lost even more stock than he had going into this fight, bro. His stock really lowered. Even getting KO'd by Bobby Green, at least you're a meme. Now you're a meme and you're hated. Dawson wasn't hated before the Green fight. Now he's hated and he's a meme. Who scored that 29-28? I don't know, but the judges were just retarded. If Dawson was in the PFL, people like Big John and Josh Thompson, MMA Junkie, would be putting him on the pound-for-pound list, saying he could beat Islam. True. Yeah, they'd be saying that. They would be saying that 100%. They'd say, Josh Thompson would say, but man, that Dawson kid, man. And Big John McCarthy would say, he's pretty good, and, I think he's arguably good enough to be the best in the world. Josh Thompson would respond saying, man, it's just a different level where he's able to go out there and take these guys down and, just easily out-grapple them. And Big John would say, I'd put my money on Dawson against anyone in the world. Anyone in the world. Yeah, dude. 100%. 100% they'd be glazing. Do you think, and you know what? Dawson is a good grappler. Like, he just is, but I'll admit it, he's a smudge grappler. He hardly gets any finishes anymore. He was able to finish like the lower level guys, but yeah. Oh, here's Alexander Blobanov. I used to think Blobanov was like legit, like one of the next things at light heavyweight. Like one of the next guys. Seems like a decent guy, though, Blobinoff. Oh, here's Jilton Almeida. I bet Jilton Almeida is going to get a TKO. I think he's going to get a TKO. Brother, please do not say bad thing about Brother Hamzat. Well, shout out to Brother Hamzat, man. Thank you for the $2, Shamil the Blob Gaziev. Thank you for the $5. We love Brutus. Do you think MMA should have a rule change to be less martial arts and more sport to make fights more exciting? I don't know what you mean by more sport, less smart. Like, what does that even mean? Is it not already like exciting with the fact that it's less? Like, again, the more sport it is, the less exciting it might be. You know what I mean? Because you want it to be a fight, right? So then if you wanted it just to be about sports and all that, then you would let people just smudge each other against the canvas for 15 minutes. I don't really know what you mean. And I don't know why martial arts and sports have to be, exclusive. Why can't they just be combined? I mean, the martial arts are sports. I don't know. You'd have to kind of expand on what you mean by that. Thank you for the $5. But I don't think we need rule changes. Actually, I disagree with that. I think that we need to make the scoring criteria a little bit more. I think we need to define it a little bit better. We need to narrow it down a bit more. So I think they should work on that so that there's not, any confusion and that there's an easier way to score fights. And so the judges can be held accountable a bit more. But as far as like the rounds, the minutes and all that, no, I don't think that those should be changed. I think 5-minute rounds are perfect. 3-round fights for non-title fights is perfect. And maybe just allow knees to a grounded opponent and we're ready to go. Romanov used to have aura until round 2 of the Tabora fight. True. Romanov actually had aura coming into the UFC. And he was also becoming a bit of a heavyweight personality. When he was like hip tossing his coach after every fight. Yeah, and then he had that fight with Deborah. And then he had that fight with who's that fat guy with the hole in his chest? One of the toughest guys in the game. Blagoy Ivanov. Blagoy Ivanov is the specialist in the Apex. He's the specialist out of all the heavyweights that are in the cryo chambers at the Apex. And they call him the specialist because he's the NPC that has a granite chin. So they use him to spar Ngannou. If you've seen Ngannou's Instagram page, he'll often spar with Blagoy Ivanov. And Blagoy Ivanov will never get KO'd. He's fought the biggest punchers. He's never been flatlined. He's fought Derek Lewis. He's an NPC that has no ability of getting KO'd. So, yeah, shout out to Blagoy. Hopefully he earns his freedom one day, but I think he's probably stuck in the Apex forever. Which is good for him. They give you food. They give you soup every night. Soup, shelter, warmth, right? Get a couple hours of movement every single day to keep the bolts lubricated, right? And the guy's a granite chin, so he's not taking brain damage. Good for him. Nothing but respect. Romanov is built like my grandpa. Damn, dude, you got a fucking fat grandpa. I'm going to be honest, brother. Got a fat grandpa, man. Got a fat grandpa. No disrespect, man. But, most old people, I mean, I don't know. I guess now that I think about it, there are plenty of fatter, older people. When you're old, you're either really like skinny and you're all skin and bones and you look really weak, or you're just super fat. There's no in between. Lucas, how can you say Lil Soy Hamzat beat Whitaker? He got beat the fuck out of by an gassed Gilbert Burns pushing 40. I mean, Burns wasn't pushing 40 when he fought Hamzat, though. How old is Burns? Burns is like 38 now. Gilbert Burns is 37 today, so he was like 35 when he fought Hamzat Chimaev. That's not even statistically permissible to lose at welterweight. You're not statistically permissible to lose against the number one contender at welterweight until you're 36 or 37. So he fought a young gun, a young whippersnapper in Gilbert Burns, dude. Nah, not a young gun, but still. I'm picking him to beat Whitaker because I think that I just think that that's how their careers are going. I think that Hamzat, I think he's going to beat Whitaker up in the first round or finish him. And I think that I think Whitaker's going to gas a little bit, and I just think Khamzat's going to get him out of there. The reason why I'm picking Khamzat is because we know he's going to win the first. The question is, does Whitaker survive and does Khamzat gas out? I think that Whitaker's going to maybe survive, but I don't think that he'll have his gas tank either. And I don't think Whitaker has finishing ability. And I could see Khamzat just taking him down consistently and smudging him into the canvas, and Whitaker being too tired to like do a lot because of the physicality that he's facing. Right? He's going to have to work hard to get up to his feet and all that. Dude, Jailton Almeida looks fat as fuck in this photo. What the fuck is going on with Almeida? I guess he's gained a little bit of weight, but still, not that much. He does not look close to as lean as he did in his last couple fights, at least in that photo that they just showed. He looks bloated as hell. Khamzat knocks him out with the threat of the takedown. I could see that happening. I could see Khamzat knocking him out with a right hand early. Whitaker's a little bit chinny, and Khamzat can have that welterweight speed. But Whitaker has a good chance to win. Whitaker has a good chance to win. I would like Whitaker to win. I think I want Whitaker to win. To have like an old school takedown defense showcase. I'd love to see that. But I just think the MMA gods are going to want Khamzat. Khamzat has his whole career ahead of him. He's in his backyard, basically. I don't think the stars are going to align for Whitaker. Not that they necessarily need to. I just think it's going to be a tough fight for him. And there's a skill gap between welterweight and middleweight. And that skill gap is maintained for at least a few years after someone moves up. So Khamzat will have that welterweight skill for a while. But even though he's becoming comfy, Khamzat, he's probably going to lose it soon. Brother, Khamzat finishes Whitaker in the first round, inshallah. It might happen. I could see it. Honestly, I hope Romanov beats Almeida. Even if I'd get my pick wrong, it'd be cool to see him win. But I think Almeida's going to get a finish. I think Almeida's going to get a first-round finish. Let's see. Let's hope he puts us out of our misery. Because I'm already starting to feel miserable with this fight. And there's Alexander Blabanov. Here we go. Here we go. Takedown attempt from Almeida. Let's see if Romanov can stuff it. Romanov stuffs it, but here's Almeida, and he gets the blob to the mat. Almeida is already in half guard. He's going to be looking to get into side control or into mount. This is going to be very easy, dude. Jailton Almeida's ability to take people down is like second to none at heavyweight. So easy for him to get takedowns, but I'm happy that the fans are booing him right now. You think fighters we've never seen gas suddenly go into gas? I've seen Whitaker gas. Have you never seen Whitaker gas? I'm pretty sure I saw Whitaker look very tired in the second round against Dricus du Plessis. Whitaker looked... I'm not saying he's going to gas out like a fighter in a 5-round war when they have no more to give. I'm not saying Whitaker's going to look gassed like you would see someone look at altitude that already has a bad gas tank. I'm just saying Whitaker has looked tired in his fights before, after, fighting someone that's been very physical. Look at Whitaker in the 5th round of the Yoel Romero fight, of the rematch. He looked exhausted. Look at Whitaker in the 2nd round of the du Plessis fight. Looked very tired. Never. Yeah, Whitaker has looked tired before in fights, bro. No, the clock isn't accurate, guys. The clock is not accurate. I'm like 15 seconds behind. This fight proves the walrus theory. Oh, yeah, here we go. Almeida's going to choke him out, dude. Almeida's going to choke him out. But he's tucking his chin. Yeah, he's defending it well. Just when we thought we were going to get put out of our misery, Romanov survives. And he looks at his corner. Damn, dude. And Almeida is on the back of the blob. Let's see if Romanov can earn his freedom. Let's see if he can earn it. Let's see. Jailton Almeida has the back. But he's looking for the finish. He is... Oh, that's it. That's it. That's the finish right there. That's it. That's it. That's it. Almeida has it. First round finish. Almeida gets it done. 1 round. First round finish. There we go. I picked him by first round finish. There we go. Jailton Almeida gets it done. Nice. I think I may have picked ground and pound or rear naked choke. Either way, he got it done easily. Hey, he put us out of our misery. He put us out of our misery. Respect to Jilton Almeida. He made that look easy. And even if it was a little bit boring while it lasted, a first round submission is always respectable. First round submission from Jilton Almeida. Good shit. Active grappling right there. To be fair, there's only been 2 boring performances from Almeida, and one of them he got TKO'd, so it wasn't that boring. Great win for Almeida. I'd like to see him and Gon. Him versus Gon next. I think he beats Gon. I think he still beats Gon. Derek Lewis is impossible to finish sometimes. He's good enough to beat a guy like Gon, I think. But that's the fight to make. Great performance from Jilton Almeida. Good shit. Is Almeida natural? No. Hell no, he's not natural. Almeida's definitely not natty, bro. He's on the sauce. Almeida's so overhated. I agree. Listen, I think that he does deserve like a little bit of criticism for his style sometimes, but to be fair, he's really done nothing but finish people outside of 2 fights. He has a damn near 100% finish rate. Like before he lost to Derek Lewis, or before he beat Derek Lewis by decision, I'm sorry, he had a 100% finish rate. So Jilton Almeida still usually finishes fights. It's just that, you know, Curtis Blades, tough stylistic matchup, and we saw Blades have decent takedown defense, or not necessarily the best takedown defense, but good grappling defense in general. And then, of course, Derek Lewis is magical. Derek Lewis literally has magical powers sometimes where he can just survive bad positions, get his gas tank back in the 5th round out of nowhere, and like just get up to his feet and not get hurt with ground and pound. I don't think I've ever seen anyone hurt Derek Lewis with ground and pound strikes. Sometimes you can KO Derek Lewis with a gust of wind. Sometimes you can KO him with a decent body shot, but you could hit Derek Lewis with a bomb, with ground and pound, with a literal bomb, and he'll be unscathed. You can drop an atom bomb on him, he'll be unscathed. He's just a weird guy like that. Your reactions are too chill, react harder. Bro, this is like a fucking smudge submission in a non-high stakes matchup. Like, you expect me to be jumping off the walls, going crazy, Jilton Almeida, with tears in my eyes? Come on, bro. Maybe if Kopylov gets it done, but I'm going to get some coffee. I think I am a bit tired. I will get some coffee. Good shit for Almeida. I mean, I was about to listen to the Almeida interview, but I mean, I won't even be able to understand it. Let's see if he calls out Gon, though. Let's see if he calls out Gon. He's so boring and won't stand with Gon. I mean, to be fair, I don't think you could call that performance boring. He just choked someone out in 3 minutes. So, I mean, how boring could it be if he finished him and put us out of our misery, right? It was a little bit boring before the choke, but he at least put us out of our misery. Have some respect. Dude, Jilton Almeida looks like a fucking dinosaur. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that thinks Almeida looks a bit like a dinosaur? I forget that movie. There was like a dinosaur cartoon animated movie back in the day. Like Littlefoot or something like that. Almeida kind of looks like that guy. He does look a little bit like a dinosaur, like an innocent dinosaur, right? Yeah. From Land Before Time. There you go. He looks like the dinosaur from Land Before Time. Littlefoot. Dude, that's racist, man. How? No, not Ice Age. Land Before Time. What's his name? Littlefoot. Look up Littlefoot. And Lucky. No, Ducky. Look up I'll show you guys. Dude, tell me this is not Jilton Almeida, bro. Tell me this doesn't look like Jilton Almeida. Dude, that is Jilton Almeida, man. He's an anti-blob. Let's see who he calls out. Let's see who he calls out. Great performance. I mean, Romanov does have decent grappling. He's like a better version of Shamil Abdurakhimov. I feel bad for Romanov, though. Imagine flying out all the way to the United States from Moldova or wherever he's training and just getting choked out in 2 minutes against Jilton Almeida. That would fucking suck. That would absolutely suck. There you go. He wants to go to France. If Gone ducks Almeida, okay, dude, I'm not even calling him Gone. If Gone ducks Jelton Almeida, we're never even calling him Gone. We're just calling him the Duck. You know what? Fuck it. We're calling him the Duck until he accepts a fight with Almeida. Okay? Any cool pickup lines to use for the girls, Lord Tracy? No. I don't have any good pickup lines, but I would just say there's Kamaru Usman's friend zone. There's the girl that friend zoned Usman. There's the girl that friend zoned Usman, guys. Anyway. No, just be real, bro. Be honest and be real and just shoot your shot. Be 100%. No bullshit. Just don't beat around the bush. No bullshit. Just get to the point, man. Oh, there's Cesar Almeida. Cesar Almeida looks like he's 50, dude. He's like a Yoel from Brazil. If he beats Kopylov, we'll call him the real Alex Pereira or Yoel Romero. I'd say a little bit more Yoel. Because he screams at his weigh-ins. He's a little bit unhinged. I'm going to say he's the real Yoel if he beats Kopylov. Thank you for the $2. If Dustin KOs Islam, we need the biggest boom ever. Yeah. I'll give you one. I know what you're talking about. I'll definitely do one. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Seabass. Hey, thank you for the $2. Brady Thomas. When Burns smudged Magny like this, he got glazed. Yeah, exactly. Same performance. There was a minute, a smudge, 2 minutes, a smudge, and then a submission. And everyone talked about, dude, Burns just on that other level, man. I guess Burns really is that guy. Let's hope that they give some respect to Jelton Almeida. Refresh your stream? Yeah, refresh my stream. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, no, this is still going, right? You're talking about the clock? It's still going. Why does Kopylov look 20? I know, dude. Kopylov... Good genetics, I guess. Good genetics. He's like 34? How old is Roman Kopylov? I mean, you don't want to look like a kid or anything like that, but if you're in your mid-30s and you look like you're in your early 20s, then that's just a sign of, you got some decent genes for aging well. Roman Kopylov age. He is 33. Yeah, he's recently turned 33, so he's still sort of young, but it's now or never. He can't afford to lose. He can't afford to lose. He can't afford to lose at all. If you lose to a 36-year-old Cesar Almeida, it's not a great look. Not that 36 is like the oldest ever. You know what I mean? Not that 36 is that old. If you're in the middleweight division, 36 is like, it's like 34, to be honest. I mean, Alex Pereira is almost 37. But he's at light heavyweight, so he's chilling. Alex Pereira is, he's 36. He's turning 37 soon, though. Pereira's got like another year to work. Another 2 years max. I thought Kopylov was 20. Dude, I've been saying he seems like he's like a really young prospect, but nah, dude. He's in his prime. That's why people forget, man. He's actually able to beat the highest level strikers in his division. People just haven't figured it out yet. So we'll see how that theory stands when he destroys this glory kickboxer. But if he loses, then I guess I'll admit that I was wrong. Your boy about to get fraud checked again? We'll see, man. Didn't people hate on Shavkat for the Wonderboy fight? I mean, that was 2 rounds, not 1. So Shavkat did smudge Wonderboy against the fence and couldn't even take him down for the first round. That was like a 9-minute smudge fest, whereas this was like a 3-minute smudge fest. So it was a little bit different, but still, good finish for Shavkat. Thank you for the $2. The worst, though, is when it's in the 3rd round, and people say, dude, he got the finish, bro. You can't even hate. You could critique a performance for being extremely boring if they don't get the finish until the 3rd. Prime Connor versus Prime Masvidal at 170. Who wins? I'd say Connor at 170 wins, but that's Prime Connor. Anything less than Prime Connor loses to Prime Masvidal. Anything less. Thank you for the $2. PSHMO. No message, but thank you for the $2 again. Big meaty hooks for Dustin tonight. Peaches and Creamville. I don't think we're going to be in Peaches and Creamville. It doesn't feel like I'm in Peaches and Creamville. I'm looking at the walls. I'm looking at everything around me. And I don't seem to be looking at any peaches or cream. So I don't think we're actually going to see a Poirier win. Thank you for the $5. G. Pereira training with Glover because when he turns 38, he's going to take on Glover's style and become a grappler, then retire as the GOAT at 43. Yeah, I don't think he's going to take Glover's style, though. Like, we're never going to see Alex Pereira become a grappler. But if he does and he makes it work, then, yeah, he'll obviously be the GOAT. Pereira can achieve GOAT status before he even gets to that, like, age of 38, bro. He's not even 37. He could win 3 more fights and become the GOAT of the sport if he beats Aspinall in there. If he defends again and then goes up to heavyweight and wins a title and has another win, he's the GOAT. Congrats on 1.9K during the prelims. Great to see your channel grow. Thank you. I appreciate that, MJ. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. And it is good to see this. We don't have 1.9 right now. We have 17,000. 17,000 viewers. Holy shit. You're saying this. Oh, no, we actually have more. We have 18,000, almost 19. No, but yeah, we're close to 1,900, which is pretty good. Not anywhere close to that much, but yeah. 1,893 is the live viewers right now. Pretty crazy. During the prelims as well. That's nuts. So thank you guys for the support. And let's get some likes on the stream. I don't know how many likes there are. I don't know how many likes we have on the stream, but let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get this thing in the algorithm for more people that want to watch. Yeah, not 17,000. I was trolling with that. And Bruce, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you for joining and thank you for the support. If you guys are interested, then you can see exclusive live streams and Q&As in the member section of the channel. But guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get some coffee and I will be right back, okay? I'll be back in 1 minute. Hey, thank you for the 3 months membership, 27K. Member for 3 months. If you ever get 10K viewers, will you muzz on stream? If I were to get 10K viewers tonight, then I'll hit a muzz, but that ain't happening. So the answer is probably not because I specified tonight. But yeah, thank you for the 3 months. Strickland x Whitaker and Costa x Chimaev. Yeah, I like those matchups. If Whitaker wins and Strickland wins, that could be the #1 contenders fight. But I think that if Strickland wins, he deserves a title shot because of how close of a fight he had with DDP. And same with Whitaker. I don't mind the idea of just having 2 fighters back-to-back prepared for a title fight. You know, they're next in line. I like that. Boxing sometimes has that where, you know, they'll book Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder They'll book 2 fights between the two of them, and then they'll say, yeah, after this, we're booking a fight with Anthony Joshua. The winners are going to fight Anthony Joshua. The UFC should do that. So whoever wins between Izzy and DDP, they should be fighting the 2 winners of those 2 fights next, back to back. Motivational Dustin makes me want to see him slumped. I like motivational Dustin. I like him a little bit more than motivational Chandler, because I do think Dustin Poirier is more motivational than Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler tries too hard to be motivational. And Dustin has his moments too, but Dustin doesn't have the, life is easy when you got to, what's the quote? Dustin doesn't have the life is better with a piece of pie sort of quotes on his kitchen windowsill. You know what I mean? Dustin has the paid in full type of thing, or the gritty boxing type of thing, or pressure makes diamonds. That's the corniest one, the pressure makes diamond, but Michael Chandler has all the corny lines and all the corny banners in his household. Life's better with a piece of pie, right? And Chandler's wife probably gets tons of those quotes as well. First, I got to drink my coffee, right? There's like a million of those quotes on the Chandler household. Flukas Glazy's favorite striker is on the best striker at middleweight. True. Is the mic on for you guys? Dude, the mic better be on. The mic is working, bro. Don't even troll me. The mic is working. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's working. It's working. Do an in real live stream. Aren't you in Jersey? I know you're in. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go to the event. We're live. And then I can't stream. And what do you want? Like an iPhone stream? If the UFC were to have offered me an ability to go cage side, which I've already ranted about, then I would. Because I would be able to go to this event, but that's just impossible. Like, I'm just going to have a shitty quality live stream, or a stream that I can't even properly do because the audio would be shit. Or I can do this, and I'd much rather do this. This would be way better. You can't do both, and as a content creator, I'd rather just watch it from home. It's also better to watch it from home. If you guys have been to a UFC event, maybe I didn't get the best seats when I went, but it was fun. It was fun. But I'd much rather watch from home. You'll never get anything like just watching from the TV, the best angles, the best sort of broadcast, right? They've got the works for us, and you can just chill, and you can get a snack, and you can take a shit break. At the events, there's a lot of dead time in between the fights. We do take for granted how good the broadcasting is from the UFC and how they keep us entertained. And of course, I want to do it with you guys. I want to watch with you guys. So anyway, here we go. 337-40. Here we go. Roman Kopylov, Cesar Almeida. Here we go. Here we go. Strong body kicks and a strong leg kick from Almeida. And a whippy body kick for Almeida. Those kicks are nasty, but Kopylov's got better kicks. Nobody can kick with Roman Kopylov. This is the prospect that I've been hyping up for a long time, guys. He's not really a prospect, but this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the rubber meets the road. Is Roman Kopylov as good as I said he was? Oh, there's a nice 1-2 from Kopylov. But Almeida's angry, he's unhinged, and he's an old head. And old heads are crafty. And he's got a glory kickboxing background. He's fought Alex Pereira and went to decision with him. Maybe a worse version of Pereira. Maybe not the best version, but still. Nice leg kick from Almeida. Kopylov is someone that sort of has to get eased into fights. Hard low kick from Almeida. Hard low kick. Easily the highest level striker Kopylov has fought, but should be no issue for Roman. Should be no issue from Roman the Cyborg Kopylov. The best striker at middleweight. Yeah, I mean, Almeida's slowly outstriking him right now, but there it is! There it is! That's Piotr Jan-like right there. That's Piotr Jan-like right there. And a nice 1-2-3 from Kopylov. A nice 1-2-3. But just wait for the body kick, man. I'm telling you, when Kopylov... Oh, there's a nice left hand. Oh! Yeah! Fuck that man up! Let's go! Woo! 1-2 from Kopylov. Smokes his head back. Hasn't KO'd him yet, but beautiful shot from Kopylov. That's that nasty speed. Oh, beautiful body kick from Almeida. And there's a red mark. Oh, nice. 1-2-3 from Kopylov. Dude, you can't strike with Kopylov. Beautiful body kick from Kopylov. And a takedown from Kopylov. Yeah! Yeah! Get that man on the ground! Let's go! Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like Volk says. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, lad. Big bombs from Kopylov. That's right. This is MMA, brother. This is MMA, brother. Crafty Kopylov mixing in the takedowns. Yeah, you might be decent because you fought in Glory Kickboxing. That don't make you better than the best strikers in MMA. All right? Some of them are. Some of the Glory Kickboxing strikers are good, but Kopylov is heating up, dude. Heating up. See, Almeida's good with his striking. He's good and he's crafty. He's sticking to the basics, but Kopylov's just got that X factor. You can't recreate a Kopylov body. Oh! Beautiful KO! Knocked out for Kopylov! And he smoked him to the canvas. That speed is next level. Fuck yeah! People were saying this man was overrated because he got choked out by a grappler. People were saying this man was overrated because he got taken down by a completely different style. This is what happens when you strike with Kopylov on the feet. Don't tell me this is a bum. This man went to decision with... Pereira couldn't finish this man. Pereira couldn't put this man out. Takedown. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. He took him down. He took him down. He took him down again. 3 takedowns, 2 knockdowns. What? Let's go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Dude, I'm fucking hyped. I'm hyped, bro. I'm hyped. This is sick. You're not doing it, dude. It doesn't matter, bro. He's showing an MMA masterclass. MMA masterclass. He's getting absolutely schooled. He's getting absolutely schooled. Kopylov's so overrated. No, he's not. Kopylov got smoked by one of the best grapplers at middleweight. Anthony Hernandez would have been a 20-time champion. If you put Anthony Hernandez in Anderson Silva's era, you wouldn't have ever have heard of Anderson Silva. Facts. That's a fact. Botched. Okay? 100%. 100%. This isn't... This, dude, I don't... Kopylov is getting better, but still, like, he just because he's shooting takedowns doesn't mean he's added it. Like, he probably had this in his arsenal before he fought Hernandez. It's just you can't shoot takedowns on Hernandez because Hernandez is a better grappler. I'm so happy that Kopylov's absolutely schooling this guy and not having, like, a close decision. He fucking schooled him in that round. Dropped him, hurt him, easily outspeeding him. I told you guys about the Kopylov speed. I told you guys the Kopylov speed was different. Let's go, man. Kopylov beats the fuck out of Izzy. Kopylov beats the shit out of Robert Whittaker, too. Kopylov is easily a top 5 striker in this division. That's all I want to say. He's easily a top 5 striker. That's all I got to say. Blowing bubbles on, bruh. Okay, dude. No, I'm not, brother. No, I'm not. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Bob Leal, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But let's see. Bedtime called him overrated for losing to Fluffy. Makes no... I know, bro. People were saying that he was overrated for losing to Fluffy Hernandez. I was saying, all right, we just found out that Fluffy's the better guy. But I admit Fluffy's better than Kopylov, but Fluffy Hernandez is insanely good. Here we go. Round 2. It's not over yet, though. You can't doubt the crafty Almeida. Oh, that head kick is whippy, man. That head kick is whippy. Oh, Whittaker schools him. Yeah, Whittaker wouldn't do shit. What's Whittaker going to do? Whittaker would high kick KO him. No, Whittaker doesn't high kick KO anyone. Whittaker and his pillow hands aren't stopping Roman Kopylov's piston left hand. Let's go, guys. Let's see what he does. Kopylov is smoking Almeida. Oh, great right hook from Roman Kopylov right there. Perfectly placed that shot. Nice jab from Kopylov. And a missed head kick from Almeida. As Almeida starts to tire out. And he's even starting to miss his bread and butter kicks. There's a nice overhand. There's a nice shot over the top and a crispy jab from Kopylov. And here comes the level change from Roman Kopylov, but Almeida stuffs it. Oh, nasty body shot. And a 1-2 for Kopylov. Oh, but there's a crispy hook in the pocket for Almeida. But Kopylov's tough. Oh, there's a beautiful shot from Almeida. But Kopylov's shooting a takedown. Yeah, Almeida's doing a good job at stuffing this takedown. Copy machine is gassing. He is not gassing. He is not gassing. Calm down, Lucas. Almeida has staff and a volcano hidden somewhere. No, he doesn't. Maybe Kopylov is baiting him to take the guillotine. Oh! It's Joey Diaz. Look at Joey Diaz. My stream's acting up. My stream is fine. Your stream, like your ESPN stream or my stream? Beats Izzy, yup, and DDP knocked out Dustin just like you predicted, followed by no excuses at all. Wait, who are you talking about? Who beat Dustin as I predicted? Oh, Benoit Saint Denis? BSD, you mean? Listen, I'm not saying he for sure beats Izzy. I'm just saying I think he does. I could see Izzy winning, but I'm just saying Kopylov is on that level, striking and MMA-wise. But yeah, I mean, you could try to convince me that, like, oh no, he's got to beat Marvin Vettori first, as if, like, Izzy beating Vettori is going to be, like, the big deciding factor. There's a takedown from Kopylov. Kopylov is looking a little bit tired, but either well. Oh, Almeida's destroying Kopylov. Interesting, because the last time I checked, he's still winning the round. Either way, I mean, he's cruising. He's cruising for a bruising, man. He's absolutely cruising right now. My other stream. Okay, so I don't know what stream you're watching, but I'm watching ESPN. My stream is fine. How was Kopylov an underdog? Because people looked past him because he's fighting a glory kickboxer, and they just hyped that up. Because, you know, for a good reason. They should hype it up because if you have a glory kickboxing background, you got to be decent at striking. But, you know, it's because Alex Pereira has done so much in MMA. Anyone that comes over from glory, they're just going to assume is going to beat everyone on the come up. Not always the case. Pereira is built different. You know, I love how Rogan is saying Kopylov has to do some damage, which I do agree. He's got to do something. But we didn't hear Rogan say this in the Grant Dawson fight. We didn't hear Rogan say, he's got to do something. You know, coming from a guy that says they should never stand fights up, this is a lot of talk for Rogan. They ain't got to do something. Where was that energy during the Dawson fight, bro? I mean, this is a boring round. I'll give you that. This is a boring round, but Kopylov's easily going to beat him. Almeida ain't going to win this fight. Kopylov's not even expending any energy. This is a crafty move from Kopylov. Very crafty. Dude, Kopylov is entering his craft phase, man. He schooled him in the first round. Smudges in the second, stinks it up in the second to get Almeida to think that the grappling's coming, and then he empties the gas tank in the third. Very crafty performance from Roman Kopylov. I'll tell you guys. Very crafty work from Roman Kopylov, and he's entering his craft phase. He's becoming a crafty vet. Okay? Next level cope. He's becoming a crafty vet, dude. He's becoming a crafty vet. Okay? He gassed. I mean, he is gassing a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see how the third round goes. Kopylov's ahead. What would it take? Thank you for the $4. The 4 Canadian dollars. Thank you for the 4 Canadian dollars. I appreciate that. I don't know. John McLean, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you so much. Happy Pride Month, Lucas. I know it's important to you. Well, it isn't because it's, I think it's an abomination. Okay. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2, Diego. Will you cry if Kopylov loses? No, I'm not going to cry because I've never cried. Dude, I'm never going to cry if one of my favorite fighters loses. I'm not the type to cry if there's a loss or an outcome I don't like. I'm just the type to be upset about it, but not cry. To be fair, when Oliveira lost to Makhachev, I was fighting back tears. My eyes were watery, but I wasn't crying, and I wouldn't allow myself to cry just because there's a fight. But I was fucking pissed, dude, and I was sad. I was very sad. That was the worst I've ever felt after a fight, but that's the closest I've ever come, and I didn't cry. Kopylov is a top 5 striker in middleweight, but you let your Adesanya hate delude your mind. Dude. Oh, dude, now Kopylov's schooling him. Kopylov that right hand just schooling him now. That right hand schooling him now. Thank you for the $5. Dude, listen. I just said I think Adesanya could beat him, but I would take Kopylov. But you know what? His gas tank, I think it's suffering because of the body shots of Almeida. Almeida's hit him with some monstrous body shots. Almeida's hit him with some absolute monsters, some guerreros to the body. But now Kopylov fires back on one too. See, those are great body shots. I don't think Adesanya's body work is as good as Almeida's, but now Almeida's really stalking him down. Oh, crispy jab from Kopylov. Oh, let's go! Just when you thought things were getting close, just when you thought things were getting competitive, Kopylov shoots. Kopylov shoots. And he's going to stink up the rest of the fight. Yes. Dude, listen. Almeida was throwing some crafty body shots and Kopylov gassed a little bit. Okay, fair enough. I think that his gas tank is still a bit of an issue, though. Kopylov's gas tank is a bit of an issue, but to be fair, this is the first time I've ever seen him tire out this hard in a fight. I've not seen him tire out this hard this early. I think it's the body shots. We do have to at least give Almeida some respect. Almeida did hit him with some guerreros to the body. Almeida hit him with some warrior body shots. Dig into the body, There's a couple of pit-pat shots from Almeida. There's a couple of pit-pat shots. From Kopylov. Dude, Kopylov's doing really well. Fans, when they see the mixed martial arts. I know, Kopylov dominated Almeida in the first. Schooled him, dropped him twice. Shot 3 takedowns, GSP mode. Dude, the funny thing is, GSP wasn't even this active on the ground. GSP's entertainment on the ground was this level. They'll literally say GSP's the GOAT, and they'll glaze them all day. Little do they know, this is what GSP did to people. And I'm not saying it's not boring, but Kopylov is landing pit-pat shots. There's a pit-pat shot. There's another pit-pat shot. GSP used to do that shit. You'll call this boring from Grant Dawson, but no, it's boring. I admit it. It's boring. I'm just saying I'm calling out the hypocrisy. And I'm saying at least Kopylov schooled this man in the first round and made him look like a slow fool. You know what I'm saying? When GSP went out there, every single round was like this. In fact, GSP couldn't even mount off this much damage against Dan Hardy. Straight up. Oh yeah, best fighter exposed. Yeah, you're right. Roman Kopylov is exposed. He's out grappling a striker after schooling him in the first. Totally annihilating him in the first. Dropping him and make him look like a fucking fool. Dude, you said he would beat Izzy. He would. He would smoke Izzy. Dude, Izzy can't throw body shots like Almeida. Almeida digs to the body like a guerrero. Izzy doesn't have those body shots, bro. Izzy doesn't have those body shots. Dude, I fucking hate the fact that Rogan is yapping about this. Yeah, stand him up. When Rogan is the guy that always says you should never stand him up. Rogan will glaze Dawson. Dawson's grappling. It's just so good. But when Kopylov stands, when Kopylov takes someone down, he's complaining. There he goes. Another easy takedown. Yeah! Yeah! So easy for him. So easy. Now DC saying, look at this man. Take down, brother. DC's getting hyped up now. It's a wrestling clinic. Kopylov schooled him in the first, gave him a kickboxing clinic, and now gave him a wrestling clinic. Awesome. Don't get me wrong, it is boring on the ground, but Kopylov is taking him down at will. Wrestling clinic. Smart IQ, good IQ from Kopylov. Look, I think Kopylov's going to beat his ass in the last 30 seconds. Kopylov's going to whoop his fucking ass. Dude, Kopylov dropped this fucker! What are they saying? What are they saying, dude? They're criticizing Kopylov like he didn't drop this motherfucker in the first. This is what happens when you fight someone that's dangerous. Yeah, he's dangerous on the feet. What about They're acting like Kopylov didn't fucking squash this motherfucker. Are you kidding me? $30-27 for Roman Kopylov. Yeah, Kopylov got a knockdown. Yeah! Back in the win column. Clean sweep. Clean sweep. Dominated the kickboxer. Dominated the guy that Alex Pereira couldn't knock down. Kopylov knocked him down, made him look like a fool. Second round out grapples him. Third round wrestling clinic GSP mode. GSP mode. There were moments where Dan Hardy would get up to his feet and GSP would take him right back down and get back to smudging. Dude, I'm not saying it's not boring. I'm not saying it's not boring. Just know the GSP did the same shit. Everyone talks about GSP, man. He would totally destroy Usman. He was doing this. Dude, listen, I'll admit the last round was a little bit slow, but wait. Are you guys not Roman Kopylov fans? Roman Kopylov's one of my favorite fighters. If he goes out there and wet blankets, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. If Roman Kopylov wet blankets his opponent, I don't give a fuck as long as he wins. I don't give a fuck as long as Roman Kopylov wins. This fight sucked, man. Dude, he destroyed him in the first. That was the most well-rounded game. He destroyed... Dude, Roman Kopylov took a glory kickboxer, made him look slow, silly, and goofy in the first round, dropped him, butchered him in the first, took him down 3 times at will in the first. Masterclass, first round. Second round, third round, a little bit boring, but okay. Gassing out. He got hit with some Guerrero body shots. He got hit with some body shots that would fold a lot of people. Okay. Take down, brother. Take down, brother. Make it look easy, brother. And he went GSP mode. Dude, that's not GSP mode. GSP used to destroy people, man. GSP used to fucking smudge into the canvas and not do shit. Woo-hoo! Let's go! Roman Kopylov's back on top. Yeah! Oh, yeah! Roman Kopylov gets it done. I don't care if the last 2 rounds were boring. He dominated the whole fight. Cesar Almeida had a couple close moments where things were close. Kopylov gassed. Okay, his gas tank is not great. He literally lit up and schooled a glory kickboxer in the first round, dropped him, butchered him in the first, and had a wrestling clinic the rest of the fight. Good, well-rounded approach, high fight IQ approach. Roman Kopylov gets it done. Much needed win. Great performance against a crafty kickboxer. Chase Hooper from Walmart. Roman Kopylov's a better striker than Chase Hooper. Chase Hooper is a better grappler than Roman Kopylov. But you know, the funny thing is, Chase Hooper's best win is over Vyacheslav Borshev. Roman Kopylov's best win, Big DT. Big DT is in the building, but there he is, man. Big DT. Dude, man, he's got to freaking hold his chest up high. Hold your chest up high, dude. Dude, he looks stressed, man. Holy shit. Donald Trump looks stressed. You can see that this trial has been weighing him down. He's got a freaking fist bump a little bit, man. He's got a fist bump a little bit. There we go. Either way, bro. Yeah, I know he's old, but still, like, he particularly looks like worn out right now. Looks very worn out. Remember when Bill Burr's wife flipped him off and thought she was a tough cookie? Anyway, what was I gonna say? Dude, whether you like him or not, you got to admit he's got aura, bro. Whether you like him or not, you got to admit he's got aura. Either way. I was going to say, you're saying that Kopylov is the Walmart Chase Hooper, and you're acting like Chase Hooper has, like, these incredible wins. I'm not going to sit here and act like Kopylov has a Jared Cannonier win. I'm not going to act like Kopylov has an Imavov win. No. But neither does Chase Hooper. Chase Hooper's wins are over... Don't get me wrong. Vyacheslav Borsev is a crispy boxer, and he's got crispy striking. But who the fuck is he beat? You know what I mean? He's not beating anyone. I'm not saying that I expect Chase Hooper to beat guys that are ranked yet, but all I'm saying is, like, you know, you can't just sit here and act like Chase Hooper's beat totally different levels of opponents. There's Strickland. And his girl. And this big Paulo. Hey, Paulo. Boo. Boo. Dude, I saw a post earlier today where they were saying, dude, seriously, we got to show Paulo Costa some respect for showing up, man. We seriously got... Oh, let's see if they're booing Makhachev. All right, let's see if they're going to cheer DP. They're going to cheer DP. Here we go. Yeah. Nice. He's wearing the war hat. He's wearing the war hat. DP in his fucking war hat. Classic DP in his war hat, bro. I love the war hat from Dustin. The aura mog on Donald Trump was actually wild. Dude, Trump has crazy aura. As I said, whether people in the chat like him or not, bro, he shuts arenas down. Okay? Stylebender by whatever he wants. Kopylov gasses. Listen, I will say this. I have a very nuanced take on Roman Kopylov. You can't be just black and white, he sucks, or he's the GOAT. You can't be doing that. But I will say this. Kopylov's gas tank isn't great, but this is the first time I've seen him tire out after having his way and doing whatever he wanted in the first round. Kopylov went into like deep waters with Pinelli Soriano, looked great in the second round of their fight. He looked good against Josh Fremd in the second round. There was really nothing in particular that made him tire out outside of maybe the body shots, and that's the thing. Cesar Almeida, crafty glory kickboxer, 36 years old, was digging to the body with hard Guerrero body shots, right? Like, he was going Guerrero mode, man. He was looking for the body shots. Remember, he opened the fight with 3 body kicks. He was digging to the body with nasty hooks, and that can take the sting out of you, right? That can take the steam out of you. So I think that's what led to it. But you know what? Kopylov still got the job done and totally dominated on the feet, on the ground. If that was Oliveira, people would be glazing him right now. People would be like, dude, Oliveira finally destroyed Armand, GOAT, one of the GOATs. Like, it's just that people are saying it to me because I'm the Kopylov fan and they want to, you know, take any sign of adversity and just clown him because of it. But he did really well. He had a clean sweep, 30-27. And, you know, you could say Cesar Almeida was doing well on the feet. It was competitive on the feet, second and third. Competitive. Looked like Roman was gassing, 100%. But what do you do when you're gassing? Did we want Roman Kopylov to stand and trade? Or did we want Roman Kopylov to win the fight? If you're a fan of him, you wanted him to win. If I'm Roman Kopylov, I want to win. I'm shooting a takedown if I can get it. And he can. Took the path of least resistance. High fight IQ. First round, butchered the glory kickboxer. Butchered him. Butchered him. Straight up. Yeah, split decision is retarded, though. I mean, like, listen, I'm just going to be honest. I don't even remember what the scorecards were, but you cannot say that split decision. Roman Kopylov easily won every single round. Second round was a little bit hairy, I'll admit, but it was a Roman Kopylov round. But you can't make an argument for the third round being for Cesar Almeida. You just can't. You cannot make that argument. You do not have an argument for the third round being for Almeida. You do not, because Almeida and Kopylov were competitive on the feet. And then there was the 4 minutes of control. In no world does Cesar Almeida win that round. Thank you for the 50 NOK unbanned German Sparrow. Enemy territory, staph infection, Lucas curse, Paulo curse. Watch how Makhachev will prevail. Oh yeah, he's going to win. The Lucas curse doesn't exist this year anymore. Like, I've gotten every single main event right. Even when I've technically been wrong and there's been a robbery, I've still gotten it right on paper, bro. So, like, I cannot. The curse doesn't exist here anymore. Not for pay-per-view main events. Bo Nickel, R words, Kopylov. I think that Kopylov definitely has, doesn't have the best gas tank, and I think he can be out-grappled by some people, but his takedown defense isn't horrible. Like, let me just say this. I know he looked tired in that fight. Let me just ask you this. How many times did Hernandez take down Kopylov in the first round, in their first fight? Once at the end of the round, but he stuffed a bunch of Hernandez's takedowns. It's not very easy to take down Roman Kopylov, and Hernandez is the best gas tank in that division. So I still think Kopylov's really good, and I think he'll be ranked someday. I don't think he's going to be a champ, but I think he's top 5 best striker in that division. Rogan sucks. Would have sucked Almeida dry for holding. Dude, Joe Rogan is so biased. I don't understand it. Like, as soon as Kopylov is on the ground for a minute and he's not like beating the shit out of his opponent, Rogan is yapping about it. He's got to do something. But Rogan will always talk about how they should never stand fighters up. And, you know, he always clowns fans for booing during grappling exchanges when it's his friend Ryan Hall, right? Or there's like, you know, 2 guys doing jiu-jitsu and Rogan happens to know one of them or whatever, and he'll glaze them. He'll say, the mouth breathers are booing, but this is high level. But as soon as Kopylov is down there for a minute, he's got to do something. Like, fuck you, honestly. Stay consistent. Stay consistent. I don't know. Maybe Rogan just doesn't like, I don't know. Why would he not like Kopylov? But yeah, he's very biased. I mean, I like Joe Rogan overall. I do like Rogan. He is a likable guy, but he's very annoying on commentary. Very annoying on commentary. Kopylov remembered his Dagestani roots. Well, he's not from Dagestan, but yes, he has been training in Dagestan. He's been in Makhachkala, Russia for the last few years. He's lived there. So yeah, but he's not ethnically Dagestani. But either way, I see exactly what you're saying. Stylebender by whatever he wants. Kopylov gasses. Maybe I could see Izzy beating him. Remember when you said he'd beat Izzy? Yeah, it's kind of crazy how like he got takedowns whenever he wanted. So that wasn't a sign of him not being able to do something well. He actually did something well with the takedowns. And then he beat the shit out of the Glory Kickboxer in the first round. So what I saw was him having a bunch of success. I don't really know what you're saying. Does Izzy just demolish everyone all the time? Like, you do realize Izzy had a snooze fest decision against Marvin Vettori, right? You do realize Marvin Vettori is a shit striker compared to Cesar Almeida. Vettori sucks on the feet. Absolutely sucks. Izzy has a snooze fest with him. I don't know who you think Adesanya is, bro. Sometimes he gets a KO. Kopylov might not be the guy he knocks out. All right. I'm not saying Izzy isn't a great striker. I'm not saying he can't finish someone, but still. Still, dude. Thank you, Kopylov. Yeah. I really don't get how you think that's 30-27. Either way, it's 29-28. Like, there's no argument for Almeida winning. I don't really care about the second round if you really want to score that to Almeida, but the point is, you cannot say that it's a split decision and Almeida should have won the fight. Almeida has no claim to winning that fight. He just didn't do anything in the third round. Landed a couple strikes, but Kopylov did too. Are we not going to talk about that 29-28 for Almeida? I'll talk about it in my recap video. There's no argument for Almeida winning that fight. Absolutely no argument for him winning that fight at all. No argument whatsoever for him winning that. Kopylov lit up Almeida. He absolutely did in the first. Things got hairy in the second. I'll admit it. Things definitely got a little bit hairy in the second, but still pulled it off. Roman the Wet Blanket Kopylov. Thank you for the $10. Martina Mendez. I appreciate that. Yeah, he was being a little bit boring, I'll admit it, in the second round, but it wasn't the worst grappling. It's not the most boring grappling I've ever seen. I've seen worse. And he was gassing. That's what you do when you gas. I would understand a ton of criticism if Kopylov had the same approach as he did in the second and third in the first. If Kopylov grappled the entire fight, I would understand the criticism. But instead, he went out there, he struck, he dominated Almeida in the first, gassed out. I think the body shots were getting to him. He was gassed, and then with a good fight IQ, he looked to take the fight to the ground. So we got 2 rounds of a little bit of a lackluster performance, but 1 round of chaos and like someone getting knockdowns and beating up someone else. It was a good performance. It was a smart performance. And yeah, it wasn't perfect. I'm not going to pretend that it was perfect. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to buy this pay-per-view. Trying to buy this pay-per-view, guys. Thank you for the $10, Joe Swanson. How do you feel that you are the Mario Rios of MMA content and that hickey you have is the GOAT height? What are you and Volk up to? All right. Thank you for the $10. I'm sorry, but thank you for the $10. This is just dry skin. I've been itching my neck because I wear corded earphones. Where are they? I wear corded earphones and I need to wash them because I'll like work out. I'll go for a run. They get sweaty. And then I'll like itch my neck because I get bumps against my neck while I'm working out. But yeah. Thank you for the $10. The Mario Rios of MMA content. I could see the comparison. I could definitely see the comparison. But Mario Rios makes entertaining content. For sure. Thank you for the NOK, the 50 NOK. And also Mario Rios says things that piss a lot of people off because of the way he says them. He says them in a very brash attitude. And I think I do the same thing, which is why people might not like my channel. And that's totally understandable. But what I do end up saying a lot is pretty truthful. Like I'll say Anderson Silva's not top 5 and people will freak out, but it is true. I'll be right back, guys. I got to buy the pay-per-view. Just got to get my wallet first. All right, we are back. Pay-per-view has been purchased. The pay-per-view has been purchased. Estrogen break, man. Oh, yeah, sure. He's asking his mom. No, dude, I just have to go and get my wallet so I can enter the last couple of digits or the 3 digits that I need to know, bro. All right? The 3 digits. Bro, don't even pay, man. No, I did buy it. No, I actually bought it. I mean, I could literally... I'm not going to, but I could... Payment confirmation, you're all set. Return to your TV device to start... Dude, I pay for the pay-per-views. I wouldn't lie about that. I know that some people say it to goof around sometimes. And I'll do that with, like, boxing, but, you know. I'll do that with boxing every now and then. Dude. But still, I bought it. Dude, you're saying sure, buddy. I actually do buy it. I did buy it. I buy every pay-per-view, guys. And I like supporting the UFC. I think that, number one, this is my job and it's a business expense. But I also can't afford my stream to cut out. And I've never had issues with ESPN+. I've maybe had issues once. But I've never had my stream cut out during fights, ever. And that's happened to me on the East and these other websites in the past. So I just don't want that to happen while I'm watching these fights, especially when I'm reacting to them live. Bro, this guy looks like a completely different person without a beard. Hardly recognizable. Dos Santos. So yeah. And also, I mean, I like the UFC, best promotion in the world. Don't mind paying them once a month for a pay-per-view. They are overpriced, though. I do think that they should maybe change the price. I think more people... Okay, for the people that don't buy the pay-per-views, don't say yes if you do buy the pay-per-views already. Would you be willing to buy the pay-per-views for the Americans in here? Would you be willing to buy them if they were $40? If you already don't get them, would you be willing to do it if they were only $40? Was there a finish on this card? No. Oh, yeah, Jilton Almeida. Yes. One guy says yes. Okay. Yes. 45. No. Yeah. So a lot of people are saying no. A lot of people would never buy it. Even if it was $10, they wouldn't. But again, I like knowing that if I get the pay-per-view, I'm not going to have any bullshit going on with my stream. It's going to be perfect HD quality, right? You're not going to have pop-ups and all this bullshit. So I like it. Make it 20. I bet a lot of you guys would buy it if it was only 20. Lucas, you missed my dono? Okay, I'm on it. Yeah, I know you said that I missed a dono. I'm going to get to it right now. The real Jan. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the $2. True. Kopylov is the real Pyotr Jan. He is very similar to Jan. He's like a mix between Jan and O'Malley. A little bit of... No, he's very similar to Jan. I mean, I've been saying that for a while. He's like the middleweight Pyotr Jan. Very similar. Very similar. Similar vibe, too. What do you think of the gay fitness scene trend with Jeff Nippard and the Renaissance? I mean, I think that stuff is... I like Jeff Nippard because he makes good quality content. Like, his content's really good quality. Everything's, from the camera being HD to, like, the editing and the information is good. But I just don't love getting into the weeds on all of this, like, exercise stuff, like the optimal training. I remember when I was still, like, more into the fitness scene and I was doing my fitness stuff, I remember everyone was doing, like, all of these, like, optimal workouts where instead of doing, like, a heavy dumbbell row, they're out there on like, a row machine with one cable, and they're using 20 pounds, and they're talking about being so optimal using their 20-pound cable rows. And I don't know, it's just a little bit too nerdy. It's a little bit too intricate. Like, you're working out, bro. You're working out. Just lift some weights, do the basic exercises. And I used to hate on that all the time because everyone was doing their little, quad abductor exercises. And I was just always saying, why don't you just fucking get in the gym and squat? Just get in the gym, load up a barbell, do some lunges, and that's it. Just squat, lunge. That's all you got to do. And everyone's doing their little intricate single-legged, stiff-legged 15-pound deadlift while balancing with a teacup on your head. It's bullshit like that. It's so bad. And I knew people that were so obsessed with that optimal training. And it's just not enjoyable for me to get that into the weeds. Like, bro, there are people that, like, will be able to build a lot of muscle from that. But for every one of those, there's like 50 people that have been able to build the same amount of muscle with basic exercises. And it's just not interesting. I don't know if you guys know Fuad Abiad, but he has like this podcast, this like bodybuilding podcast. And I think that he shut it down because it wasn't pulling in any views, but he got these two guys to have like an optimal chat. These two guys to have like an optimization podcast where they're talking about, got to do everything optimal. And it's 1 hour of these two guys talking about, like, the best the best sort of angles to do for a barbell row. And they literally talk about that shit for a fucking hour. Who the fuck cares? Like, you don't need to overcomplicate things. That stuff makes me want to blow my brains out, bro. You can't get super into the weeds on it, man. I understand, being interested in exercise science, but I just think it's a little bit too much. Good form, stick to the basic exercises. That's all you need. I just don't understand the fascination of it so much. Flucus, who would you match Buckley up with against next? That's a good question. You know what? Maybe if Randy Brown gets like a really good finish here, maybe you could do that fight. Because Buckley's in a weird spot. Maybe Burns. Maybe Gilbert Burns too. If Randy Brown gets like a crazy first round finish highlight reel, then maybe that, but I would say Burns. Maybe even Magny. Massive fan Lucas, can you show your credit? Oh yeah, I got you. Let me get it real quick. I'll pull it up right now. No, I'm not going to do that. Both sides this time. I got you. Thank you for the $5 New Zealand dollars, Manlet. Thank you for the $5, Dr. Easy. Make sure to get into your mesocycle and then your macrocycle and your microcycle. I know, it's just like, dude, enough. Who cares? You're wasting your time at that point, if that's what you're talking about. JPG coaching is the optimal GOAT. I know who that is, and I freaking... I still think that, listen, I think that it's okay. He has his niche, but I just don't understand, like, being so interested and so fascinated with that stuff. And I know that JPG coaching was the guy that was doing the single arm 20-pound rows. I don't know. I'd rather do some weighted pull-ups. I'd rather do some weighted pull-ups or like some barbell rows or just basic exercises. It's more fun that way too. Overcomplicating fitness is the worst thing for you. I agree. It can burn you out too. That's the thing. A lot of people burn themselves out from overcomplicating diet, from overcomplicating fitness. That's why I never track calories. I never track macros. The only time you should track that stuff is if you're competing in a sport and you need to lose weight and you need to be very measured with it, or if you're competing in powerlifting or bodybuilding. But if you're not and you're just trying to be in shape, you don't need to track. You don't need to get so into the weeds. It'll burn you out. You'll get tired of it. It's not sustainable. Black genetics plus deadlift and curls is better than science, nerd. Okay. Thank you for the $2, Seth Pants. Science nerds. Yeah, the guys with the lab coats. That's the thing, bro. For all of these guys that use their lab coats when it comes to fitness, there's like 50 people that are more jacked than them that just go out in the gym and slug around a bunch of weight. Flukus missing donos again. Dude, I'm trying to keep up. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate the $2, Seth. And I appreciate the $2, Obese Tomato. Thank you for the $5, Lucas. I missed the first couple of fights, but so far I haven't seen bad cuts. Do you think the gloves are helping? There was a cut with Grant Dawson, but I don't think it was due to the gloves. So yeah, I think they might be helping. I've not really noticed a big change yet in the performances, or, you know, there have been a couple of eye pokes, but nothing horrible. Rate my GOAT list: 1 Anderson Silva, 2 Fedor, 3 Aldo, 4 DJ, 5 GSP. That's a horrible GOAT list. I don't mind DJ and GSP and Aldo being in your top 5, but not Silva and Fedor. Thank you, Joe Swanson. Thank you for the $5, Hassan. How's it going? It's going well. And thank you for the 5th super chat. Thank you for the $2, Manlet, who says just the letter N. Interesting. Thank you for the $2. Anyway, here we go. I'll catch up on the donos in between the rounds, guys. I'm going to catch up on the donos in between rounds. Here we go. Randy Brown. Randy Brown's always been a bit of a pop shotter. In other words, Randy Brown's always been a bit of a pipsqueak. If you're a pepper shotter or a pop shotter, that's just another way of saying you're a pipsqueak. Randy Brown's trying to knock him out with the same combination he landed on Muslim Salikov right there. The way he knocked out Muslim Salikov, double jab, right hand. Oh, nice jab from Randy Brown. And I am picking Randy Brown to win this fight because I think he looked really good with his rangy striking and his speed in his last outing. And Zaleski Dos Santos has been in a lot of wars. He's had a long career. He's getting a little bit older. And he's kind of one of these plottier guys that needs to trudge forward and get into the pocket and, you know, kind of have like he's like a better version of Andre Barriou. Dos Santos is like a little bit more of a slick Marc-Andre Barriou with better kicks. He's like a mix between Marc-Andre and the guy that just beat Mateus Rebecki. Diego Ferreira. Carlos Diego Ferreira. He's like a mix between both of them. With flashy kicks. So he's like, you know, he is him. He is him, but he's like a mix with those guys. Just watch. Okay, I'm watching. This could be the rise of Randy Brown. Oh, nice slick head kick right there attempt. Great kick from Dos Santos, but a good jab from Randy Brown. Good jab from Randy Brown. Nice calf kick from Randy Brown. Oh, that right hand got awfully close from Dos Santos. Can you tell Andy wake up? Because Andy, wake up. Wake up, Andy. Thank you for the $2.99 Australian dollars. Craig, I appreciate that. Randy Brown popping the jab, calf kicks. Dos Santos struggling to get anything going this early. Winging a big overhand is Dos Santos, but there's a bit of an eye poke. Bit of an eye poke. And we're caught up. We're caught up with the time. Dude, we're not watching the fight here. We're back. We're not watching the fight here, guys. Watch on ESPN Plus or wherever you can find it. Obviously, I can't show it on here. Randy Brown missing a lot of these shots, but this is what Phil Rowe should have been doing. Just popping the jab, throwing output. You can't land if you don't throw. What is a big mistake? Yeah, what the fuck is the ref doing, man? I see what's going on now. The referee is not acknowledging the eye pokes. But maybe the ref is not seeing eye pokes. There's another jab from Randy Brown and a right hand behind it. But now Dos Santos is not able to see properly. And now Randy Brown's able to mash him up a little bit. And now Dos Santos has got his chin on a silver platter, but he gets a takedown on Randy Brown. Randy Brown gets right up to his feet. Uppercut from Randy. And a big clobbering shot from Dos Santos. Guys, if you send a link in the chat, then I gotta kick you out of the chat. Ref is saying, watch the fingers. Oh, fuck, the timer stopped? My bad. Sorry, guys. Dude, just, how do you not know where to watch the UFC fights? I mean, there's like 2,000 people in here, so to be fair, some of the people in here have not watched my channel before and probably don't regularly watch, but it's all good. Head out eastwards. There's a river stream out east. But yeah. But I'm watching on ESPN Plus, so I recommend just go to ESPN Plus. Okay, I'll start the stream at the right time. You mean the clock? Anyway. Looks like Randy Brown just banked the first round. How are we doing on picks? It was worth 80? Oh, big knee from Randy Brown, but Dos Santos ate it like a Tic Tac. Awesome. Okay, guys, I'll make sure that my clock is caught up. Let me check how I'm doing on picks, though. How are we doing so far? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-1. 6-1. Pretty good. About to go 7-1. Rogan, yeah, I already read that. If my mom dies, I'm going with her. Literal Ryan Garcia quote on his mom having cancer. Guy is mental and needs help. I mean, listen, I think Ryan Garcia is definitely a little bit mental, but I don't know. I haven't heard him say that quote. I don't know the context, but I could understand if you lose someone that you love. That's very painful, and I understand why he would say something like that, but yeah. He is definitely a little bit. Anyway, here we go. Round 2. Wishing Ryan Garcia's mom all the best. I hope she can recover. Thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. Riley, been watching you for a while now. I love your content as it never fails to make me laugh. Your humor and content is legendary. Thank you for always putting a smile on my face. Thank you, and I'm happy to hear that. I'm very happy to hear that, and thank you for the support. Oh, big shot! Dos Santos hurt Brown! And he's got a takedown. Oh, no. Bad fight IQ from Dos Santos. He's looking for a takedown after rocking Randy Brown. Really big mistake from Dos Santos. I don't know what he's doing, but he gets the takedown. He's looking for the back. He's looking for the rear naked choke. Randy Brown has been choked out before, but Brown is going to get out of this, and he's going to recover from being rocked. Thank you for the $10 again, Riley. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. I'm happy that you enjoy my content. At what time do we have Poirier versus Makhachev? I'd say another hour and a half. Another hour and a half, they'll be fighting. So tune in at midnight. Dos Santos is out grappling Randy Brown, guys. Randy Brown's always been a bit chinny. Dos Santos is easily out-grappling him right now. Ragdolling Randy Brown as we speak, and he's looking for a rear naked choke. He's got his back, but doesn't have the choke locked in. Randy Brown's doing a good job at fighting off the hands. Guys, I'm not talking about Israel versus Palestine right now. Do not expect me to talk about that on my stream. We're trying to focus on UFC 302. Oh, he's got a choke locked in. Oh, he's got a choke locked in. I think he's fine. Oh, he's going to fight this off. He's going to fight this off. Damn, dude. But he's not going to get tapped out from this. Randy Brown is not tapping. He knows Lucas Tracy picked him to win. He knows Lucas Tracy picked him to win. He ain't tapping to this. Hey, man, enjoy the content. You got me into the UFC. That's awesome to hear. Thank you for the $2, Masked Hero. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $2. I'm happy that I helped you become an MMA fan. That's awesome. I rarely hear that, but that is pretty cool. I wonder how many people I have converted from casual MMA fans to more hardcore fans. Probably a decent amount, but not, I don't know how many. But that's awesome to hear. Thank you. Yeah, Randy Brown's just getting out-grappled right now. So it's going to be 2-2 going into the third. Let's see how clutch Randy Brown is. Okay? Let's see how clutch Randy Brown is. I think he should maybe try to get into full mount as well. Maybe he could try to do some damage from full mount. Either way, Randy Brown is here for the rest of the round. It's going to be 1-1 going into the third. Will he be able to keep this standing? Or will Dos Santos be able to take him down again? This was also a risky pick. I mean, to be fair, if I picked Dos Santos, I would have gone with him by KO. He did rock Randy Brown, but the grappling is, pretty impressive. Oh, and Randy Brown gets out of it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. You want to get out of there. Randy Brown's beating him up. He's going for a submission of his own. Randy Brown's going for a rear naked choke. Oh, he doesn't have it. Rogan's saying Randy's got it. He's got it. No, but it's on the chin. He's not going to tap. But this is a crazy moment for Randy Brown. And the momentum is in his favor. Randy Brown's going to win the third. He's got the momentum back. He's got the momentum back. It's 3-3 going into the third. No, it's 1-1 going into the third. I started MMA and pay-per-views because of your companion streams. Awesome to hear. That is pretty awesome. You've been in my streams for quite a while. I recognize the name Fior. I appreciate that, and I recognize the emblem as well. So, that's awesome to hear. Aldo is better than Volk by a mile. Who did Volk beat? Yair and Ortega? I swear, people act like Yair's a bad win. Yair made Max Holloway shoot for takedowns. Yair made Volkanovski shoot for takedowns. Yair's the only man to ever drop Brian Ortega. Yair would whoop Aldo's ass back in the day. So that's all I got to say. And also, who did Volk beat? Max Holloway 3 times and Jose Aldo himself. So there you go. But yeah, Yair and Ortega are good wins. They're objectively good wins. They're better than beating Marvin fucking Vettori. They're better than beating Colby Covington. At least Yair beats up people that are like, you know, at least not washed up coming off of 2 losses. Colby Covington, people will hype up Usman's win off of him. Not that they're not good wins, but, you know, Yair's better win than Colby. Either way, let's go. 3rd round. Brian Ortega also just got a win and got a win. They're 1-1. Him and Yair are 1-1, so it's a clean slate. They cancel each other out. They're still really good. Ortega's only lost to 3 people throughout his whole career, and one of them he's beat. So can't say he's a bum. Decent fighter. I mean, he does get a lot of shit, and to be fair, his striking defense sucks, and he's not the best in the world, but he's not bad either. He's tough. He's got power. He schooled TKZ when TKZ was coming off of a win. There's an eye poke. There's an eye poke. This UFC is some BBQ dad fight Bellator quality. Yeah, this UFC is pretty shitty. Kopylov was going to save the night, but then he grappled for the last 2 rounds and it was a little bit slow. So far, tonight's been a bit of a rough night. I'll agree. Not been the best pay-per-view so far. But this is a competitive fight. I like this fight. This is a good fight. Let's see if Randy Brown can keep this standing. Can we move to 7-1? I think we might be able to. Missed body kick for Dos Santos. There's a oblique kick from Dos Santos. And a pip-pap shot from Randy Brown. See, if Randy Brown can start pip-papping, if he can start, pop-shotting, then that's when he gets into his flow. Dos Santos is going to try to club him with a big gnarly overhand, and he's looking for a takedown. You know exactly what both guys are doing. Who's going to be able to implement that style? Strong leg kick for Dos Santos, and another leg kick for Dos Santos. Spinning heel kick grazes Randy Brown. Good shit from Dos Santos. That's that same shot that knocked out Sean Strickland. That famous Dos Santos spinning wheel kick. Randy Brown hasn't landed anything for the past 30 seconds. Let's see if he can start to get going. It looks like Dos Santos is slowly starting to run away with points in this round. Randy Brown just cruising. Randy Brown is literally just cruising and going Phil Rowe mode right now. Another low kick. Oh, there's a nice uppercut from Brown and a nice jab behind it. But he evaded that takedown. Good work. Let's see if he can close the distance on the numbers because Dos Santos is ahead just based on output alone. Only a casual would give this round to Brown so far based on him just, Brown looks a little bit more technical. You could give him the round. Oh, knee! Knee landed and a couple of body shots from Brown. And a jab. Now he's closing the numbers. Brown has another jab and another jab. Brown has the ability to just close the numbers very quickly with a barrage of strikes. But here comes the takedown. Can Brown stuff this? This is the fight right here. This is it. It comes down to this. If Brown can't stuff this takedown, this fight's going to Dos Santos in the Lucas Tracy scorecard system. The real Izzy. Yeah. Given the welterweight skill, if he moves up to welterweight, if he moves up to middleweight, he might become Izzy. Randy Brown's welterweight skill at middleweight is Adesanya. Literally, right? A minute and 30 on the clock. This is the battle. This is a life or death moment for both fighters. Dos Santos needs the takedown. Brown needs to keep it standing. And Brown reverses the position. And now Dos Santos is leaking. That's not a good look for the judges. Brown needs to disengage, bro. He needs to disengage, and he's going to stuff this takedown as well. But Dos Santos is going to go for a trip. This is the battle. I don't know who wins this round. It's very close on strikes. They're going to give it to Brown just because he looked to be the cleaner striker, but on strikes, it's damn near even right now. Okay, there we go. Couple of shots from Dos Santos. 45 seconds on the clock. Who's going to win? This is a good fight. I actually like this fight. Even though it's a decision, I don't give a fuck. It's still a good fight. Competitive, down to the wire. The thing is, it should be down to the wire. Oh, there's a couple of slug moments from Dos Santos. And he gets the takedown on Brown. Honestly, I think this might steal the round. I think they're going to give it to Brown, but those last couple of shots and this takedown, things were close. You might want to give it to Dos Santos. This is the type of takedown to kind of edge you the round. Could be a Dos Santos win. Okay, guys. Hey, bro, been a while. Do you like peanut butter? I do like peanut butter, yes. I don't eat it very often. I don't eat it because it's high in polyunsaturated fatty acids, but either way. Yeah. I do like the taste. Yeah. Great fight. Really good fight. Thank you for the $2. Masked Hero. Hey, man, enjoy the content. You got me into the UFC. I'm happy to hear that. And thank you for the support. Anyway, guys, let's do a poll because that's a close fight, and I could see them giving it to Brown. I think they're going to give it to Brown based on him just, again, looking like the cleaner striker. But I think Dos Santos was very close on the numbers in that round. And I think the takedown at the end of it may have stolen the round for him. Things were very even. Things were very even up until the last couple minutes. Guys, you can't spam links, but that's a bot, you know. Where the fight? ESPN Plus. 2-1 Brown, and he fights a top 15 next. Yeah, I'd like to see him fight a top 15 next. Hopefully not a Neil Magny, though, because Magny could make it boring. Even though Magny has ability to finish fights if he gets, you know, a takedown. He can get a finish every now and then. Magny does have a lot of finishes. But people forget, man. Randy Dandy 1-2-1. I'll take it. But it was close. I'll take it. I'll take it. But I think you could give it to Dos Santos. If they give it to Dos Santos, I don't think it's a bad robbery. That's all I'm going to say. But on damage, where did the cut even come from? Where did the cut even come from? If Randy caused the cut in the third, I don't remember where it came from. If it was just like a clinch cut, headbutt, something like that. All three judges. 29-28. Yeah, it's going to be Randy Brown. Okay, we're 7-1. 7-1, everybody. 7-1. All right, we're going to do a poll. I want to know who you guys think won. Dude, now we have to see Nico Price versus Morano. Fuck. I'm not going to lie. As I said earlier, I'm not excited for Morano versus Price. Unless it's a war. It was a close fight. That was a razor close fight. Let's see who he calls out. I was like, bro, what is this guy saying? And I realized he's, I don't even know. Is that even a language? Like, is that, what do you even call that? I know it's like, it's a Jamaican accent. It's Jamaican slang, but that's not a language, is it? What do you even call that? It's like in between a language and it's in between a pigeon, huh? Is that what you call it? Pigeon English? Interesting. He's calling out Jeff Neal. Great matchup. I respect the call out. Tough fight. I think it'll be similar to Gary versus Neal, but he's not as good as Gary. That's a great fight. It'll be more competitive. Ah, man, but Jeff Neal, you know what? I know people love Jeff Neal because he has a great boxing style, but he can stink up fights by clinching all the time. He can stink up fights by clinching all the time. Jeff Neal has a tendency to clinch and do absolutely nothing with it. just to slow things down. He won't even shoot takedowns, so it could be a bit of a stinky fight. Chaz, Palmentary. Bro, there's the Jersey Shore guys. Isn't Chaz Palmentary the guy in the, there's Justin Gagey. There's the grunter himself. There's Rufus! Rufus! Who the fuck is this? Oh, is that, I think that's just a fan. This guy with a mustache. I think that's just a fan that won like a sweepstakes. Anyway, guys. That guy was in Black Ops Zombies, right? That was the, Mob of the Dead? You know Mob of the Dead, right? I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Yeah, Salvador Sal DeLuca. That's him, right? That's got to be him. That's got to be him. Right? This is him. Same guy. That's the guy that they just showed. Sal DeLuca. Right? Same one. That's the same guy, man. Justin Gagey, future champ. I think he might be a future champion too. I honestly think he might be. Rufus with the Black Queen. That's Kamaru Usman's friend, though. And Rufus already has a girlfriend. I just know her from, I think she was in that movie, Black Panther, with Kamaru Usman. And also Usman's always got her cheering him on in his UK fights. You know? I think Usman, that's Usman's friend zone friend. She friend zoned Usman. Doesn't it seem like DP and Justin are the same person? It does. It does. They have like the same exact career, same aura, same path, same legacy, same everything. They're even 1-1 with each other. Yeah, they have like the same career. Dustin has a slightly better resume than Gagey, though. I will say Dustin's resume is better, but either way, yeah. I mean, him, Chandler, and Gagey, even though Chandler doesn't have the same sort of UFC legacy, I mean, they're all like the same guy. Yeah, guys, I honestly, we're not here to talk about the conflict right now. That's just not what the stream is for. How does my favorite MMA content creator bring up my favorite game mode growing up? Thank you for the $5. Reese Aguirre. Dude, I love Call of Duty, man. I used to play Call of Duty for like 12 hours a day. Yeah, for me, the peak of Call of Duty was Modern Warfare 3 through, I would say, through Black Ops 2, right? And then it kind of fell off a little bit. What came after? Black Ops 3 was good. Black Ops 3 was good. But the games in between Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 2, I remember there was Call of Duty Ghosts and there was something else. Those kind of killed it a little bit. Call of Duty started dying off after Black Ops 2 when they tried to get all, like when Infinity Ward started creating these shitty versions of Modern Warfare. And then they revived it in 2020 with Modern Warfare and Warzone. That was a great game, I'll admit it. But the peak was MW2 to Black Ops 2. That was the peak. And then everything was inconsistent, and now Call of Duty's dead. The reason why I can't say my peak was MW2 is because I didn't play consistently when MW2 was out. Like I didn't even have Call of Duty. My first Call of Duty was MW3. But either way, I know MW2 was fun. I used to play it at my friend's house. So I still played it, but just not that often. But yeah. Yeah, Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Ghosts, that totally killed the series, killed it dead. And then they tried to revive it with Black Ops 3, which was a good game. But the zombies in Black Ops 3 sucked. The zombies in that game was ass, bro. But then Call of Duty Warzone or Modern Warfare in 2020, that was one of the best ones ever. That was a great one. Oh, there's the Guerrero. There's the Guerrero in the crowd. Pereira. Dude, Alex Morano looks like he's 40 years old. Like he's a veteran on the verge of retirement, but he's only 32. I think he might only be 31, guys. Alex Morano age. He's 33. Okay, fair enough, but still. Der Eisenratch, my favorite song amongst Zombie maps. Yeah, I don't recognize the songs based on the names, but thank you for the 20 Norwegian krone, unbanned German sparrow. How do you feel about Mr. 57% Flukas? I mean, I feel great about it because that's in the past. I'm way higher than 57%. We're 7-1 tonight. That's basically been like the story since those stats came out. The day those stats came out, I went 11-1. And ever since then, we've been cleaning up shop. I've had maybe one bad card since, and that's it. Yeah, he literally has a tofu build. I just don't understand how you can be a professional athlete and look like that. It makes no sense. You're training all the time. You're doing strength and conditioning work. How are you that out of shape? I understand the heavyweights. There are some people that are just naturally fatter that also just get fat because they eat a lot of food. But if you're a welterweight or lightweight and you're tubby, how does that make sense? How are you a lightweight and you're fat? Or a welterweight and you're fat? That makes no sense to me. Bro, he looks fine, man. I'm not saying that he's like the most out of shape person, but he's not in good shape for a professional athlete. I mean, he's in decent shape when it comes to like MMA cardio and stuff, but I'm just saying I just don't understand how he could have that body composition. How is he not leaner? He trains for a living. He does not have the Anderson Silva build. Anderson Silva was actually, I mean, people talked about Anderson like he was some like skinny twig. Anderson was not skinny. He was not skinny. Anderson actually had capped delts. Anderson was a pretty big dude in his prime. He wasn't like Sean Woodson, and he wasn't fat either. Silva was in good shape. DC was fat, and he is one of the greatest. Yeah, but DC is an anomaly. You know, that's not the rule. That's an exception to the rule. He's one of the few that can do it. And DC is one of the few guys that performs well while being fat. Most people just are fat, and they could, you know, get in better shape and do better. But I also understand the bloat max approach. Like, some people, like Romanov, I'm sure, is trying to bloat max, but he ran into a guy that is also bloat maxing the heavyweight. Jilton Almeida's trying his hand at beating up on the fat heavyweights with a skill advantage from the lighter weight classes, because Almeida used to be 170 pounds. But yeah, so I understand why some people like to bloat max. DC is not top 10 all time. I think he's very close. And I think he should be top 10 all time, but he's top 15. There's no argument. But I have him top 10. Terrible card. Yeah, this fight had no business being on the main card. Should have been Kopylov and Almeida. I don't understand why they put this fight on the main card. Morano is not a fan favorite. Nico Price was really fun to watch back in the day, but he's just not the same. He's much slower. He got knocked out with a gust of wind against Robbie Lawler. He's not the same slugger. He's kind of like a less washed up Nick Diaz. When is the fight? The main event is going to be in another hour. Come back in an hour and the main event should be on. Or I would say an hour and 20. But you're going to want to watch the co-main, right? Strickland and Costa. So in an hour, you'll be watching the co-main, and then hour and a half, the main event. Pretty soon. This fight is so fluky. I know anything could happen. Could be a gust of wind from Nico. Could be a gust of wind from Morano. Oh, there's Joe Pyfer rizzing up a girl in the crowd. Piper's got the minor riz. He's got the salt minor riz. Piper's salt riz. I wonder what that's like. I wonder how Piper rizzes him up with his salt. Anyway, here we go. I'll give this fight a chance. Let's give this fight a chance. There's a nice solid kick from Morano. Let's just treat it as a high-level fight, and if it disappoints, it disappoints. But my expectations are very high. This is a main card UFC fight. It should be very high level, right? Let's see. There's a pepper jab from Morano. Nico Price has a weird build. Price has that Dan Hooker build. Awkwardly capped delts. Oh, there's a right hand for Morano. Morano has such an awkward style, man. You know who he reminds me of? Morano has a very similar stance and way of moving to Marcin Tybura. And now Morano's on the ground. Let's see if he can put Nico Price into an armbar. He's looking for something. He's looking for an armbar right now. Now he's looking for a triangle. He's trying to isolate the arm. He's got it. Oh, no. Now he's looking for the armbar. He's got an omoplata. Oh, this is bad. Nico, the simple slugger Price, is just not expecting this. Stand them up, man. Stand them up. This is not fair. Nico Price doesn't train for this. Yo, Nico Price fights and looks like a guy that's never done jiu-jitsu in his life. Nico Price fights like a guy that says in a Street Beefs video in the background, come on, man, enough with all the grappling crap. Nico Price has never done jiu-jitsu a day in his life. This is unfair. Stand up. Stand up and fight like a man. This is unfair to Nico. Nico doesn't train this shit. Nico's just a Florida slugger. He's just a Florida slugger. Hey, girl, your celibacy is over. Not hurt. Over, motherfucker. Yeah, that's probably Piper's Riz. Thank you for the $2, Mike Kessler. Your celibacy is over. Oh, wait, now, look at this. Price is now on top of Morano. Price has fluked his way into Morano's guard. Very creative for a man that's never done jiu-jitsu. Price would be the type of dude to never grapple a day in his life and still have like a long UFC career. Anyway, they're on the feet. Here comes the slugging. Oh, Price just ate 2 uppercuts in a row. A left and a right. Well, let's see if Morano gives him the taste of the sweet peas down the middle with a jab. And there's a right hand. But it's Price looking for a sweet pea special down the middle. And there's a sweet pea down the middle for Morano. Big uppercut, big booming uppercut from Price. Dude, Price needs to be nicknamed the Sloth. Price's new nickname is the Sloth. And there's a hammering shot from Morano. Oh! Morano is the most innocuously athletic dude in the UFC. Morano can throw fucking... Morano's got the Marcin Tybura athleticism mixed in with Usain Bolt's athleticism. Morano will throw a spinning, jumping wheel kick, and he'll fly out the building with it too. And he'll follow it up with some tubby Tybura footwork. He's literally a small Marcin Tybura. Am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying he's literally a small Tybura? So we've got we've got the welterweight Marcin Tybura with sneaky athleticism and the Sloth. This is the goofiest matchup I've ever seen. This is the goofiest matchup of all time, bro. Dude, this is literally a heavyweight slop fest. Where they're heavyweight NPCs that don't have any... They have thud on their punches, but they're not real heavyweights, so they're not knocking anyone out. But they're still bloat maxing, so they have decent chins. This is a straight up goofy ass... I actually like this fight. This is a pretty entertaining fight. But it's goofy as hell. Nico might be the slowest fighter in UFC history. Just remember... Morano made easier work of Cowboy than Conor McGregor did. Just remember that. Morano fought a better... remember, Morano fought and retired Cowboy, but Cowboy was more focused and more chill going into that fight, and Morano cleaned him up just like McGregor did. This is a special ed brawl. True. Dude, I like Nico Price. I do like Nico Price. He seems like a great guy. Nico Price has never hurt a fly in his life. Nico Price might be the most innocent person on the face of the earth. Never had one bad thought. Never even swatted a fly. Just a good old-fashioned slugger. You're not an analyst, brother. Give us some X's and O's breakdown. Sorry, man. You're right. I should do some X's and O's on Price and Morano. The highest level MMA fight we've ever seen. This is like watching Street Beefs, okay? Morano would be a fucking killer on Street Beefs. Morano would literally be talked about as the chosen one. If Morano was in Street Beefs, you would see Sports Illustrated make a magazine cover listed the chosen one, the first man from Street Beefs to make it to the UFC. And dude, this guy's actually a killer. He would be a king on Street Beefs. He'd literally be a 50-time champ, and then he'd come to the UFC and he would do well. He'd get fraud checked eventually, but still. Thank you for the $2, Dave Trill. Do you think Tony versus Price is better? Dude, Tony versus Price is a way better fight than Chiesa. Chiesa's just going to take him down in half guard camp. Again, the UFC knows that the fans hate that fight. They've seen the backlash. There's a chance that they switch it up, which would be great. There's also a chance that they remain stubborn and say, fuck the fans. Fuck that. They don't like this fight. It's going to live up to it anyway. Because, of course, they won't want to admit that they were wrong. Oh, nice pop shot from Morano. Nice pepper shot. Chiesa should destroy if he has any dog left. I mean, he doesn't even need to have dog in him. If Chiesa can just go out there and be stronger than Tony, he'll be all right. And there's a clobbering shot from Nico Price and a nice right hand from Morano. Morano has such a tubby man, Marcin Tybura sort of footwork. Standing on his tippy toes. He's got that artistic, autistic. If you stand on your tippy toes while you're walking, you get what I'm saying. He's an artist, if you get what I'm saying, with that footwork. He's an absolute martial artist. Oh, there's a clobbering shot from Morano. Price is eating these like Tic Tacs, but a gust of wind from Robbie Ruthless Toothless Lawler knocked him out. Dana announced the winners fighting for the title. Okay. I like that. Costa versus Izzy would be fun. Let's see if Izzy can do what he did the first time again. I think Izzy would beat him again. It'd just be interesting to see that matchup to see if it would play out any differently. Izzy versus Costa. Nice 1-2 from Morano. Bro, Nico Price is so slow, man. So slow, dude. And Morano's slow too, and he's like the faster guy here. Oh, big shot from Nico over the top. And there's a goofy goober takedown from Nico Price. A very goofy takedown. Dude, these guys are fighting in slow-mo. This is like the same level of a early 2000s brawl. This is like a 2003 Chuck Liddell undercard fight. These are the guys that the old heads would talk about as being, just on another level. These were the ninjas back in the day. People paid money. You know what? I actually like this fight. I'd rather it be this than like an Almeida or Grant Dawson main card fight. But before this card happened, I would have said I would have rather to have Dawson on the main card. But now, I'm actually liking this fight. It's a goofy fight. It's a funny fight. But yeah, man, this is an unacceptable pay-per-view. I mean, to be fair, this is not a boring fight, but it's just not necessarily pay-per-view worthy. I don't even know who's winning. I guess Morano maybe. Now Nico's going to win this round. It's going to be 1-1. They screwed Whitaker? Yeah, but Whitaker hasn't even gotten past Hamzat yet. As I said, if Whitaker beats Hamzat Chimaev, he'll probably have an argument to fight for a belt next. Now Morano's up. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. No way they let Costa jump Whitaker. I mean, dude, if Strickland wins, then the fan base is going to want that fight anyway. But I don't think they're going to make Whitaker fight again. I think that they'll do Strickland versus the winner of DDP versus Izzy, which would be a highly anticipated rematch. And then Whitaker will fight the winner. We always wanted to see Whitaker versus Strickland. And no one's really dying to see Whitaker versus Izzy or Whitaker versus DDP again. So, I like it. More people want to see Strickland fight Izzy or DDP, not Whitaker. Whitaker versus Izzy is just... I've already seen it. They don't necessarily produce the best fights. They don't put on the best fights. It's always a bit of a chess match. Even in the first fight, outside of the knockdowns, it was a little bit slow. More elbows from Nico Price. Lucas, would you ever turn pro if given the chance? I mean, I would have to fight to turn pro. Would I take a pro fight? Like, could I just go from 0-0 to pro? I mean, maybe. If I had the right opponent. But I don't have any aspiration of becoming a professional fighter. It's just not really what I want to do. I'm a fan of the sport. I love the sport. I love covering the sport, but I don't necessarily want to take a fuckload of damage and just dedicate my life to training and all that. Like, I'd rather just cover the sport. You could KO these dweebs? No, I would not be able to beat Price or Morano. But I say give me a couple years of training and I think I beat Nico Price. Give me a couple years of training on top of my crusty kickboxing and I think I beat Nico. But you never know. Nico Price might be a little bit tricky. Do you think the winner of this fight should get a title shot? Yeah. It's hard to argue against that, right? It's hard to argue against that because Nico Price has just been tooth and nail in the division. He's always been around. He's always been a bit of a slugger, a bit of a goofy goober. And to see Nico, he gets knocked out by Robbie Lawler. Okay, Robbie Lawler, former champion. No shame in losing to Robbie Lawler. You're in there against the guy that beat Cowboy Cerrone. Who else beats Cowboy Cerrone? McGregor? Morano wins this fight. All right, you got to win over Cowboy. Now you got to win over Nico Price, who's, been able to get some stellar wins. It's hard to deny a title fight from these guys. It's hard to deny them. Seriously, try to make an argument as to why Shavkat deserves it. Who does Shavkat beat? Wonder Boy? Okay. Nico Price has knocked out some of the biggest cans. Nico Price has an up kick KO. Try to compete with that. Shavkat has some boring smudge fest submission. Okay, Nico Price has some goofy up kick KOs. And now he's going to beat the guy that beat Donald Cerrone, who only McGregor beat. Again, Cerrone's one of the GOATs. Stephen A. Smith was a fool to say that he looked like he shit his pants, and we didn't learn a lot from the McGregor fight. Real hardcore fans know that Cerrone was one of the GOATs in that fight. Morano's the true... yeah. Morano's the real Dawson. He's the entertaining version of Dawson. This is basically Marcin Tybura versus a Florida Falcon. I meant Florida Pelican. I was trying to come up with like a bird. Nico Price looks like a prehistoric bird, bro. Nico Price looks like a fucking, one of those birds that died off in Australia. I said pelican. I meant pelican, but what are those birds? The doo-doo birds? Yeah, Nico Price looks like a fucking a dodo bird. Marcin Tybura versus a fucking dodo bird. He's so sloppy with his style, bro. He's so sloppy with his style. Nico Price, dude, he's so slow. He's a fucking sloth in there, man. Morano looks like a freaking. I can't. I gotta bite my tongue on some of this stuff, but. This is such a low level fight. Why is this on the main card? It's funny because people will say things like, dude, you could never make it to the UFC, but then you have fights like this. They'll say, bro, you couldn't even make it to the UFC if you tried, and you've got fucking Morano and Nico Price on a main card. They don't think I could make it to the Dana White Contender Series? You got Morano. The fucked up thing is, there are fighters that lose on the Contender Series that are 10 times better than this. That just, run into another talented prospect. Nico Price and Morano fucking lucked their way in. Goodness gracious, man. This is crazy. This is the goofiest fight I've ever seen in my life, man. Damn, Price is what? Price is minus 15,000 on the odds. Did you see those odds? He was minus 15,000. How does that even make any sense? This is like a close grit match. This is, I don't even know what to call it. This is literally the equivalent of a heavyweight fight. Heavyweight skill at welterweight. Tell me that Nico Price doesn't look like a dodo bird. Nico Price has a fucking pelican physique. He's the only human to ever look like a bird. Like an awkward big bird. Tell me he doesn't, dude. Look at this fucker. And tell me this is not Nico Price, guys. Tell me this is not Nico Price. That's Nico Price. He's such a fucking sloppy fighter. He's a mixture of a sloth and a dodo bird. And a crackhead from my... Nico Price is a mixture of a dodo bird, a sloth, and a freaking homeless person from Florida. He's basically Scraggly. He's the Florida version of Scraggly the hobo and a dodo bird. Same shit. Historically accurate. I'm telling you, man. Look at him scream. Yeah! Let's go! Nico Price just was in the building. Same. That's Nico Price for everyone. Just me, or has the card been boring? Dude, I'm telling you, that was the most entertaining fight of the night. The card has sucked. Yes, the card has absolutely sucked. But that was the best fight of the night, entertainment-wise. I had a nice chuckle from watching that. Thank you for the 20 Norwegian krone. It's like two Ben Askrens fighting. As I said, Morano is like a welterweight version of Marcin Tybura. Every once in a while, he has the ability to pull out like a Usain Bolt out of nowhere spinning attack that you would never expect. But, you know, he's like a Marcin Tybura at welterweight with no better skill. Do you condone Kopylov stinking it up with Almeida? I don't, but I do think it's a high fight IQ move for Kopylov to gas out and then shoot takedowns. Because a lot of our favorite fighters, they'll gas out and they'll make mistakes and fight like idiots. He did what he needed to do, and at least he made it entertaining in the first round. But I don't think it was entertaining. I'm not gonna sit here and cap. Impression of Lucas saying "fuck you." I gotta do it with some real rage though. It's hard for me to pull out a FU if I don't have the real rage, you know? That's the thing. People think those are forced, like, you know, screams in my videos, but they're real. They're real, man. It's hard to fake it. Anyway, let's see who wins. I hope Price wins, even though I picked Morano. The live odds were minus 15,000 for Nico Price. Yeah! Yeah! The goofier of the two stays in the UFC. Nico Price, the last living dodo bird. I swear, bro, I'm getting a Nico Price shirt. I am getting a Nico Price shirt, bro. I'm photoshopping Nico Price's face onto a dodo bird, and I'm getting the shirt. Straight up. I'm happy that I got my pick wrong. Morano's a funny guy, but, you know, I'm happy that the goofier fighter won. There's Moreno and Merab. There's Frankie. And Frankie's son looks identical to him. That's crazy, bro. You could put a beard on the kid and he looks like Frankie. And you would think that they're the same person. Uncanny resemblance. You want rage? Okay, Aldo is the featherweight GOAT. No, I mean, listen, you're not going to get rage out of me because there is at least a discussion, but, you know, he's not. And I think you're trying to bait me into it, so, yeah. If I were to see people in an Instagram comment section saying, like, dude, you have to be an absolute casual and a fool to still think anyone's the featherweight GOAT. Aldo defended 10 times. Like, and they're being serious, and they're not trying to bait me specifically, then I'll be upset. But I know if you're just trying to get a rise out of me, the FU is not going to be, you know, where it needs to be. Let's see the promo that they're doing for McGregor. Dude, the sad part about all of these McGregor promos is all of these highlights are from 10 years ago. Oh, yeah, now they're showing the highlight of him, of him breaking his leg. McGregor gritting his teeth down in pure rage and screaming while being pushed out to the ambulance is hilarious, bro. McGregor gritting his teeth down, red-faced, pissed off, and still coping, and still trying to fight Poirier in the parking lot is the funniest shit ever. Fuck, bro. I need to write down the timestamps for the Nico Price fight. That was a funny-ass fight to react to. Bro, Lucas, I opened the stream to hear about the Nico Price, and the second I open it, you're glazing Volk. Oh, dude, you missed the Nico Price stuff. You missed the Nico Price discussion. But I honestly really enjoyed it. I thought that was the most entertaining fight of the night, and I'm not even joking. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Dude, no Michael Chandler highlights? They're straight up not even showing a single Chandler highlight. They're going to show 10 seconds of Michael Chandler slugging like an idiot. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Chandler has become a bit irrelevant over the years. But I like the card. Hill versus Olberg is a great fight. I'm picking Olberg, though. But I think Hill's... You know what? I might actually pick Hill. But Olberg might sleep him, though. Oh, but he doesn't have that same power. I might change my pick back to Hill. I have a feeling that Hill's going to salt his way to victory. Did they just show Ludacris? They had a clip of Ludacris in there for no reason. I honestly, I have a feeling that Hill is going to win. But I think on paper, and I don't mean to sound like Anthony Smith, but on paper, I think that coming off of a KO loss only 2 months ago against a guy that has a really good left hook, when you're open to left hooks, it's a dangerous matchup. But I think that there's a big level difference between Olberg and Pereira. And Olberg's ability to set up the left hook isn't going to be as effortless. And his kicks aren't the same. His range control isn't the same. He's not as big. He's not as powerful. You know, it kind of reminds me of picking Beneil Dariush to beat Oliveira. I know Oliveira is different than Jamal Hill, but I was sure that, you know, on paper, Dariush should win, but then Oliveira was just a different level and had beaten much better levels of competition. So I'm worried that I'm making the same mistake, but I'll look into it a little bit more. UFC 297 had way better prelim fights. I agree. 297 was a weak card, but the fights played out pretty well in the prelims. Jack Shore and Alex Morano are the Teletubbies of the UFC. I need to make a video on that stuff. I'm going to do fighters that are in the wrong weight class. I know that Left Lane, if you're in here, I know you did a video on that, but I mean, some fighters really need to be called out to, like, you know, move up or move down. And I like that idea. And I mean, the video has been made by a lot of people. But I want to do a video like that eventually. But I've got some really good videos coming for you guys this week. Excellent videos. Alex Morano is who Fedor actually fought like. Pretty similar, bro. Pretty similar. He had the guillotines too, right? Fedor had a submission every once in a while. But no, Fedor's ground game was a bit better. That's the thing. It's pathetic, but it's kind of true. Wait a second. Mario Buenasilva's on the main card? Mario Buenasilva is on the main card versus Macy Chiasson? How does that make any sense whatsoever? Fuck! What are you doing? Put Peyton Talbot on there. Peyton Talbot is the real Sean O'Malley. When Sean O'Malley entered the UFC was putting him in big spots. Peyton Talbot. What the fuck are we doing? I understand if you want to dip in energy, but at least it has to be Zhang Weili or a title fight. Peyton Talbot should be on the main. I don't want to hear anything about, dude, Peyton Talbot needs to earn it, pay his dues. Macy Chiasson. Nobody gives a fuck. I just don't get it. Like, how are you putting together cards like this? Is it for a shit break? Is it a bathroom break? I understand it. There's always, you know, after When a WMMA fight is on a main card, I'm always super excited for the next fight because I'm like, holy shit, we have a great fight next. That's a good thing because we'll have Hill next. We'll have Jamal Hill versus Olberg, and then we'll have the main event. So there is that. Like, we'll get hyped up and we'll be able to chill. We'll have a bathroom break, but still, just Peyton Talbot should be on the main card. And if not Peyton Talbot, then someone else on the prelims. Let's look at UFC 302. Or 303, my bad. Here comes Holland and Oleksiejczuk. Who's on the prelims? Peyton Talbot, Charles Jourdain, Gene Silva. Dude, that's a better fight. Cub Swanson is on the prelims. Cub Swanson is on the prelims. I don't care if it's after Page, as like, I don't care about the placement on the main card. It's just that it shouldn't be on the main card. Cub Swanson and Andre Fili are on the prelims under Macy Chiasson and Mario Bonasilva. That's a fucking disgrace. I don't understand it. The UFC's only logical explanation would be, we just like the fact that people get to take a break at the arena. They get to go to the bathroom. We know that the reactions are going to be louder in the last two fights. If everyone's been able to go to the bathroom and they're not taking a bathroom break during the fight, that would be the explanation. Why the lack of finishes? I mean, I don't think it's the gloves, to be honest. I don't think it's the gloves. People buy for McGregor no matter the main card. No, that's true. That is true. I agree with you. It's not about pay-per-view buys for me. It's just about, number one, the fan experience. Once you get to a main card, you should not be dreading a fight. You should not be dreading a fight or thinking one of these fights is like a dud. It's a bathroom break. You shouldn't have a bathroom break on a main card for a pay-per-view. I'm not saying they would sell more with Cub Swanson or Peyton Talbot, but like, you want those fighters on the main card to make it more legendary, to make it more worth the money, to make it more epic, like UFC 300, back to back to back to back, amazing fights. Yo, Chandler's literally 38. I know, but McGregor's 58 in terms of, his body's age because of all the drugs and partying he's been doing. So Chandler being a couple years older than McGregor doesn't worry me at all because McGregor's ruined his body. And he's old, and he's coming off of the worst injury imaginable. So they're basically, as far as durability goes, it's actually Chandler who's more durable. Chandler at 170 is going to have a better chin than 155. And his power is probably going to be crazy up there too. And his gas tank might be better too. So it's a nightmare matchup for McGregor. And again, people are still acting like this is a Mendez fight. And McGregor, I hear people saying this. McGregor does really good against stocky wrestlers. Like, bro, his last win against a stocky wrestler was 2016. And before that, 2015. I don't understand what people are talking about. Like, it's 2024, man. Nico the Sloth versus Alex the Great Tortoise Morano. Alex Tubby Marcin Tabora Morano. Or you could just say Marcin Tubby Boy Morano. They're the same person. And then you could just say Nico Price is the dodo bird. He's a mixture of a sloth, a dodo bird, and a hobo from Miami. Yeah, I'm gonna make a Nico Price shirt. Nico Price became one of my favorite fighters tonight. I mean, I've always liked Nico Price, but I went from dreading a Nico Price fight because he's kind of washed and he doesn't, have the same, ability to put on a war like he used to. But tonight, I mean, just the sloth of his fighting, the goofiness, it's unmatched. He had a Shamil the Blob Gaziev moment. Every now and then there's a fighter that just has a completely goofy performance and they turn into a legend. That was Nico Price's moment. And that was just based on the way he looks. The funniest thing about Shamil Gaziev is just seeing him waddle around the octagon. That's the funniest thing about Nico Price is how slow he is and how awkward he looks, bro. The diamond gets cracked tonight. War Makhachev. Yeah. Dustin Poirier is going to get cracked wearing his war shirt or his war hat. That famous war hat from Poirier. That ain't going to save him. But if he wins, that'll be one of the craziest finishes in UFC history. So I'm just going to enjoy the moment. Bro's losing his mind. Thank you for the $2, basically. I appreciate that. If you could go pro in any sport, which sport, and be top 15? Top 15? What do you mean top 15? Like, there's no top 15 in basketball or baseball or anything. If I could go pro in any sport, it'd be just pro in general. I mean, going pro in MMA could be like you're a can in Bellator. That doesn't really seem to be that crazy exciting. So I don't know. I would say, I don't know, maybe like baseball or some sport like that where, you know, they pay really well. And I don't know, going pro in MMA could just be like fighting for fucking Cage Warriors. You know what I mean? It literally could be fighting for Cage Warriors. But if you were to ask me if you could be like one of the best in the world in any sport, I would say MMA. If I could have the skill set of like a top 5 MMA fighter, you were to just give me the skill set and all I have to do is continue to train and dedicate my life as a top 5 fighter would do anyway, and I just have to continue to train, I would say MMA. But yeah, just going pro, I would say like, you know, probably baseball. Because I like playing baseball. But basketball pays a lot of money too. I could say basketball too. I could be like the freak of the NBA. The reverse freak. Like Volkanovski's a freak in the featherweight division. I'd be the freak of basketball. This guy's 5'8" and just dunking on everybody. I'd be who's that guy's who's the short guy that was like 5'8" or 5'7" or something? Who's the short famous NBA player? Obviously he's retired now. I'd be like the white version of that guy. I forgot his name. But yeah. No, not Isaiah Thomas. I know Isaiah Thomas is short too, but that's not who I'm... Yeah, Muggsy Bogues. I'd be Muggsy Bogues I'd be the real Muggsy Bogues. Yeah. But I would say, honestly, baseball would be pretty fun. It'd be pretty fun to hit some dingers. It'd be pretty fun to hit some dingers as well. And you get paid a lot in that sport as well. So. But anyway, here we go. Price versus Morano. Let's just say that was... Okay, Kevin versus Macau. 526. Here we go. Wow, bro. 3 more fights. We're 1 fight away from Paulo Costa and Sean Strickland. Let that sink in. 2 fights away from the main event, guys. 2 fights away. Let's go. Here we go. Kevin Holland versus Mikhail Oleksiejczuk. Here we go. Round 1. Nice right hand from Holland. Big shot from Mikhail. Kevin Holland's never been knocked out. He's been KO'd with a headbutt, but never knocked out on paper. Nice body shots from Mikhail. Mikhail has that big, ugly style. He has a very awkward style, and he has heavy hands. Mikhail is a hungry, hungry man, too. We can't underestimate that. Nice body shot, rip into the body is Mikhail. But Kevin Holland's got that welterweight skill. Used to be a middleweight still, but still. Mikhail honestly should be fighting at welterweight. Oleksiejczuk's got some big, heavy shots. He's got the big, ugly style to a T. And he's very tough. He's got a durable... Oh! Kevin Holland just got dropped! Kevin Holland just got dropped! Dude, this is the type of thing to break Kevin Holland early. Let's see if he can submit him, though. Bro, Mikhail Oleksiejczuk's got crafty power, but here's an armbar from Holland. Let's see if he can use the divisional skill gap to submit this guy. Oh, that armbar's deep. That armbar's deep. Is Kevin... Oh! Is Kevin Holland going to submit him with the divisional skill gap? Oh, it's ugly. It's getting ugly. Kevin Holland's laughing at the big ugly style. He said, here's a big ugly armbar. Oh, it's deep, but he's tough. Oh, is he going to break it? Oh! Oh! Oh, he's going to break. Oh, he's going to break the arm. No, but he's not tapping. Hey! 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 Don't end the fight. Don't end the fight. I don't give a fuck if his arm is broken. I don't care. Dude. Hey, Kevin Holland with the divisional skill gap. He got dropped, but That's that welterweight grappling skill, the welterweight submission game. Still, I don't think that you should stop the fight. If a fighter doesn't tap, you don't fucking stop it. Let them fight with a broken arm. Let them fight with a broken arm, dude. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. People hype up fighters that don't tap. There's something, that's a warrior thing not to tap. This guy is trying to go out on a sword. He's not tapping to a submission. He's not choked out. He's not unconscious. I'm sorry. You don't stop that fight. Fuck that. They just robbed Mikhail Alexeychuk. Not that he would have won the fight with a broken arm. It would have been tough. I don't care about whether or not he would have won later on. I'm just saying you do not stop a fight if someone doesn't tap to an armbar. It's called the technical submission, dummy. I don't care. I don't care. You don't stop the fight. He didn't tap. You don't stop the fight. You stop a fight if a fighter's getting choked to sleep and they're unconscious and they don't tap. I don't like that. He didn't tap. He didn't tap. They just robbed him from going out like a warrior. They robbed him from having a chance. Kevin Holland could have tired himself out, not gotten it, and then the fight would have continued. I'm not saying Mikhail necessarily wins with a broken arm, but at least he has a chance. I know he broke his arm. It doesn't matter. You can't work to make money because of an idiotic injury. Dude, I'm just saying, like, Mikhail Alexeychuk was in there. Oh, he tapped. It actually looked like he tapped. It actually looked like he tapped there. It actually looked like he tapped. Let's see. Did he tap? Oh, he was tapping. There's a couple of taps. There's a couple of taps right there. Bro, it's not about it. I'm not saying that, you need to see a fighter's head off. You need to see a fighter get their head cut off in order to step in. I'm just saying it's an arm bar. You're not choked to sleep. Okay, you break, like I've seen fighters get put in some horrific arm bars where their arms have definitely been messed up. And they've been allowed to get out of it. They've been allowed to survive. I don't know. It didn't really look like he tapped. I just don't think you can step in if someone doesn't tap to an armbar. Technical submission, learn the rules. All right, then maybe it's technical submission. I've been watching this sport for like 8 years. And rarely does that ever happen. Usually they let them continue. Man, Holland does not look good recently. He won't be ranked. And he got dropped. We rarely see Holland get dropped. He didn't even get dropped by MVP. But Mikhail Alexeychuk has that big, ugly power. You got to respect the big, ugly power. But shout out to Kevin Holland for getting the win. There is a divisional skill gap between the grappling. And I think I picked Kevin Holland to get a finish or either a decision. Either way, I said if he was going to finish the fight, it was going to be by a submission. He got it done, but he didn't tap. He did not tap. It's not even broken. He put us out of our misery. That's true. He put us out of our misery. That's true. But still, I don't like the fact that they stopped the fight. This guy is trying to be a warrior. He's not tapping. You have to give a fighter respect for fighting through something like that. This is a warrior sport, man. This is not someone getting punched in the face repeatedly and taking a ton of damage and they can't defend themselves and they're not out conscious. He's not even taking a lot of head damage. It's an arm, okay? Shit will recover. He didn't tap. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like the fact that Kevin Holland will fight anyone, but I still... I don't know. There's something about Kevin Holland's mindset that I'm seeing in these interviews recently where it honestly seems like he's totally checked out of caring about wins and losses. And that's not the end of the world. Like, not every fighter necessarily needs to be trying to be a champ, but you at least want to see a fighter show up and try to win. And he does do that. But, I want the best version of Kevin Holland. I don't want the fuck it Kevin Holland showing up. I picked Kevin Holland, and I'm 8-2 tonight. So, or wait, yeah, I'm 8-2. So I'm pretty happy with my pick so far. About to go 10-2, unless Costa gets a win. In Austria, 15 euros for a pay-per-view, but we watch at night. Yeah, it's rough for the European fans. Shout out to everyone from Europe watching this. I know it's rough. There's Ruthless Toothless. Ruthless Toothless. Yeah, he's disassociating. You're right. No tap. Yeah, there was no tap. There was no tap. He tapped once, bro. I think he was tapping to gauge. You know, sometimes you tap. Sometimes you tap. It's like you know you turn the light off before you go to bed, and your eyes haven't adjusted. And you have to kind of feel around the room to make sure you don't hit your knee or your face on the wall. That's what Mikal was doing. He was kind of gauging what was going on, and he tapped once, but there was no real tap. You gotta let him. Gotta let him fight through the armbar. Gotta let him fight through the armbar. But we're doing pretty well as far as picks goes, guys. As far as picks go. Nice submission finish for Kevin Holland. Not a single KO yet. Yeah, someone has to get one. I don't even think we're going to see one in the main event or the co-main event. I don't think either Strickland or Costa get a finish. And I don't think that Makhachev is that likely to get a KO on the feet. It's most likely going to be like a submission or a ground and pound TKO, but it's not the same, you know? How are you? Oh, 9-1. 9-1. That's pretty good. One tap is a touch. Yeah, exactly. He tapped, don't cry. Why would I be crying? I'm arguing that Mikhail Alexeychuk should have been allowed to continue because he didn't tap. Like, I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying I think they did the wrong thing, and I think the ref made a mistake. So you'd rather have your arm broken because you wanted to go out on your shield? Broken limbs can ruin careers? True. That is true, but, you know, still, people break their arms sometimes and they recover. I mean, yeah, there's an argument that, you know, maybe the ref is saving him, but, hey, the ref didn't step in when Tony Ferguson and, what's his name? When Tony Ferguson and Charles Oliveira were fighting. Ferguson was put in a horrific armbar. You could even hear him scream. Ref didn't step in there. And look, Ferguson went on to win the fight. Second round, third round, dominance from Ferguson. I'm kidding. Thank you for the $5. Fish money. So when it's still on the feet, it's okay to stop to punches to the face. I don't think standing TKOs are usually the best. I usually complain when that happens either way. But when an arm nearly snaps, it's bad. Limb snapping is a potential final result of a sub. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can understand them stepping in. I still think that, you know, maybe let it go on a little bit longer. Mikal has those, Mikal has the thick bones. He's got the Polish bones. And they're hard to snap. They're real hard to snap. Remember, he's got the big, ugly style. Clearly couldn't intelligently defend his arm. Neither could Tony Ferguson. And look at what he was able to do to Charles. Neither could Jamal Hill, but he still beat Paul Craig's ass. Jamal Hill didn't tap? True. Yeah, but, you know, Jamal Hill's arm was more broken than Mikal's. Jamal Hill's arm was dangling off the bone. And his career wasn't ruined. He went on to become a champ. So, look at that. If it was a knee bar, would you say the same? Dude, I've never seen anyone get tapped in the UFC due to a knee bar. It's not happened in years. The last time I saw anyone get tapped out by something like that in an MMA fight was Sage Northcutt's opponent in ONE FC. That hardly ever happens. So yeah, you should not step in and stop a fight due to a knee bar attempt. They never even work. That's fucked up, bro. You want if you had your way with that, then there'd be like a million knee bar finishes. No one ever gets knee bar submissions in the UFC, bro. I'm not saying if he dies, he dies. I'm just saying his arm wasn't broken that badly, and I think that there's an argument not to stop it. That's effed up, bro. You wanted him to... No, I didn't want him to break his arm. It's just that he didn't tap. You should reward a fighter by being tough and wanting to fight through a bad position. It's different if they're taking tons of brain damage and they can't defend themselves. But there's no brain damage there. Okay? His arm snapped. It looked like it snapped a bit. But it was one of those weird... It was one of those weird snaps where it snaps for a second and then it snaps back into place. You know, as I said, he's got the big, ugly Polish style. So when you got to snap it twice. You got to snap the snap. You know what I mean? It's like you get a. It's like you. Sometimes in order to get a tan, you have to get a sunburn. You got to burn the burn. You know, you got to burn the burn. So you got to get a sunburn first, and then you got to burn the burn. You got to snap the snap. You got to break it a little bit, but it's not fully broken. It kind of gets lodged back into place, and then you break it again. The second break is usually the real break. Usually there's a bit of a crunch. What Holland had was a crunch. You don't stop the fight due to a crunch, bro. I'm sorry. Straight up. Bro thinks fighters are toys for... No, I don't. You guys are... Listen, when it comes to brain damage and late stoppages, I'm usually different on this stuff. I'm usually thinking, okay, like, you don't want... A late stoppage is never a good move. You never want a late stoppage. That's all. You don't want to see a guy get late stoppage. When Jamal Hill got his arm broke, I wasn't like, oh my God, Jamal Hill, like, how is he gonna have a career? This is the worst moment ever. I'm like, damn, bro was tough. He didn't tap. Sucks for him, but he'll be back in 6 months. And then he was back and became champ. People getting your arm broken is not the worst thing that could happen. Don't fall into what people like Piper say. I know Joe Piper said that his career was supposed to be over. Not fucking hurt, over. When he broke his arm, but look at Piper now. He's breaking everyone's face. Okay, Piper still has a chance to become a champ in the future. Jamal Hill became a champ. Okay, so don't tell me that breaking your arm is the worst thing that could ever happen in MMA. I'm not trolling either. I think that, yes, there's... It's a case-by-case thing. It's a case-by-case thing. With Mikhail Oleksiejczuk, who has the big, ugly style, and his bones are thicker than the average person, you have to break his arm twice in order to truly break it. As I said, there's a crunch. There's an initial crunch that comes with a guy like Mikhail, and then there's a break. So it was a bit of a weird situation. Here comes Big Paulo. Paulo looks locked in. He looks locked in, Big Paulo Costa. Paulo looks locked in, guys. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Here comes Big Paulo. Paulo. Big Paulo. Here he comes. Here he comes. Wasn't Poirier versus Makhachev 1.5 hours ago? Who won? Poirier knocked him out. No, I'm kidding. It's going to be in 30 minutes. Poirier and Makhachev will be in 30 minutes. Unless there's an early finish in this fight. There's only one more fight before that. So tune in now. You're not going to want to miss this co-main event. Oh, there's Pinelo Del Cruz. There's the Cinnamon Paulo lookalike. There's Pinelo Del Cruz. There's the Amanda Nunes coach. And there's Cinnamon Paulo. And there's the freaking bodyguard next to him. There's another Cinnamon Paulo guy next to him. What is up with Brazil and the same prototype sidekick? Every Brazilian fighter has like the Cinnamon Paulo sidekick. They either have, there's two types of Brazilian sidekicks for fighters. There's the short guy with the goofy glasses like Paulo Costa and Henry Cejudo have. And then there's the Cinnamon Paulo build. Fat dude with a beard. There's no in between. There's no, and then there's, of course, every once in a while, you have like the Padre Pio type of guy that Charles Oliveira has, you know, Lima, Coach Lima. But, Oliveira's gym is more individualistic. Pereira has like the prototype Cinnamon Paulo guy. And there's Paulo pointing to Trump. Trump must be a fan of Costa. Costa looks so serious. He does. He looks good. The good thing about going into a Strickland fight is you're never scared. That's what I've heard fighters tell me. They're never scared going into fight Strickland because Strickland's not a dangerous man. Strickland's a dangerous man to someone like me, but he's not a dangerous man in an MMA fight where, he has pillow punches. Here comes Strickland. I think this is Strickland's first time, or maybe not first time, but first time as a star fighting in front of Trump. Bro, the fans better go crazy when Bruce Buffer announces Strickland's name. This is in the U.S. This is where his star power is going to be proved. Here comes Strick. I guess Pereira's not in his corner. Dude, Pereira's fucking funny, dude. Pereira's looking like a big oaf. And he's got the bling, bro. Strickland's a pipsqueak. Strickland's a bit of a pipsqueak when it comes to his punching power, to be honest. But Sean always looks nervous pre-fight. He always looks nervous. But don't forget, because people forget, man. Alex Pereira, and a lot of people know this, famously said that the one time where he was scared before a fight was when he fought Sean Strickland. And he said looking at Sean Strickland literally scared him when they were staring at each other from across the octagon because of Strickland's intensity. So maybe it's a little bit scarier in person, but, you know, still. Oh, there's Costa. Costa going across the cage. This is an interesting fight because Sean Strickland, you know, it's easier said than done, but he's not a very dangerous guy. He doesn't command respect the same way, a Dricus will or Pereira will. He doesn't have tons of power, but it's the fact that he's so hard to hit. It's that defense of Sean Strickland. Like Costa, you look at Costa right now, you expect a big gnarly TKO. You expect a one-shot clobber punch coming over the top like a sack of potatoes. But what you're really going to get is Paulo Costa with not the craziest power in the world, with thud on his punches, missing a lot on Strickland. Dude, this is Strickland's moment to showcase that he's truly championship level because his last fight was close. He cannot have a close fight with Costa. If he has a close fight with Costa, it's just not the best look. He needs to dominate Costa, or at least not necessarily dominate, but he needs to make this look clear. He needs to display a true skill gap in this fight. This should be his Holloway Cater moment, where Holloway loses a close fight in a title fight and then bounces back showing his skill gap. This should be his Holloway Cater moment. Jamal didn't even break his arm. No, Jamal definitely broke his arm. Is it a coincidence that Costa only erases washed bums? I don't think so. Hot take, McGregor pulls out of the Chandler fight? I don't think so. I don't think he's pulling out. Even if he gets injured, McGregor always shows up. Credit to him. Here we go. Let's go, guys. Fighting. Hey, Paulo. I said him in Paulo. Said him in Paulo. Pergunta. Let's go. Let's go. Costa first round TKO? I hope so. I'm late. What's Lucas's record? I'm 8-2. 8-2. Hopefully we go 10-2. Costa looks nervous. He does look a little nervous. Let's go, guys. I have butterflies in my tummy. Holy shit. I don't really feel that nervous right now because I just don't think these guys are the best finishers. Here we go. Holy shit, we have over 2,000 right now. Let's go. I think they're going to do a stare down in the middle of the cage. Here we go. Costa Strickland. No stare down in the middle of the cage, even though it's a 5-rounder. 5-round co-main event. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Will Sean Strickland show that he is still championship material? Will he wash Paulo Costa out, or will Costa get the first TKO since 2017? Or 2018. I don't remember when the last TKO was, but it's a long time ago. And right off the bat, they're talking about how it's stunning that he can make 185 pounds. NPC dialogue from the announcers. Nice little pop shots to the body for Costa. Look for a lot of body kicks and leg kicks from Costa against the very difficult to hit Sean Strickland. I can't wait for the announcers to talk about how powerful Costa is, even though he doesn't knock anyone out. Oh, fuck! I think he's already compromised. That calf is really welted up. Dude, you can't make this stuff up. Rogan is literally talking about how he's already compromised. Are you kidding me? Rogan has to be playing into the joke. Strickland is low-key the U.S. McGregor. Yeah, without the KOs, right? You cannot compare the fight style, though, because McGregor's way more entertaining in the cage. Thank you for the $2, Ben Roots. Strickland taking a very measured approach. Early on in his fights, he's always very measured. Nice teeps to the body for Strickland. Strickland looks very nervous, and Costa looks to be cool, calm, and collected. Seems to be in good shape. Costa's, oh, big wing and shot. Big wing and hook from Costa. Big Paulo Costa with a big winging hook. Costa's looking good right now. Landed a big punch on Strickland, but Strickland kind of moved out the way, rolled with it. Little teeps from Sean Strickland, but Strickland very low volume. Very low volume. And that's the frustrating part about Strickland fights is like he makes it hard for his opponents to hit him, but sometimes he doesn't throw that often. Yet to even throw a jab is Sean Strickland. Yet to even throw a jab. A very defensive approach right now, but he's putting good pressure on Costa. Nice little oblique kick. Wasn't really throwing a lot in the first couple of minutes against Adesanya, but still knocked him down and beat him up a little bit in that fight. A slow Sean Strickland start offensively is nothing new. Nothing to worry about. Costa getting some of his kicks checked. Strickland walking him down. This could very well frustrate Paulo Costa, as now Costa is having to move around a lot. Strickland, look at Strickland's body language. Just walking him down slowly. Costa is really moving around. Being forced to throw punches. He's on the back foot. This is exactly what Strickland did to Izzy. Little body shots from Costa, though. Nice hard shot to the body from Costa. Costa is doing all right. And he's very smart to invest in the body because it is real difficult to hit Strickland to the head. There's a low kick from Costa, but Strickland caught him with a jab. But again, the pressure from Sean Strickland and this backwards movement from Costa is not going to be comfortable. And Strickland looks way more comfortable in his movement. And there's more teeps to the body from Strickland. It's going to force Costa to throw a lot. And this is that suffocating pressure from Sean. And now Sean's getting a little wide-eyed and he's starting to get a little confident. But Costa on points is probably ahead. A real casual would give Strickland this round so far, even though Costa's ahead on points. There's a nice kick for Costa. And you see Sean tagged him with a little grazing right hand there, but there's a nice little jab for Costa, but Strickland rolls with it. But Costa's moving around a lot. He's moving around a lot. The thing is, man, hold your ground. Strickland does not have tons of KO power. Hold your ground. Costa's like giving Sean Strickland so much respect, so much room. He's not a counter striker. If I'm Costa, I'm planting my feet. I'm planting my feet and I'm testing out Sean Strickland's pocket boxing. That's what I'm doing. Because everyone lets him back him up, but it's not like Strickland's got any crazy power in his hands. Look at Strickland just kind of throwing out those little pit-pat shots. Oh, there's a nice right hand from Strickland. Costa kind of fell off balance. Not a knockdown. That's not a drop. Not a knockdown. Not a knockdown. That's not a drop. That is not a drop. Teep to the body from Strickland. Great start for Sean Strickland. Costa's already starting to get tired. He's already starting to get tired. Spinning kick's not working. Strickland is just cool, calm, and collected. Now he's checking the kicks. I think they might even give this round to Strickland just based on the vibe of the fight. But Costa should be winning. Yeah, Costa's sweating. This is exactly what happened in the Adesanya fight. Strickland just showing levels. Close round. This could be a Costa round, but Strickland is simply showing levels. This is a classic Sean Strickland first round. Look at Costa's body language. Look at the sweat. He's sweating. This is exactly what Adesanya looked like after the first round. Minus, he got dropped. Paulo didn't, but no, Sean didn't drop him. Sean didn't drop him. I don't want to hear it. He didn't drop him. He didn't drop him. Paulo's not gassed right now, but the pressure from Strickland's phenomenal. And the defense. Costa was smart to invest in the body. You could argue that that's a Costa round. You could argue that it's a Costa round. I think that he landed the better shots either way. Thank you for the $5, Diego. This is the first time where I've seen a fighter look at his opponent's midsection. Costa is staring at the midsection. Maybe that's his game plan. Yeah, but he's getting back. Costa needs to plant his feet. He's giving Strickland so much respect to walk him down. He has yet to get hit with any hard shots. I know Strickland's doing that to him, but still, See what happens. Just test it out. Test out holding your ground in the center. You cannot just run around the octagon on your back foot the whole time. You're going to gas out. Lucas, relax with the I do this. Okay. I'm not saying I'm going to be successful holding my ground against Strickland. So that's not what I mean. I'm saying Costa. Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Costa's definitely doing a really good job at backing up and running around the octagon like a chicken without its head. Fighting like a scaredy cat, running on the back foot. You're right. He should just keep doing that. That's a really good idea for Paulo Costa. Really good idea. When his whole game is getting people into the phone booth. You're right. Really good idea. Yeah. I guess getting into the phone booth for Paulo Costa and holding his ground a little bit would definitely, be a big mistake. I'm not saying I would do better. I'm saying that's what I think Costa should do. See, there you go. Costa's moving forward. When people put pressure on Strickland, they have success. You do not fight Sean Strickland moving backwards if you're Paulo Costa. So I'm not like a casual when I say that. This is not me saying Paulo Costa just throw a big meaty hook over the top and slug it a million times. No, I don't think you should do that, but still. Nice body shots for Costa. See, look at this. Look at this. Now Costa's standing his ground. Now he's throwing strikes. But now Strickland is getting his calf chewed up. And now Costa's having success. More leg kicks, slamming them into Sean Strickland's legs. See, if you don't have a lot of pop upstairs, you go with the pop downstairs and you go with the low kicks. Paulo Costa has heavy low kicks. But here comes Strickland. Very low boxing output from Sean Strickland. Not a whole lot of volume with his hands. But they're really playing the long game here. They're playing the 5-round game. But Sean Strickland, man, really a little bit of a low output guy these days. There's a nice 1-2 over the top from Sean. But now Costa's starting to get backed up again. Nice teep to the body for Strickland. Another teep to the body. Strickland continuing to put on a ton of pressure on Paulo Costa. But a very slow fight already. I was expecting a little bit more hands from Sean. But Costa's just missing everything upstairs. But you know what? Strickland's not really finding the mark that easily either. I can't believe it, but the fans are booing. Wow. You know it's bad when Sean Strickland's getting booed in the U.S. Either way, this is a close round. I actually think you could give this round. Oh, wait. Costa got hurt. Costa got hurt with that check. Ooh, Costa took a weird step. Let's see if Costa shows any signs of wilting after that. Oblique kick for Strickland. Teeps for Strickland. I don't know. There's a jab for Strickland. Strickland might steal the round at the end with his boxing if he's able to land some more shots. But this is a close round. But people forget, man. Sean Strickland wasn't throwing a lot of output against Izzy. It was kind of similar. More teeps from Sean Strickland. Continued pressure from Strickland. And Paulo Costa misses a takedown attempt. Check hook blocked by Sean. This is every Sean fight, boring and lame. Yeah, I mean, Strickland's style is not fireworks. That's no secret, for sure. Strong kick for Costa, but Strickland landed a jab right there. Costa's doing some good damage with these kicks. Body shot from Costa. You know what? You could give this round to Costa. It's very close, and I think he's landed the better shots. There's a nice body shot from Costa. Beautiful work from Costa to go to the body. Strickland, again, just not throwing a lot of output. He's putting pressure on Costa. But everything is a teep. I don't think you can give someone a round for 4 jabs and a teep. I just don't think the push kicks up the middle is like the best volume. There's a nice shot from Strickland. Costa caught off guard again. Not a drop, not a knockdown, but Strickland landed a good jab. But now Costa's getting tired. Strickland's going to come on strong as this fight progresses. This could be a Costa round. That's a body shot for Costa. Let's see if Strickland. Yeah, I think that it could be 2-0 Costa. It could be 1-1. I don't know. Most of Strickland's punches landed. Oh, that may have been a knockdown. The thing is, I just don't think I saw enough solid, significant shots from Sean Strickland in that round. Like, how much do you value teeps to the body with nothing on them? They're not digging to the body. They're slowly taking the wind out of Costa. They are effective, but Costa was landing thudding body shots throughout the round, thudding low kicks that were getting reactions. I think you could make an argument for that being a Costa round. Could be 1-1. Could be 1-1. Here we go, round 2. Very strategic approach from Sean Strickland, but this is usually his approach. Yeah, to the death, right? Sean Strickland to the death. Yeah, I mean, it is funny how he's always saying that at press conferences and then fighting like this. Anyway, here we go. As I said, Strickland's a bit skittish in the early going of his fights. Strickland's definitely like winning the vibe of he's winning the fight based on like, he seems to be the more effective fighter so far, but on points, as far as rounds go and how you're going to score rounds, Costa arguably won that last round. So technically it's 1-1. There's a jab from Costa to the body. See, these little oblique kicks, these little flapjack kicks, these are little flapjacks from Strickland. It's like you're getting hit with pancakes. It's like I make some flapjacks in the morning and I toss a pancake at you, a soft pancake. That's basically the teep of a Sean Strickland. Whereas Costa's landing these thudding shots. Check that kick, though. But now Strickland's opening up a little bit more with the output. But there's a nice solid body shot from Costa. But see, now these teeps are getting a little bit more impactful. Oh, beautiful body shot for Paulo Costa. And another jab to the body from Paulo Costa. And a teep to the body from Paulo Costa. And a leg kick from Costa. Costa's landing. He's landing. But Strickland is still landing some shots. Costa misses that hook. Right hand from Strickland and a big hook on top of it. Landed a couple of shots there. And a jab from Sean Strickland. See, if Strickland just opens up and throws, he's very accurate. He doesn't throw that often. He's really banking for the later rounds here. Strickland checked that one. Body shot from Costa. Jab for Strickland. Nice jab. And there's a jab for Costa. Beautiful jab for Costa. The thing is, it doesn't matter if Costa gasses out. Strickland is not finishing him with this output. You have to have some crazy output. Oh, that check really hurt Costa. They just went shin to shin. Strickland really hurt Costa with that check. And this is the thing about big Paulo Costa. Costa doesn't mind a nice slugfest, but as soon as things, he's sort of like McGregor. As soon as things start to hurt, and his legs start fumbling and bumbling, that's when Costa starts to mentally check out sometimes. There's a nice hook from Strickland, but Strickland needs to start putting it together, man. I want to see him put it together a little bit more. He's just, I don't know, nice body shot from Costa and a teep from Strickland. Takedown attempt from Costa has been stuffed. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Strickland's ahead quite a bit on significant strikes. I don't really see it. I mean, are they calling everything a significant strike that Strickland lands? Nice shot from Strickland, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of significant strikes from him. They're talking about his gas tank getting drained, but Strickland is not putting a dangerous amount of pressure on Costa. He's not really capitalizing off of this. There's a front kick that lands for Strickland and a jab behind it. Leg kick from Costa, but a very slow fight. And Sean Strickland just seems to be kind of doing just enough to get by. This is like a Leon Edwards-esque performance. Pretty disappointing, I'm not going to lie. A little bit disappointing. I thought it would be a little bit more dominant than this. I'm not surprised that Strickland's winning. But Strickland's just not really throwing that often. Nice jab to the body from Costa. But Strickland's starting to jab him up a little bit. He will finish in 4 and 5. No, he won't. No, he will not. Dude, Costa's not taking any damage to the head. Only chance of a finish right now is checking low kicks. Strickland's done fuck all damage to the face. Strickland, oh, there's a nice shot. That's the best punch of the entire round from Paulo Costa, landed on the chin of Sean Strickland. But Costa doesn't have crazy power either. I just don't understand why Strickland is not throwing a little bit more. I don't know. It's a little bit frustrating to watch because he's the much better boxer and he's landing when he throws. He's just doing enough to get by. I think Strickland's just going to cruise to a decision. He'll win the last 3 rounds. It'll be 4-1 Strickland, 49-46. Strickland is winning, but it's a very lackluster fight. It's like teeps and a jab every minute from Sean Strickland. 5 right hands around. 3 right hands and 2 uppercuts around from Strickland with a couple of jabs and front kicks. That's basically it. Costa's in there. He's in there, man. 2-1 Strickland, it's 2-1 Strickland. That's a Sean Strickland round. Yep. Strickland's scared defensively, worried he might get caught. I mean, he did get caught in that round by a really solid right hand. It just didn't do anything to him. I think that Strickland's chin is pretty solid. You know, he's just got a very low output approach to fights. Even against Adesanya, his output was even lower in the Izzy fight. He was throwing less against Adesanya, so I mean, at least Dricus made Strickland really fight him. But I'd like to see more jabs from Sean. Because he's really not doing any damage. Fight of the year, right? Yeah. Here we go. Round 4. I can't believe I just yawned a little bit. Costa's got to go for it, though, because he's going to lose a decision. 2-1. And a leg kick from Strickland. Hopefully Makhachev, if he gets the finish, makes it look entertaining so that people will give him some credit. People will claim you're a casual because you don't like watching somebody wave their hands around and throwing pipsqueak shots for 5 rounds. Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, dude, Sean Strickland's style is pretty boring to watch. I do get hyped for his fights because they're always high-stakes matchups, but still. You know, his fights are rough to watch, bro. Especially because there's no belt on the line this time, right? So it doesn't even feel like it's that important. But you know he's ahead, but you just know that he's not going to, like, snowball and like, start to dominate because he's just going to do enough. Nice jab for Strickland there. But, hey, Strickland's a defense-first fighter. I'm not shocked that this is the performance, but, you know, it's just like seeing it actually go down is a little bit slow, a little bit boring. Just because you think, oh, man, Paulo Costa's going to bring it and Strickland's going to be jabbing him up and beating him up a little bit. Instead, we're just seeing teeps and, like, 1 punch every minute from Sean. And Costa, of course, is not really bringing a war either. I would have loved to see Yoel Romero versus Strickland because I know Yoel would close the distance every now and then and go bombs away. Round 4, yeah. Damn, Nico Price versus Morano was more entertaining. Nice 1-2 from Sean. Damn. It's funny how, like, this is the first time Trump has seen Strickland in a while since he's been, like, a big star. And he's treated to this masterpiece. Either way, Strickland's still winning. But this is a close round. But Strickland's literally pit-patting. This is a pip-pap shot from Sean. Sean Strickland's a pop shotter. Dude, it's hilarious, dude. Strickland talks like he's going to war in every press conference. And he's kind of like Izzy in that sense. But Izzy at least KOs people every now and then. But you know how Izzy before his Cannonier fight would say things like, it's gonna be a butchering, botched. Strickland says it all the time. To the death, to the death. I hope that the main event saves us. I'm really hoping we see a KO from Makhachev or Poirier. Even a submission could be a bit slow. Just something entertaining. Nice leg kicks from Costa. I don't know. I mean, this is close. Costa landed that spinning kick. Dude, imagine if Strickland 48-47's Costa. And that's it. Loses 2 rounds via low output. Nice jab from Strickland. Another jab from Strickland. Another jab from Strickland. Yeah, Strickland's starting to take over at the end of the round. 3 jabs from Strickland. Nice body shot from Strickland. From Costa. Another leg kick from Costa. Costa's doing well. Again, you'd like to see a little bit more output. They go jab for jab. They just went band for band there. Costa's starting to go band for band with him. Bro, Costa literally could steal this round if he puts on a ton of pressure right now. Strickland checked that kick, though. Dude, Strickland's right hands are literally pepper shots. Like he's throwing Tootsie Rolls right now. Strickland's throwing Fruity Pebbles in his punches. They've got absolutely nothing on them. Damn. Costa had a closer fight with Strickland than Izzy. Crazy. Uppercuts from Sean. I hope that they hype up Strickland in the corner because like this is going to lower his stock. It's good, it's good that he's going to win. I'm happy that he's going to win, but still it's going to lower his stock. Because Costa is not seen as someone that's on the same level as Dricus or someone on the same level as Adesanya. For Strickland to have a low output fight but a win against someone for a title fight, it's different because the stakes are really high. But in a non-title fight against Paulo Costa, especially when he just had a fight of the year against Whitaker, a fight of the year candidate, it's going to lower his stock a bit. I think it's 3-1 Strickland. I think Costa may have taken one of the first or the second round. I think the second round is arguably a Costa round, so I say 3-1. So I guess I'll get my pick right. I guess I'll go 49-46. Sean Strickland gets it done. How is he low output? 300? Dude, you know what I mean. 300 strikes attempted? Yeah. How many of those punches had any sting on it? How many punches is he throwing? I don't give a fuck if Strickland throws 150 teeps to the body with absolutely nothing on him. That's a non-strike. You may as well throw a feint out there. Sean Strickland's teep is like the flimsiest strike on the planet. Okay? When I say low output, I mean of significant strikes. Yeah, it's 3-1 at the worst for Sean. But again, 3-1, the rounds won doesn't tell the story. 3-1 doesn't mean the rounds aren't close and that it's not, total washout domination. Like, this is a competitive fight where Sean is, slightly ahead. See that second teep to the body right there? I'm not counting that as, a serious strike from Sean Strickland. Nice right hand from Costa. Costa's landed some leg kicks and some punches in this round, too. Nice kick from Costa landed. Thank you for the $10. I think Sean spars too much. He doesn't get up for fights because he fights constantly in the gym. I think that's why he barely throws. I know, it's like it's a sparring match right now. Treating this like a sparring session. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. You can't complain about 300 strikes. I just did, and I can, because it's boring as fuck to watch Sean Strickland throw 150 teeps with nothing on them. Listen, that strike from Sean Strickland is not what I'm complaining about. If Sean Strickland lets go those little pit-pat jabs, little stick them out there jabs, he's fucking range finding with that. He's not even trying to land. Half of Sean Strickland's strikes have been him like just pumping a jab, just trying to close distance, but not actually committing to it. Yes, you can complain about that. It is objectively sort of boring to watch. You can cope all you want. I think Sean Strickland's winning. I'm picking him to win. I can appreciate the fact that he's better than Paulo Costa and he's doing well. But I'm not about to sit here and act impressed by, oh my God, he just put up a record of strikes. Like, dude, these strikes are flimsy strikes with nothing on them. You want to hype someone up for 300 strikes? Talk about Holloway landing them. You're talking about 300 attempted strikes. Half of those strikes that have been attempted are him hitting the air. There's a jab with some sting on it, but some of these strikes are not even intended to land. And some of these strikes landed are like grazing. They're doing nothing. It's like a sparring session, bro. I'm not about to sit here and act like this is like some crazy, amazing performance. Costa, 20-7 on significant strikes in round 5. I know that's not fully accurate because the strike stats are always wrong, but even Costa's ahead in the 5th round. There's a jab from Strickland. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry that I'm not just glazing this performance. I honestly think it's a bit of a boring fight. You know, what do you want me to say? Dude, Sean Strickland's absolutely mincing him up. I expected a little bit better than this. I'm going to be honest. Good win from him, though. Dude, can you just glaze the fact that he landed 150 teeps with nothing on him? Yeah, sorry, guys. Let me just freak out about the 150 teeps attempted. Nice body shot from Costa. Costa's literally winning this round. He's walking him down, to be fair. Yeah, I know. He is walking him down, but that's the story of the whole fight. But Costa's still in there. I'm just saying, it's a competitive fight. 5-0 can be competitive. You can beat someone 10-9 in a round. A 10-9 can be competitive. You get 5 10-9s, it can still be a competitive fight. It's a competitive fight where Sean Strickland's just ahead. Doing a good job, but I just thought I was going to see more. Costa needs to bum rush with meaty hooks. Facts, bro. Costa needs to go out there and bum rush. Bro, Costa might even work himself into a 48-47. Costa might even win this round. Look, he's going jab for jab with Strickland, giving him no respect right now. If he drops Sean Strickland and gets a 10-8, it could be a draw. Could be 48-47. Has Strickland taken damage? Well, calf kicks do count. You're saying they don't count. Of course they count. If you fumble over yourself when you're getting kicked every now and then, that definitely counts. And yeah, it's no different than a jab. If you leg kick someone and you spin him backwards a little bit, it's the same thing as landing a jab for the most part. Of course they count. There's a jab from Costa. Costa's going to win the 5th. Right hand from Costa. Strickland lands there, though. Let's see if Strickland actually lets go of flurry. Last 10 seconds, Strickland's going for it. Head kick from Sean Strickland. Drops Costa. Let's hope maybe they count it as a knockdown. Strickland's going for it. Where was this energy? Where was this energy throughout the whole fight? That fight fucking sucked. I'm sorry. I'm not about to sit here and act like that was a great fight. That fight sucked. I picked Strickland. He's going to win 48-47, 49-46, but like, it's just annoying a little bit to see him like go after it. Donald Trump fighting back the urge to fall asleep. Sean dropped him. If that counts as a knockdown, then Strickland should win the round. I don't know. We got to see a replay. It looked like he got caught off balance. But then again, like the kick caused the knockdown. So, but the UFC doesn't always count knockdowns. They do it when it's like 100%. That was a knockdown, but I don't know if they're going to count that. Yep. To the death, guys. PPV numbers. Yeah, exactly. Those are the pay-per-view numbers dying. But hey, the pay-per-view has already been bought. Should earn minus bonuses. Yeah. You know, listen, it was a competitive fight. I'm not surprised that it wasn't like an amazing fight, but I was just expecting a little bit more entertainment. Like, I expected Strickland to throw a little bit more output with the hands. I'm talking about punches. I expected Strickland to punch more. I know he threw 150 million teeps with no sting on them. I just expected him to throw a little bit more output with the hands, if you guys get what I'm saying. Paulo might be a fraud. Paulo might be a fraud. Dude, Paulo Costa didn't get fraud checked with this performance. If anything, this performance looked good for Costa. Costa has been fraud checked a long time ago by Adesanya. He did not get fraud checked with this. This was not an indication of Costa being like a way worse fighter than we thought he was. Like, this is basically about how good we thought Costa was. If anything, I think it was a better performance than I expected from Costa. But man, that was rough to watch. That's why Strickland didn't get the title rematch. He's a points fighter, true. But at least his fight with Dricus was entertaining. Let's see what happens. Oh my God, it's going to be a split decision. Whoa! 49-46 Costa. Dude. Okay. What the fuck? Someone gave that to Costa? Is Strickland going to try to kill... Oh my gosh. Is Strickland going to try to beat up one of the... Okay, no, he's going to shake hands with Trump. Dude, that was a shit fight, though. Wow. Someone scored that 49-46 Costa. I think 48-47, there's an argument for that, but... Who the fuck scored that to Costa? Did Sean drop him? I don't think they counted the knockdown, but... What? This is why you can never say that you should not count robberies. One judge, 49-46 Strickland, the other guy, the opposite scorecard. This is why robberies exist, and you can call fights robberies. If one other fighter gave that to Costa, you would have said that's a robbery. Like, if this doesn't tell you that robberies exist in MMA, given how different those scorecards were, I don't know what will. I never want to hear people tell me, dude, he literally won. Keep coping like there are robberies in MMA. It's a perfect example. Not only was that one of the worst scorecards I've ever heard, because it was at the very worst 48-47 for Strickland. Strickland said he thought we were going to have a war. I thought we were going to fight. You didn't throw any... Strickland... Don't back up next time, please. You're the one that was backing him down, having him up against the fence, refusing to throw combinations, refusing to throw punches. Last time I checked, Strickland was throwing 5 punches around for the first 3 rounds and 1 million teeps with nothing on them. Oh, man, that's going to be an interesting fight to break down. I'm not going to lie, guys. That fight sucked. That fight sucked. Like, again, when we were watching Strickland do that to Izzy, and Izzy, the fight with Izzy was a little bit different because Izzy was missing more shots than Costa was, which was pretty crazy. Costa had more success than Adesanya. But it was a title fight. It was an upset moment. It was in Australia. Strickland was winning. And so it was more entertaining because the stakes were so high and we couldn't believe our eyes. Against DDP forced Strickland to fight. This fight sucked. I'm sorry. I'm happy that Strickland won, but it was tough to watch. His stock went down, I think, a little bit. I think his stock went down a little bit. I had it, there's an argument 49-46 Costa. I think you could score the 5th round for Costa. Maybe I'll rewatch the 5th round, but I had it 3-1 going into the 5th with Costa arguably winning. Either way, Costa wins the fight. But yeah. Strange, very strange scorecard given to Costa. This is a former champion, by the way. No, Strickland controlled the fight. He won the fight, but again, The most frustrating part for me is that I think that Strickland could have a more dominant looking performance if he were to just throw more punches. If he were to throw more punches, I think he could be more dominant, but he just doesn't. That's the annoying part. It's like he does enough to win. He's sort of like Leon Edwards. He does barely enough to win. Thank you for the $5, MJ. I appreciate that. That's why Strickland didn't get a title rematch. He's a points fighter. True. Did Sean drop him? I don't know. The leg split March Sean does is hard to deal with. It's very hard to deal with. Yeah. Thank you for the $2, Nitro X. Address the 5'4" allegations. Well, I'm not 5'4". So there's that. Thank you for the $2. Pipsqueak and Salt pound for pound ranking update when? Pipsqueak and Salt pound for pound. Tier list ranking. I think we'll do a new Pipsqueak tier list soon if that's what you're getting at. But thank you for the $2, Mike Kessler. Thank you for the $2, Obese Tomato. The main card has been an Apex-worthy card so far. I agree. It's been really frustrating. Kevin Holland's submission, that was sort of fun. Randy Brown and Aleski Dos Santos was more entertaining than Strickland and Costa. And then Nico Price and Morano was more entertaining. When Nico Price and Morano is more entertaining than a Sean Strickland co-main event in 2024 where he's a big star, you know that fight sucked. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get more batteries for this light. Here we go. One fighter's in the black trunks. The other's in the white trunks. And here we go. Islam Makhachev in the white trunks. Other fighters in the black trunks. Anyway, guys. I'm fixing this light. Thank you for the $5. Is this the first card with golden gloves? It is. This is the first card with new gloves in general and the first card with golden gloves, yes. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $2, G. Dustin Poirier, first KO of the card, shine bright like a diamond. Well, at least we see the Poirier walkout / retirement. I don't think he's really going to retire, but I think he'll retire in the cage and then come back 6 months from now. And at least we'll see a somewhat fun fight. So I'm looking forward to this. This is a fight that can't be that boring. Unless Makhachev smudges him into the canvas for 5 rounds and stinks it up. That would suck. Because I would really hate that. I'm expecting something good here. I'm expecting either one of the greatest upsets in UFC history, or I'm expecting a dominant showcase from Makhachev so that people can start to give him some respect. Hopefully he does it better than Khabib, or makes it more entertaining than Khabib, or does it faster than Khabib. Because if he stinks it up to decision, that would be rough. Thank you for the $10. ProGen Heat. When Dustin Poirier KOs Islam, you better make a 30-minute video explaining how you're never going to doubt the diamond. I will. I will literally unironically say I'm never doubting the diamond again. Okay? I will do that. I got you. I got you. I will actually do that, brother. Okay? And you have to pick him no matter what. Who he fights next? Okay, I'll pick him. I'll pick him no matter what. I got you. The nerves are starting to kick in. They're starting to kick in for me too, man. They are starting to kick in quite a bit for me as well. This is where things are going to get exciting, guys. Costa won that fight. Strickland pitter-pat teeps don't count as damage. I think that Costa won 2 rounds, and I agree. His pitter-pat teeps are nothing to really look at. Like, they count, they add up, but they're not significant strikes. Leon versus Strickland would be a death sentence. That would be probably the worst stylistic matchup of all time. Leon versus Strickland would fucking suck. Barely enough to win is low-key hilarious. Other than leg kicks, Costa body shots. Other than leg kicks, Costa didn't do shit. Body shots, did you not see the 50 body shots and the 50 jabs that Costa landed? We got 3 blind mice as judges. Well, I agree with you. The 49-46 for Costa was ridiculous, but it was arguably 48-47. Like, you're saying, what did Costa do besides leg kicks? What the fuck did Strickland do besides a couple of jabs and teeps? I mean, Costa landed jabs too. Costa landed at least 20 jabs in that fight. Costa landed at least 50 body shots, tons of leg kicks. It's not like it wasn't close in any way, shape, or form. Hold on, guys. I'm just making sure that I want to like dim the lights a bit. It's too bright in here. All right, here we go. Here we go. If this goes to a boring decision, this is the worst card of all time. I agree. If this goes to a boring decision, this might actually be one of the worst cards of all time. I'm with you. I am with you, man. Here we go, guys. Dustin Poirier is going to walk out to the Diamond Song. Dustin Poirier about to walk out to the Diamond Song. He says he's going to knock Makhachev out. That would be the craziest moment in UFC history. Here we go. Thank you for the $2. I got Islam by generations of inbreeding strength. Not a bad pick. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you for the $2. Diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a... Oh, here comes... Paid the cost to be the boss. Paid the cost to be the boss. I paid the cost to be the boss. Here comes DP and his gritty old boxing. Here comes DP. Paid the cost to be the boss. Thank you for the 50 MX Bentos. Thank you so much. And thank you for the $5 Slugfest Wizard. Isn't UFC 33 still the worst UFC of all time? I mean, I don't remember that because I wasn't watching it. You got to ask an old head. Who knows, man? We might see some gritty old boxing from Dustin. Don't ever doubt the diamond, bro. We'll see, man. We'll see if Dustin can get it done. But when Makhachev, if Makhachev comes out and does one of these, you know it's over when Makhachev walks out and he does one of these with his smirk. Not today, brother. Not today, brother. That's how you know it's over. But Poirier's looking to be in good shape, and he's got that craft now. Dustin Poirier is a crafty vet. Dude, Dustin would be the first guy to ever win a title fight at 35 years old. Then Volk... Dude, if Dustin wins tonight, that means that Volk would no longer be statistically permissible to lose at 35. Because Poirier would have been the one to do it. Unless you want to make the argument that it usually doesn't happen. But if Dustin wins tonight, he breaks the 35 curse. Let that sink in. I think Makhachev's about to sub him, though. He's going to shine bright. Yeah, he's going to shine bright. He's shining bright right now, but we'll see when Makhachev gets in the cage. Thank you for the $2. Guys, we have almost 3,000 people in here. Let's get some likes. I appreciate you all tuning in to the live reaction stream. The card's been a bit slow. The Strickland fight kind of sucked. Let's hope that we got something action-worthy. Either a first-round finish for Dustin, a late finish for Dustin, or a finish for Makhachev. We don't want a decision. We don't want a smudge fest. All right? We don't want a fourth-round submission for Makhachev either. Paid the cost to be the boss. Look at me. I put what you see. Here we go. Here comes Makhachev. Let's see if he does one of these. You don't know me, brother. Here he comes. Here comes the pound for pound champ. Dude, Makhachev's got some heat. He's walking out with some heat. Bring the heat. Remember, bring the heat. Dude, Makhachev's song is hype, man. His song is hype. Yeah, that's Habib. Dude, that's aura right there. That's aura right there. I'm sorry, bro. That's aura right there. He's got Habib next to him. He's got Coach Magomedov, brother. No, that's a different guy. That's aura right there. That's aura right there. Let's see if he does this. Let's see if he does this. All the loose material on the gloves, terrible. I know, it's pathetic. Yeah, he just did it. Oh, it's over. It's over. It's over. I'm expecting this to end in the first, dude. That's aura. He's got Habib in the corner. Dude, if Poirier wins, that's going to be insane. That is going to be insane, dude. He would break the 35 curse and beat Makhachev pound for pound #1. It'd be like the Edwards head kick, but crazier. Because he'd be the only one in lightweight history to win a title at 35 or older. But Makhachev, man. Yeah, he's looking... he's got staff. Let's see his shin. Let's see if he's got the staff still. Makhachev's looking pretty big, man. He's looking dense. It's going to be hard for Poirier to get up to his feet if Makhachev gets his hands on him. Dude, it's going to be nerve-wracking watching the first minute, though. We'll see Makhachev striking. I want to see how his speed looks. But he's got the aura right now. Here comes the Ultimate Cope by Dustin fans. Yeah, dude. Oh, from me? Ultimate Cope, Dustin by KO? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. Anyone else thinks Makhachev looks nervous? I mean, he's got a little bit of a bruise on his shin, but it doesn't look that bad. It does not look that bad right now. Yeah, he looks a little bit nervous. I agree. I do agree with you. He does look a little bit nervous. But these guys don't lose, brother. You see, there's always the big upsets with goofy goobers. Like Kamaru Usman, right? There's always the big upsets with guys like, Adesanya and, there are other fighters. But not with these guys, man. These guys don't lose, brother. Funny thing is that even if Poirier wins, the DP fans have no right to talk shit. Yeah, the right pick is Islam. I 100% agree with you. I agree. The right pick is Makhachev. They'll say things like, yeah, but you shouldn't doubt him that heavily, man. You should at least always give him a 51% chance. You should have just given Makhachev like a 51% chance, bro. Yeah, that's what they'll say. I'm nervous. I didn't feel nervous for Strickland Costa because they can't finish a fly. But I'm nervous for this because Dustin can knock you out and Makhachev can knock you out. I'm nervous too. Islam looks terrified. This is arguably the most dangerous striker it is the most dangerous striker he's ever fought. Maybe not the best fighter, but the most dangerous striker. Let's see what he can do to DP. Gritty old DP. Let's see if DP has anything in store for Makhachev. You never know. Dustin might have a trick up his sleeve. Please, Dustin, I've been waiting for 2 months. Bro, I don't know, man. Something could be in the air. DP fans have every right to talk shit. I mean, they do. I agree, I mean, it depends. There are lots of Dustin Poirier fans that don't think he's going to win. There's a difference between picking Poirier to win because you think he's going to win and you're breaking it down and you're telling people why, and just saying, I'm riding with DP, man. Or I want him to win. There's a lot of people that are going to talk shit that just simply wanted him to win but didn't think he would. Most people think Makhachev is going to win. Islam looks thin. Yeah, he doesn't look, he does look a little bit drained. I agree. Not that, Staff would have nothing to do with it. Staff is probably the reason, but he's still better than Dustin. He's still going to beat him. But you're right. You're right. Dustin by robbery? There's no chance for Poirier to win by robbery. Poirier's a finisher, man. The last time he got a decision was what? Last time Poirier's won a decision was against Dan Hooker. He's a finisher, man. He rarely gets a decision. Former undisputed, disputed. 640. Dustin the Diamond Poirier. Here we go. I'm nervous as fuck. Dude, Makhachev looks nervous. Makhachev looks nervous. Very nervous. Disputed UFC champion of the world, Islam Makhachev. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Holy shit. It's happening. It's happening. Here we go. Wow. I'm nervous, dude. I'm so nervous. Big time lightweight fight. 2 finishers in the cage. We're going to see a finish. Can Dustin Poirier become the first man to break the 35 curse? Round 1. Makhachev feinting a takedown early. Dustin Poirier throwing a low kick. Makhachev really feinting the takedown. Dustin Poirier misses a jab. Daniel, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, that kick looked fast from Makhachev. That front kick looked fast. Oh, Makhachev clipped Poirier already. Clipped him again with another couple of shots. There's the takedown. And here we go. Oh, easily takes down Poirier. He's in half guard. Makhachev has Poirier down already. Makhachev landed some strikes on the feet. Dustin Poirier hardly landed anything. And he's fighting Makhachev, who has him in half guard right now. This is not Volkanovski. This is not Oliveira. I'm excited to see how Makhachev does against someone that doesn't have the same grappling pedigree as Volkanovski or Oliveira. Just how good is he compared to Khabib? Khabib dominated Poirier. What will Makhachev do to him? Or what has Poirier done to learn from that matchup against Khabib? He's got Poirier flattened out on his back up against the fence. And Makhachev is landing little pip-tap shots. Dude, I'm so nervous. It's not over. People in the chat that are saying it's over, it's certainly not over. And there's some ground and pound strikes. Makhachev's starting to open up on the ground. He's starting to land ground and pound strikes. I've been really curious to see what Makhachev is capable of doing on the ground. Because against Volkanovski, dude is unchokeable. Against Oliveira, one of the best grapplers in the sport. Oh, he's going for a Kimura. Oh, he's going for a Kimura. Oh! Oh, but he's got the back now. Now he's got Poirier's back. Dude, just when I thought Poirier was going to get up, he was going for that Kimura that he had on Dan Hooker. Poirier showcased some really good rear naked choke defense in his last fight. Will Makhachev be able to choke him out? He's got the body lock. Not able to choke out Volk. Will he make it look easier against Poirier? Will that 145 featherweight skill be showcased? Or is Poirier just like Volkanovski with the submission defense? Either way, this is a good body lock. But Makhachev is working now. He is working. He is absolutely working on the ground. And he's really looking for this choke. This is nerve-wracking, but Poirier was able to survive this against Benoit Saint-Denis, showcasing some really good submission defense. Looks like Poirier's trying to build up, but Makhachev is covering his nose, covering his mouth. He's on the back. It's going to be difficult for Makhachev to get the neck. It's going to be very difficult for him to get the neck. But there's a nice elbow for Makhachev. And now he's relaxed. Poirier's fighting the hands. Makhachev fighting the hands. Poirier throwing a pit-pap shot. Will Poirier be able to survive? Because Poirier is doing a really good job, but oh, Makhachev got kind of close there, but Poirier again, fighting for dear life, fighting the hands really well. But Makhachev, no. Oh, not. Makhachev, we'll see. Will he get into full mount against Dustin Poirier? This is a dominant round. But you got to think, if Poirier can survive till the end of next round, what does Makhachev's energy look like if he has staff? Stinkfest already. Makhachev unable to get the finish in the first. 39 seconds, 38 seconds on the clock. But right now, he is... Whose gas tank is draining? Because Poirier doesn't look to be getting that tired. Poirier is landing a couple of decent shots from his back. But here, Poirier is trying to get up to his feet. I think he's going to get a... He's going to try to risk it a little bit. Makhachev stretching his arm a little bit. But it looks like the round is going to end. Poirier, I like this for him. I like this for him. I like this for Poirier. Because he survived the first. I thought it was going to be a first round finish. Not exactly the dominant performance that I thought. If it is the staff, the longer it goes, the better it is for DP. 100%. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing. Same thing happened against Benoit Saint-Denis. Same exact thing. We got to see, is Makhachev's energy going to be good going into the second? Because if he starts to dip off, then Poirier is, you know, he's going to be able to make things happen. The defense, the speed, the reaction time, it goes down if you get tired. Makhachev is looking a little bit tired right now. Now, Makhachev is breathing out of his mouth, but he's a bit of a mouth breather anyway. Everything the same, Habib is saying. Everything the same. We'll see. Can Poirier tag Makhachev? But Makhachev landed some really good shots there. 1-0 for Makhachev. Let's see. Second round about to start. But that's a moral victory for the Diamond, 100%. That's a big moral victory for the Diamond. Here we go, round two. Round two. Let's see if Dustin puts the pressure on Makhachev. This is where Dustin Poirier can make things happen, but the takedown happens early. Happens very early. Makhachev's on the legs. Oh, really good work from Poirier. Excellent work from Poirier. Stuffing that takedown. Makhachev was on the legs. And we'll see what Poirier can do. He's pulling up the shorts. Makhachev getting pressured now. But this is where we'll see how Poirier can have success because he's got to throw. Maybe he's looking to counter. But either way, if Makhachev closes the distance, that's where it gets dangerous. There's a knee to the body from Makhachev in the clinch. And they're at range. Poirier jabs, but he misses. It's hard to land on Makhachev because he's so defensively sound and he does not play in the pocket. Now Makhachev's holding the center of the octagon. Let's see if Poirier can back him up. There's a takedown from Makhachev. He's on a single leg. And he's got Poirier up against the fence. Ooh. Makhachev is looking weak. I think that's that staff. He's looking weak. I don't know, guys. He's not able to get these takedowns. Either way, a weak Makhachev should be able to beat Dustin Poirier. If Poirier wins, it's still incredible. Nice shot from Islam Makhachev, landing flush on Dustin Poirier. And he can stand with him. There's an elbow from Makhachev. Nice elbow from him as well. There's a good jab from Dustin Poirier. And DP could get settled into that gritty old boxing. But we haven't seen a whole lot of... Oh, there's a jab from Makhachev. Nice jab from him. And a nice combination from Makhachev backing Poirier up. And a jab from Dustin. But Makhachev's doing a really good job of not engaging in that grit war. Jab. They're going jab for jab. But Makhachev doing really well on the feet. But I'm very surprised that Dustin was able to stuff both of those takedowns, and Makhachev was in a great position to out-grapple him. There's another takedown attempt. Let's see if Makhachev can get anything to happen. Poirier stuffs the initial shot. Let's see if Makhachev is able to get a trip or able to get some sort of a takedown. You have to think that he's looking a little bit weaker and more drained than normal. Makhachev's strength and his gas tank just looks a little bit... I mean, I don't know. I think he looks very strange. He looks small. He looks weaker than normal. But there's an uppercut from Dustin. I think Dustin might win this fight. He's looking really good. Makhachev is really struggling to take him down. This is crazy. And you don't want to get into that gritty boxing battle with DP, but this has got to be good for Dustin's confidence. Not many kicks from Makhachev. Not many kicks. But Makhachev slips that punch. Dustin countered with the right hand right there. Damn, I feel that Dustin's going to win. I think Dustin might win. You just know it's in the air. Makhachev's looking weak. I think the staph infection has affected him. He's fighting against all the curses. And Makhachev's looking tired, man. Very competitive second round, but Dustin is doing well. And Makhachev can't be out here throwing these naked shots, but there's a good 1-2 from Makhachev. You don't want to get into these gritty battles. You don't want to get into these gritty battles with Poirier. That's a nice uppercut. And Makhachev shooting for a takedown right here. And he gets him down. And he's landing some decent shots there. But really good round for Dustin Poirier. He may have just taken a round. Stop making excuses for Islam. Yeah. Like Islam Makhachev definitely looks the strongest and best he's ever looked. Give me a fucking break. All right, you can give Dustin Poirier credit and be happy for him winning. But Makhachev's staph infection is clear. Clear as ever. Come on. Staffgate. Clear staph infection. Doesn't mean that Poirier winning isn't great. Okay? Spare me. Dustin got outstruck. Honestly, you could say 2-0 Islam. You could say 2-0 Islam. But Poirier did really well. Again, the first round, moral victory for Poirier. The second round, moral victory for Poirier. Arguably a round one for Poirier. This is good for Dustin Poirier. He wants this fight into the deep waters. Islam Makhachev does not want this fight anywhere near the deep waters with Dustin. It's funny how you're saying crotch-sniffing Makhachev even though he's like landing on DP. Staffgate is real. Yeah, Staffgate's real. Islam looks weak. He looks skinny as fuck. If you're denying that, then you're delusional or you're blind as a bat. But yeah, we knew about the staff going into the fight. But Makhachev, again, getting more tired is dangerous in front of Poirier. Here we go, round 3. Shine bright like a diamond. Shout out to the Surfer Bro. Thank you for the $2. Fam God. He might actually shine bright tonight. There's a nice jab for Dustin. Now Dustin's starting to find his groove. Can Dustin Poirier crack the code that is Makhachev's defense? Little bit of a collision, and there's a solid knee from Islam Makhachev, and a jab from Makhachev, and an uppercut from Makhachev, and a knee from Makhachev, and an uppercut from Makhachev. Yeah, but they call him a crotch sniffer. Keep calling him a crotch sniffer, though. Keep calling him a crotch sniffer. There's a takedown from Makhachev. But yeah, call him a crotch sniffer, though. Dude, this guy, all he does is he crotch sniffs, even though he just lit Poirier the fuck up. And now Makhachev has Poirier's back. And now this is going to turn into a dominant round from Islam Makhachev. Damn. Crotch sniffer Islam Makhachev outstruck Dustin Poirier in the second round. Back to the ground, and Dustin might get finished in this round. We'll see. We'll see if Dustin can get up. This is an uncomfortable position for Dustin. That's a nasty body triangle that he's got on him. Real nasty. And Makhachev might get the submission in the third round, just like his brother Khabib. There's so much time left. There is a lot of time left, yeah. I mean, Makhachev couldn't get it done in the first. We'll see if he can get it done here. He's got a much more position over submission sort of style, or not even that, but a more submission-heavy approach than the ground and pound approach that Khabib had. Maybe Makhachev could try to get Dustin flattened out on his stomach. But this is usually where DP starts to crack and break. Oh, that rear naked choke is getting close. I love how they're going to criticize Islam Makhachev for like getting punched a few times in this fight, even though he outstruck Dustin Poirier and wobbled him around in this third round. Where's the staff? He probably had staff going into this. I mean, he looks weak as fuck in this fight. Still winning, though. But now he's in mount. He's going to pancake Dustin Poirier. Dude, we might see some ground and pound from Makhachev. We might see some ground and pound from Makhachev. Dude, Dustin Poirier ain't going to tap due to this. Makhachev's tired. Let's see what Poirier can do. Let's see what Poirier can do. Poirier's screaming at him. Poirier's screaming at him. Poirier's screaming at him. But Makhachev's defense is looking good. Makhachev's defense is looking good. Dude, but can Poirier in his gritty old boxing pull it off? This is crazy. Dustin Poirier got up to his feet. Will he be able to find the shot? Or will Makhachev regain his gas tank? Uppercuts and a hook from Makhachev. And he's bloodying up Poirier. He's bloodying him up. They're both tired. But boxing's gritty old... Okay, I'm going to... DP in his gritty old boxing. Dude, DP's still getting outstruck. There's a 1-2 from Makhachev. And a jab from DP. He's getting frustrated now. And a low kick from Dustin. Uppercut from Makhachev. Dustin shakes it off. He's trying to bait Makhachev into a Guerrero battle. But it ain't going to happen. And there's a 1-2 for Makhachev. And now Dustin's eye is bothering him. Now Poirier's whiffing at the eye. And Makhachev's defense is so solid, dude. And he's outstriking Dustin Poirier. On an off night. Islam Makhachev with an off night. Outstriking DP. And outboxing DP. Kind of crazy. Kind of nuts. Poirier sticks the jab. You never know. All you need is one solid shot for DP to get the finish sequence going. This thing is going to go into the fourth round. Bro, the Khabib fans are going to be so annoying after this fight when they criticize Makhachev for not getting the finish early. Oh, nice shot from Makhachev. Clobbers Dustin Poirier. And they go face to face. 3-0 Makhachev, but still. Damn, dude. Islam Makhachev still outstriking Dustin Poirier. Crazy that he's outstriking him. But still, The staph infection is clear as day. That's affecting Islam, and Dustin's in this fight. Dustin is still alive. He's a live dog in this fight. Dustin Poirier's a live dog. He could win this. It's 3-0 Makhachev, but the fact that Poirier's even survived up until the 4th, it's dangerous. Poirier saying he's trying to get behind his jab, but needs a flying knee. Bro, Poirier, it's amazing how hard it is to even land a punch on Islam Makhachev. Like, Dustin Poirier is one of the best strikers in the sport and is struggling. Loving your live stream on the fight. Hoping Islam wins by guillotine. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, Uncle Vinny. Thank you so much. I don't know if he even gets a finish, man. Dustin Poirier survived a lot of these bad spots. But again, people are going to critique Makhachev even though he's outstriking Poirier, dude. I know they're going to shit all over him. Damn, couldn't even finish an old DP, but he fucking outstruck him. Islam is infected by staph 100%, but he's still winning. Round 4. But this is where Poirier's dangerous. He's had a bunch of 4th-round finishes in his career. Makhachev unable to finish Dustin on the ground in his best positions, which is kind of crazy. But again, the striking, the defense, it's impressive. I didn't think that Makhachev, if he wasn't able to beat up Poirier or submit him with 2 instances, I didn't think he'd be this successful on the feet. Makhachev staying composed, rip into the body. Beautiful body shot from Islam Makhachev. And he's boxing with Dustin Poirier. Beautiful body shot from Poirier. And a nice shot from Poirier. Makhachev got clipped with a good shot there. And now Poirier is trying to go band for band. Oh, they go jab for jab. But Makhachev's chin is taking these stiff jabs pretty well. There's a nice right hand from Poirier. Islam Makhachev starting to get touched up a little bit. This is Poirier's best opening minute of a round. There's a takedown attempt, but dude, Dustin stuffs it. Dustin's grandma hip stuffs it. Makhachev's got him in the clinch. Trying to tire him out a little bit. Trying to mix it up a little bit. Oh, there's a couple of good counter strikes, counter hooks. Dustin Poirier is trying to get the gritty boxing going, but Makhachev's doing a really good job at defending himself in the pocket. There's a nice right hand from Makhachev. And here comes another takedown attempt. Will Dustin be able to defend this? He's up against the fence. This is where Makhachev does his best works with his takedown defense. Dude, I cannot believe Makhachev is literally in the pocket trading with Poirier and, like, not getting fucked up. That is insane. Insane, dude. Justin wouldn't have survived the first ground exchange. You don't understand about the difference between Justin and Dustin is that Dustin has much better jiu-jitsu defense. Gaethje has no jiu-jitsu defense, but better takedown defense. Here comes Makhachev with a takedown. Justin Gaethje wouldn't survive the first ground exchange. Wow. And now Poirier's on the ground as well. Damn, Poirier's leg is hurt now. Makhachev is on the back. I mean, I'm not that impressed with Makhachev's grappling. I honestly think he has staph, but maybe he's not as good on the ground as I thought. Either way, he's still out-grappling Poirier, but the crazy part is that he's out-striking Poirier. That is the nuttiest part about this. He's literally making Poirier miss on the feet and outlanding him and outstriking him with significant strikes. That's crazy. No guillotines yet from Dustin Poirier. No guillotines yet. Respect for that, but I would think at this point he's pretty confident. Yeah, it's the staph. 100% staph. I mean, you can't say it's not staph. Like, he literally had it. He's looking pale as a ghost, weak as fuck. Oh, Poirier gets up to his feet. Makhachev's cut. Is that a cut on the forehead of Makhachev? Wow. He's got a big cut. And now Dustin Poirier is ripping to the body. Poirier's ripping to the body. Holy shit. Makhachev is cut badly. Makhachev is cut badly. This is dangerous. Elbow from Poirier. A minute left. Poirier might steal this round. Makhachev was unable to do anything on the ground. But Makhachev is now going Guerrero mode. He's trying to go Guerrero mode with DP. And there's a 1-2 from Makhachev. But Poirier's ripping to the body. And there's a takedown attempt from Makhachev. This might even be a Poirier round. Wow. Dustin Poirier is winning the 4th round. And he's punching Makhachev. This is a Poirier round. This is a Poirier round. This is crazy. Arman has to be losing his mind that he turned this. Yeah, dude, Arman probably would have beat this version of Makhachev 100%. Arman probably would have been able to win this fight. Let's see if Dustin pulls a guillotine. That's a Poirier round. Thank you for the $5. Wow. Poirier's cut is bad. Wow. Dustin Poirier takes the 4th round off of Islam. Things are getting interesting, but it's clear as day that this dude has staph infection. He's clearly affected by it. Not the best version of Makhachev, but still. The fact that Dustin Poirier is still in here is pretty impressive. He was mad prepared for this fight. Mad prepared for this fight. How did Charles clean? I mean, the version of Charles that fought Dustin was better than this version of Makhachev. Not striking-wise, though. This version of Islam, striking-wise, is really good. (3-1) Islam. Yeah, that's a good scorecard, I would say. It's 3-1 Makhachev. It could be 2-2, but I think it's 3-1. You never know how the judges are going to score the second round. Round 3, round 1 was Islam's. Dustin's got to really do everything in his power to put a statement out this round. Damn, Makhachev's cut is nasty. That is a nasty gash. Round 5. 3-1 Islam. This is a good-ass fight. This is an amazing fight. But Poirier stole that 4th round. There's no doubt about it. He took that 4th round. But Makhachev, honestly, with the cut, it's going to be dangerous to strike with DP. Because DP's getting confident. Even the fact that he's in the 5th round, he's getting confident. And he's got Makhachev bloodied up, cut. He's just, you know, he's looking very human right now. There's the takedown attempt. Middle of the octagon. Doesn't get it. Wow. Makhachev, pill as a ghost. Weak as a cardboard box. Damn. Insane. How Dustin Poirier is stuffing these takedowns. That is crazy. What am I watching right now? This is insane. This is insane. Dustin Poirier, DP in his gritty old boxing. This is crazy. Nice body shot from DP. Dustin Poirier, this is where he thrives. He thrives in these situations. And there's still 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Maybe we'll see some kicks from Makhachev. Maybe a head kick. Nice uppercut from Makhachev. But nice combination from Islam. DP's looking confident. He's stalking him down. Oh! Nice left hand for Poirier. Straight left on the chin of Makhachev. Makhachev, he's acknowledging it. He landed a 1-2 in return. Nice jab from Poirier. There's the takedown attempt. Ah! Poirier might stuff this, though. Poirier might stuff. Whoa! Dude, this is insane. The fact that Poirier is defending these. Oh, yeah, it's over. Makhachev is stiff as a board, blind as a bat right now. Makhachev is just going to he might not even keep this takedown, though. He might not even keep this takedown. Oh, shit. He's going for a Darce. Dude, that's tight. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! He just subbed him! Oh, my God! Islam Makhachev just subbed him with a Darce in the 5th round. Clutch. Dustin Poirier just tapped out in the 5th round. Oh, Islam Makhachev, just when you thought it was maybe 2-2 going into the 5th, comes out clutch 5th round submission. Guerrero mode Makhachev pulls it out the fire when he needs it most, on the verge of getting shit on by the entire MMA fan base. Finishes Dustin, doesn't let it go to the scorecards. Submission for Islam Makhachev. Darce choke with staph infection. Blind as a bat. Pale as a ghost. Weak as a cardboard box. Islam Makhachev still submits Dustin Poirier. That's crazy. And the Khabib fans are going to say, brother, he didn't do it as fast as Khabib, but he had staph infection. Islam Makhachev. People are going to say that I'm coping. Makhachev, weak as fuck. Staph infection ridden. Still stood with Poirier, struck with him, and outstruck him in multiple moments in multiple rounds. Damn. And still subs him. I was thinking this is for sure going to go to the judges. For sure going to be a decision. Makhachev finishes him in the 5th. Wow. Crazy. Crazy. Volk stock crashed. I mean, Volk didn't get submitted, did he? So there's that. Thank you for the $10, Lloyd. Great fight. Yeah, great fight. And also, Volk didn't fight a Makhachev with staph. So there's that as well. Islam Makhachev looked blind as a bat, pale as a ghost, weak as a cardboard box. I am so impressed with Dustin Poirier's ability to fucking make it that close, though. It could have been 2-2 going into the 5th. It could have been 2-2 going into the 5th. Dustin Poirier, what a fight. I'm happy that because this card really needed some saving. This card sucked. This card really sucked. And Dustin Poirier and his gritty old boxing and his submission defense. Dustin Poirier is a well-rounded martial artist. I don't think he should retire. He might put his gloves down. He might retire, but he's not done. Poirier is not going to fully retire. Wow. Oh, yeah, he tapped. Damn. 3 title defenses for Islam Makhachev, ties Khabib. F this, let's give Islam to Poirier. I think Poirier could maybe beat Islam Makhachev, but either way, this is not the best version of Islam. Let's not act like it is. Let's not act like Islam Makhachev didn't look weak as hell. Let's not act like he didn't look pale as a ghost, blind as a bat. Okay? Yeah, I'm certain now Ilya beats Islam, Max, then Islam, double champ. If anyone's going to KO Islam, it's going to be a guy with featherweight skill like Ilya Topuria, 100%. Islam just outstruck, out-wrestled, out-subbed, and outstaffed Dustin Poirier. Great fight. Arman is next, and I'm not going to lie. I can see Arman giving Islam trouble. I could see him giving him trouble, too. I don't think Makhachev's grappling is as dominant as Khabib. He's obviously a better striker, but I don't think he's as good of a grappler. Wow. Islam Makhachev, round 5 submission. I called round 1 submission. He got it done in the 5th round. And I think I went 10-2 on this card. 10-2 on this card. Another main event correct. Dustin Poirier was close. He was so close, man. He could have won that round. He was stuffing takedowns. Makhachev really had to scramble for that and really went after it. Fuck that. Let's give Islam to Poirier. I'd be down to make Islam versus Topuria, but again, the fans are going to cry and say he needs to do more, which he does. I agree, but still. We're never going to see that fight because when Makhachev fights Arman, he could beat him and then move up. But he is too good defensively and on the feet for Arman. Let's not forget, Arman also has to outstrike him. And he's not Dustin Poirier level. Let's see what Makhachev says. I think Khabib is more dominant wrestling and better ground and pound, but Makhachev's a better striker. But also, listen, I mean, we all kind of saw it in the early rounds of this fight. Islam Makhachev looked weak as fuck in this fight and looked really handicapped by staff. Like, he just didn't look himself. He did not look himself in this fight. But I'm giving DP his props. Dustin Poirier did better than a lot of us expected. But look at the material falling off of the gloves. That is a disgrace. Oh, he's calling out Leon. No, let's defend against Armand first. He wants to fight Leon next. I could see him showing Leon that 155-pound skill. I could see him giving Leon some issues. Islam did kind of, outstruck Poirier. That's pretty crazy. Oh, they're going to interview DP. Let's hear what happens. Really good performance. He shouldn't retire. Dustin shouldn't retire after that. I don't want to see him retire. I'm happy that he's not taking his gloves off. Those gloves suck. Those gloves absolutely suck. Poirier did a great job. Dude, Dustin should not cry. He should hold his head high. And he should not retire because Dustin Poirier looked great tonight. Really solid. It's not staff. It's because he cuts too much weight. Why not both? I think it could be both. He had this weird shit on his shin and looked exhausted and weak in the early going of these fights. Let's see if he retires. It's not actually it. Dustin's going to come back. He knows that was an amazing performance. He's going to come back. Damn. At least they didn't see him get KO'd. "20 minutes of hugging? You're delusional. Keep coping." Islam Makhachev outstruck Dustin Poirier, and even when he wasn't outstriking him at times, he was in there with him, going tit for tat, boxing with him in the pocket. Keep coping, though. Keep coping. Yeah, great win for Makhachev. Round 5 submission. But good performance from DP. Really gritty, crafty veteranship. I think that was not the best version of Islam Makhachev. I'm not going to lie. It did not look like the best version of him. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm really happy that we had a really good main event. Either way, that was a great fight, and it saved the card because the Sean Strickland and Paulo Costa fight absolutely sucked. Absolutely sucked. Tracy Cope. Oh, yeah, the Cope, the classic Tracy Cope from getting my pick right. Interesting. I got my pick right. Islam even got the submission, but he had staff, and I even predicted that he had staff and that he might get tired and we have a fight. Things are going to get interesting, and all of that came true too. So what would I be coping about? Interesting. Got my pick right. Got a fun fight. Staph infection was true. I mean, nothing to really cope about. Dude, stop coping, man. That was the best version of Makhachev we've ever seen, bro. Oh, yeah, sure. Makhachev looked like, as I said, pale as a ghost, blind as a bat, stiff as cardboard board. So sad to see his daughter cry. His daughter is not crying, dude. His daughter's not crying at all. Dustin Poirier just got finished the best way possible. No one gets hurt. Submission. 5th round. Didn't take a lot of damage. Nobody's crying. And that wasn't a big retirement moment where he had tears in his eyes and he was really like, this is it. Dustin Poirier, not very emotional right now. I think he's happy about that performance. I would be too. You lost. Fair enough. You don't break the 35 curse, but still looked great out there. You're going to get respect for this. And, he cut up Islam Makhachev, cut his forehead, stuffed a bunch of takedowns. That was great. Great stuff. Narrative change, Islam wrestling is overrated. I think his grappling is overrated. I don't even, listen, staph aside, because I think that the staph infection does definitely play a factor. I don't think that the staph infection plays a huge factor when it comes to not getting the rear naked choke when you have the back on multiple occasions. I think that Islam Makhachev is slightly overrated when it comes to his grappling and his finishing ability. I think he's got great judo. He's got good wrestling, great wrestling. I think he was a little bit weaker tonight. He looked drained. He looked weak. But either way, I do think his grappling is overrated. I agree. I think it's a little bit overrated. But his striking, like at moments, I was getting worried when Dustin was landing. But the fact that Makhachev is in the pocket, like landing three pieces and knees, is crazy to me. His striking is insanely good. And he stood with him. He had to stand with him, but he stood with him. And he did really well. No, Arman is supposed to be the final boss of Islam's career. Dude, no. Just stop. Stop. Islam Makhachev worked his ass off. I'm joking. Dude, stop disrespecting Makhachev. He should be able to go up and win a free title. No, I'm joking. Yeah, he should fight Arman. Arman Tsarukyan is a tougher test than Poirier. It's not as dangerous as DP because he doesn't hit as hard. But the thing is, the same issues Makhachev will have in out-grappling Arman Tsarukyan are going to be there for Arman Tsarukyan. Arman Tsarukyan is going to have trouble out-grappling Islam Makhachev and taking him down. That's going to be a striking battle, and I just think Makhachev's a better striker. But I still want to see the fight, and I need to see Islam Makhachev break Khabib's record. I want him to surpass Khabib in title defenses. This was the fight that Sean Strickland promised. That was literally the fight that Strickland promised. Yeah, a war. Makhachev and Poirier slugging it out in the 5th round. Listen, we talk about Makhachev being defensively sound, always on the back foot. The fact that he's in Poirier's face, walking him down, trying to get the takedowns, fair enough, but still walking him down with striking and opening up on the feet. You got to give him some respect. Like, he took some big bombs from Poirier, and he was there to scrap with him a little bit. And his defense, of course, looked great. Really, his grappling is overrated. You MMA fans are a fickle bunch. This is not about being fickle. This is about looking at all of his grappling performances against Dustin, against Volk. Listen, he submitted Charles Oliveira. That's impressive, but, Makhachev just hasn't had the same dominance that Khabib did when it came to the grappling on his come-up. Like, Thiago Moises took him 4 rounds. He took the back of Dustin, couldn't get the finish. I would have liked to see a little bit more ground and pound, transitioning into better positions when you struggled to get the rear naked choke. I just don't think he's as well versed as a grappler, and I don't think he has as many ways to dominate you on the ground. He's a jiu-jitsu guy for the most part on the ground. He's a submission artist, and he got the submission. He's phenomenal on the ground. When I say he's overrated on the ground, I'm not saying, yeah, there's like 5 or 10 other people that are better than him. I just mean that he's not exactly where I had him. He's slightly below. I still think he's arguably the best grappler, one of the best grapplers in the sport, top 3, 100%, but I don't know if he's the best grappler in the sport. We'll see how he does against Arman. But he had Poirier's back. Charles Oliveira was able to submit him. Khabib was able to submit him. Makhachev, fair enough, able to submit him, but Khabib and Charles did better work and made it quicker. Charles beat the shit out of Poirier in the 2nd round in full mount and then submitted him with ease in the 3rd, and Khabib dominated every single grappling exchange, and Poirier was screwed every single moment it was on the ground. But still, Makhachev had staph. It wasn't the best version of him. He had staph infection. He looked weak. So, yeah. Do we put Islam as GOAT at lightweight now? No. I think he's tied with Khabib. He's tied with Khabib in title defenses. I know it's not all title defenses, but, he's tied with Khabib. I think he needs to defend one more time to separate himself from the pack, right? My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Dude, the Dustin Poirier fans that were rooting for him and thought he was going to win, they were so close, so unbelievably close to seeing him win. If only he was able to stay on his feet in the last minute and a half. He could have won the 5th, and you never know. That could have won on the scorecards. Who wins, Edwards or Makhachev? Thank you for the 17.99 AED. I don't know. It's close. I don't know. I think that Makhachev, if he shows up without staff and not drained, I think he looks good. But maybe Edwards. Edwards would be tough to out-grapple. But then again, there's a divisional skill gap. Maybe Makhachev is a lot better than the welterweights on the ground. This was a stinky fight from Islam. I think you could say it was a bit underwhelming on the ground early, but on the feet, it was certainly not stinky. He outstruck Dustin Poirier and got in his face and boxed with him and outboxed him. That is pretty impressive. How many people make Dustin Poirier miss that often, that much in a fight? Rarely do people make him miss that much. I wonder if one of those terrible judges would have given the fight to Poirier, given Costa plus Caesar the decision. Yeah, Cesar Almeida got a decision. Costa got a decision. The judges were atrocious tonight. You know, if you guys were here in the beginning of my stream, I was looking at the judges because I was talking about how me and other MMA streamers should be able to stream live and have like commentary on our channels. And I was looking and I was talking about the judges and they were on their phones. I was seeing them at the side of the cage on their phones, not paying attention as there were fights playing out. These judges do not give a fuck. And they do not take their job as seriously as they should. Did Dustin retire? Not officially. I would say it was like an 80% retirement, but I don't think he retires. I don't think he does. I think he'll come back. The UFC is going to offer him a big pay-per-view co-main event. They're going to offer him like a BMF fight or some shit like that, and he'll come back. Thank you for the $1, River. And thank you for the $2, Justin Wilson. I am the Heat, brother. Holloway sleeps Islam at 155. Max Holloway would give Islam Makhachev problems at 155. He has better takedown defense than Dustin Poirier. He has the featherweight skill, and he has the featherweight speed and the featherweight IQ. I think that he gives Makhachev a tough fight. But I don't think that a lot of guys give him tough fights just because Dustin Poirier gave him somewhat of a tough fight. I think that Makhachev was clearly hindered by staph infection tonight. Islam staffed to the gills, subbed and outboxed DP. True. Submitted him and outboxed him. That is true. I'm proud of my man, Dustin. What a legend. Thank you for the $2. And I agree. I'm proud of him too. DP did really well. Hats off to DP. Hats off to gritty old DP and his gritty old boxing. Islam was outstriking DP. He was. Thank you for the $2. Ricky Duke. He was outstriking him until the 4th. There's no debate about the 4th round. Dustin Poirier won the 4th with the body shots and the cut. He definitely won that round. Islam did look weak in this fight, but he stuck it through and found the finish. I know, very clutch, because if it went to the scorecards, a 48-47 or a 48-47 for DP, imagine that. That wouldn't have looked good, right? Because I think it was either 3-1 or maybe it was 2-2 going into the 5th. Poirier was doing well. Gave me Yuri versus Teixeira vibes. He showed grit. They both did. Yeah, it did kind of give me Yuri and Teixeira vibes too. Like kind of an out of nowhere submission where you're certain that it's going to go to the judges' scorecards. Like at that point in the 5th round, you're beyond thinking that there's going to be a finish. Poirier survived too often. Makhachev's takedown threats are getting weaker and weaker. Poirier's going to survive, and then he gets it and has him tap out. Do you want Poirier to win, or your hatred for him speaks louder? I don't hate Dustin Poirier. I don't understand why you guys think that I dislike Dustin Poirier. The thing is, though, I'm a fan of Islam Makhachev, too, and I think he's going to win. So if I'm a fan of a fighter, and I also think they're going to win, I can get hyped for getting my pick right and the fact that I also like them when they win. The thing is, people, they think you either have to hate Islam Makhachev or be like a diehard fan of him and hate anyone he fights. Whereas you could just be a fan of both fighters. I'm not always a fan of both fighters. Sometimes I really want a fighter to win and I don't like the other fighter, but I do not hate Dustin Poirier. He's one of the most entertaining fighters in the game. UFC legend, brings it every time. I just happen to be a fan of Makhachev too. I know that's shocking to a lot of people. Dude, how is this guy a fan of Makhachev? Are you just a horrible person? You're just a terrible person that you like Makhachev, right? Like, no, I'm just a fan of him and I'm a fan of Dustin. And I picked Makhachev to win. So I get my pick right, and he gets the submission, dude. I'm a fan of him, too. I want him to become the lightweight GOAT. I don't hate Dustin Poirier, bro. Ilya would have brutalized Islam. I think Ilya is a tough matchup for him, too. Ilya's got the featherweight skill and the one-shot KO power that Poirier doesn't have. Poirier has the power to knock you out if you're gassed with one shot, but early on he's got to like string some punches together. He doesn't have the touch of death that Poirier does. He has power, but not the touch of death. I think Islam is slightly overrated. Listen, I think that his grappling is, so I agree with you, but I think that he just had an off night tonight, and he still did well. Islam outstruck the best boxer while Poirier did well against the best grappler. What a fight. Yeah, 100% true. That is true. Thank you for the 50. And okay, unbanned German Sparrow. Let's show Islam some respect. He bit down on the mouthpiece. Both fighters did. Amazing. Dustin held his own, and he's a G. 100%. 100%. Dustin did bite down on the mouthpiece, but Islam did too. And he gritted it out. So respect to both guys. Great fight. And they saved the card because that co-main event absolutely sucked. Islam also didn't look great against Volk. I mean, he did look good the first time. I don't think he had staff in the first Volk fight. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Maybe he wasn't at his best in the first Volk fight too. I'll give you that. DP equals a legend and a dog. Also now Leon would whoop Islam. I don't know if he would whoop him, but it would definitely be competitive for sure. Strickland kind of disappointing, to be honest. Maybe Israel was just a fluke. I don't think Adesanya was just a fluke. I think that Adesanya's style is a little bit easier for Sean Strickland to navigate around. As crazy as that sounds, Costa can kind of just oaf his way into body shots and jabs. And also, like, he didn't get dropped early, so that was a huge moment for Strickland. But if you were to watch Adesanya and Strickland again, it was competitive. Like, Adesanya looked to be getting his ass whooped, but that's just because he was missing like 90% of his strikes. But when you actually look at the numbers, tit for tat, they are close strike numbers at the end of every single round. Strickland was slightly ahead. It's just that his defense looked so impressive. It was shocking to see in the moment. And we rarely see Adesanya get shut down defensively like that as often, so I don't think that that was a fluke. I think that Strickland's always really difficult to deal with defensively. But yeah. I think Ilya beats Islam, his wrestling and his striking. I think, but Ilya still needs to prove more with his wrestling, but he can't be any worse than DP, right? Islam against the Costa curse, the June curse, DP fanboy curse, true, staff curse, and the MMA YouTubers praying against him. Yeah, Islam fought a bunch of curses, and the fact that this fight was on Lafayette Street is even crazier. So, Makhachev was up against it, and he still pulled it off. No way Islam was at 100%. Dustin looked bigger. Dustin did look pretty big, but it's not like Makhachev looked small in there. He looked small compared to how he usually does, though. I agree. But he still looks, decently big. But yeah, he looked drained. I think the staff was real. Loving your live stream on the fight, hoping Islam wins by guillotine. Well, I already read that earlier, but yeah. Anyway, thank you for the $2. People forget, man, Sean Strickland has never been entertaining. True. The Abus Magomedov fight is like the only really entertaining fight that he's had. The Drickus fight was entertaining, but Drickus brought it. The Adesanya fight was only entertaining because we wanted Strickland to win, and it was kind of shocking to see it go down. But rewatching it, it's not a very entertaining fight. But yeah, you're right. Strickland's always had a boring style. Lucas, cut the BS. You only glaze Islam and root for him so you can say, hey, Volk lost to the GOAT. That's not the only reason I actually like Makhachev. I don't understand why people don't think that's possible. He's funny. He's entertaining. He's a good trash talker. He's kind of like a goofy guy at the same time, too. And his style is fun to watch. And he's outstriking people. And he's more entertaining than people give him credit for. And he's putting together a goated legacy. So I don't understand why people think it's like, dude, you're only a fan of this guy because you like Volk, or, you know, I don't know what else it would be. You hate Dustin. Like, why can't you just be a fan of him, you know? Islam is the lightweight GOAT. Close, but I don't think he's the lightweight GOAT yet. I still think he needs to do some more work. He's tied with Khabib. He's no lower than Khabib. But I think one more win, defending his belt for the 4th time, breaking the record, I agree he would be the lightweight GOAT. Does Islam still move up if Bilal beats Leon, considering they've been training together? I don't know. Maybe. I think he'd be willing to do it. He kind of danced around a question that was asked to him along those lines. Would you move up if Bilal's champ? He said, we'll talk to my manager, but I think he would. I think he would, yeah. But he would be more likely to want to fight Arman next if that's the case. Either way, I still want to see the Arman fight, and I think Makhachev easily outstrikes him. Thank you for becoming a member. Susteo, thank you so much. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you for the $2, Jim. Despite Sean's stinkfest, thoughts on Costa's performance? I thought Costa looked decent in this fight. I thought he actually had a competitive fight with Sean Strickland. Strickland won, but Costa was every now and then landing good shots, landing good jabs, good body shots. I thought he did pretty well. But I'm not shocked that Costa was landing shots to the body and to the legs. What I'm kind of a little bit caught off guard by was the fact that Strickland was so low output with his punches. And half of his punches were just kind of like pit-pat, put him out there shots. Don't actually throw and commit to your strikes all the way. Just kind of like flick it out there with no sting on it. Half of his punches were like that. So, yeah, it was a little frustrating to watch like 100% teeps from, you know, one of the best boxers in the UFC, although his defense is great. Yeah. Let's be real. Arman will beat Islam. Arman is going to have a really tough time out-grappling Makhachev. And I think Makhachev's a much better striker. He's also more powerful. I think he gets the better of him. But it's a competitive fight for sure. Let's hope Makhachev doesn't have staff. Maybe they'll fight in Abu Dhabi or something. Dustin versus Fiziev would be a very good fight. Also, Makhachev wants to fight in November, so there's that. Dustin versus Fiziev would be a sick fight. I think Dustin beats him. Fiziev coming off of a long layoff too. Usually when you're coming off of a horrible injury like the one that Fiziev had, you'd go with Dustin Poirier to win that fight. I love the matchup. Maybe like a big co-main event. I'd like to see it. How do you think Gaethje pre-Max would have done tonight? I think Gaethje would have been submitted in the first round. I know that sounds crazy because Gaethje's like the more dangerous guy on the feet, but let's not pretend that just because Gaethje head kicked Poirier, he's way more dangerous than him. Like, Gaethje gets taken down once by Islam Makhachev and he's screwed. He's harder to take down. He's harder to get to, right? He's got stronger hips, but Poirier's a better survivor on the ground. Poirier has better jiu-jitsu. Gaethje's a white belt. Not really, but like, you get what I'm saying. I think Makhachev submits him. Islam's only title defense against a real lightweight was against a washed up. Okay, here comes the cope. Outstruck Dustin Poirier, had staph infection, subbed him in the 5th round and finished him. Charles is not even fucking close to being the lightweight GOAT. I'm sorry. Who did Charles beat? He beat Poirier. Makhachev also beat him. He beat Gaethje. Okay, Khabib beat Gaethje. And Gaethje got knocked out by Poirier, and Gaethje got beat by Max. Okay, so it's not like he's the only guy to beat Gaethje. And Michael Chandler. But he lost to Makhachev. No. He lost to Makhachev. Yeah, that's right. And he lost to Arman. So the two best fighters at lightweight beat him. And Charles is not washed. So how would he be the... I just don't think he is. Either way, Charles is still goated. He's like top 5 at lightweight. But I don't think you can make an argument that he's the lightweight GOAT. But thank you for the $5. Jao Lucas. But I will say Charles had the best title reign ever. I think Charles had the most fun and entertaining title reign of all time. Even though it was short-lived. I guess that even helps it in a way. Because it was short-lived, but he was active and he was bringing wars. And he had an aura like nobody else. So yeah. Hot take, both Islam and Poirier beat Leon at 170. I don't think Poirier does. But I think Islam could. I just think Poirier... I could see Poirier getting taken down and controlled, and I could also see him just getting easily leg kicked at range. But I think Makhachev could definitely beat Leon. Thank you for the $2. Almost at 100K. It's been a long journey, bro. What's up? Thank you for the 279. I appreciate that, Mino. 279 Canadian dollars. We're close. We're going to hit 89K soon, 90K soon. I want to do a big collaboration at 100K. I'm trying to get a fighter collab going. Something special for 100K. Tate Sterling, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Thank you for joining. River, thank you for the $2. Had the over 2.5 rounds in the main event. Hashtag staff. Nice. Either way, just over 2.5 rounds either way. Good stuff. I guess the staff did play into your decision-making there. John Jones slams Islam. Well, obviously Jones beats Islam. He's a heavyweight, and he's like the heavyweight champ. Technical Costa is a way worse style matchup against Strickland than big meaty hooks Costa. I agree. Jab to the body, right hand to the body, leg kick Costa. The new Costa is better for Sean Strickland, where it's hard to hit him to the head. So it's better to like go jabs to the body. But you know what? Sean Strickland's offense was really disappointing tonight. Are you able to explain why a judge scored 49-46 for Costa? I think I must have watched a different fight. I mean, to be fair, I gave Costa the second round against Strickland, and I gave him the fourth. Or was it the fifth? I gave him the fifth and the second. So I could understand 48-47. One of the judges gave him one of the other rounds. I think it's probably because they didn't like Strickland's teeps to the body, or maybe they weren't paying attention. But either way, Strickland won that fight 3-2 at the bare minimum. So yeah, that was a bad scorecard. Horrible scorecard. But yeah, Strickland's going to sit here and act like he totally dominated and outclassed. And he did outclass, but he didn't dominate Costa. He's going to get on the mic post-fight press conference and say, I danced around him and made him look like a fool for 5, and they're giving this guy the fight. Like, it was a close fight and you lost 2 rounds. Leon may be too big for Islam. It's possible, but maybe Makhachev at 170, no weight cut, who's able to bulk up as well with lightweight skill, is going to be too slick and too smart for Leon. Did Dustin... Yeah, well, we already talked about that. Damn, there's a lot of donations. I really want to thank you guys. For the people that are donating, I really want to thank you guys for the support. Dustin and Charles, too. I would like to see that fight, but it's not the ideal matchup. I'd much rather see Dustin versus a pure striker, and I'd much rather see Charles versus a grappler. I want to see Charles versus Gamrot, and I want to see Dustin versus Fiziev. I don't know if Charles is going to fight Gamrot next, but I'd like to see it. He's calling for Colby Covington, and Colby Covington is calling for him, so they might even make that fight, and I love that fight too. Still proud of Dustin. Cut him open bad and defended most of the takedowns. Very impressive that he did that, yeah. This fight showed so many holes in Islam's game for future opponents. Yeah, his wrestling and his grappling is not as dominant as I thought. I think he was not at his best, but still. If you have the back of Dustin Poirier and you have him in your best position, you don't need tons of brute strength to be able to pull off a submission in the first round. Or it's not like you're gassed at that point. What I saw from Khabib back in the day was an ability to like effortlessly flow from one dominant position to the next. And Makhachev seems to be much more keen and just staying in whatever dominant position he was able to get right off the bat. But hey, the submission in the 5th round was clutch. That was very clutch. I'm going to rewatch that actually. I'm going to rewatch that submission. Thank you for the 2,500 CLP. How is him overrated? He outboxed the best boxer. Okay, because people don't understand what overrated means. Overrated means that you're rated higher than you should be. Which just means that, you know, the way that people rate you, on average, the way that they talk about one specific thing about your game might be a little bit too high than it should be. An example, Sean Strickland's boxing offense is not as good as some people make it seem. You could say that. Islam Makhachev's dominance when it comes to like beating people up on the ground or getting easy submissions is not as crazy as some people believe it to be, right? I'm not saying he's bad. Overrated. People think overrated means bad. People think overrated means now there's someone that's better than them. That doesn't even mean that. You could be the best fighter in the sport and be overrated. You could be the best fighter in the sport. If you're talked about as being unstoppable with your grappling and someone outgrapples you, then, you were overrated. Simple as. I don't care if he won the fight and he outboxed Poirier. We're not saying he's overrated due to his striking. I think he did well. He had staph infection. Threw 0 kicks the whole fight. Imagine no staph. I agree. Imagine no staph. But all I'm saying is I just think his grappling is slightly overrated because we're always comparing it to Khabib's. And a lot of us say he's just as good at grappling as Khabib. Different, but just as good. I don't think he's as good as Khabib on the ground. I think he's amazing on the ground. He's one of the best in the sport. I think he might be a better fighter overall, but he's definitely a better striker. And I think that the difference in grappling is closer than the difference in striking, but I think that Khabib is a better grappler. I no longer think that Islam Makhachev is as good as Khabib on the ground. I still think he's amazing. I don't think I can't name many people that are better than him. But I'm just saying, maybe I have to not rate him as highly. Doesn't mean that someone else automatically passes him up. Do you think Islam beats Arman and Leon? I do think that he beats Arman. I think that it's going to be a stand-up battle. They're going to cancel each other out when it comes to the grappling. I think that Makhachev is going to respect the wrestling of Arman, and Arman's going to respect the wrestling of Islam. And I think Makhachev's more powerful. I think he's bigger. I think he's faster on the feet, and he's better defensively. Leon, I'm 50-50 on it right now. I don't know. This is the worst card of the year. 297 and 301 were better than this card. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. 301 was better. 297 had an amazing main event, a war, controversy. The main event was good here, but that was the only thing interesting on the main card. And UFC 301 was better. 301 had a pretty good main card too. But I like this main event more than 301. Thank you for the support, brother. You're always welcome in Hey, thank you so much. I got to take a trip to Dagestan someday. Thank you for the $5, Jao Lucas. Islam versus Arman is literally when an unstoppable submission machine meets an unsubmittable object. Islam will 100% duck him. Yeah, I don't think that he subs Arman, but he could outstrike him and beat him up on the feet and knock him out. But Arman could out-pepper jab Islam Makhachev, right? And outpace him. You never know. It's possible for Arman to win that fight. Very possible. But I think the striking is where Makhachev has a serious advantage. But yeah, it looks like he's trying to move up to welterweight. But he should fight Arman. I want to see him break the record. Because a lot of people would say, Chase Legacy. Chase Legacy is at lightweight. Legacy is breaking the lightweight title defense record. I know that beating Leon Edwards and becoming a double champion would be crazy. It'd be special. But if you defend again at lightweight and you're the only one to ever come close to, or not come close, but you're the only one to ever hit 4. You're not the only one to ever become a double champ. You're the only one to ever have 4 defenses at lightweight, and you're the one to break Khabib's record. That is, in my opinion, better right now for Makhachev. I think that's what he should be doing. Try for another title defense. But I get it. As the weight cuts get harder, you want to throw your name into the hat at welterweight because every defense becomes riskier. But hey, I think he could beat Arman. And I think that's the last fight that he needs. If he beats Arman, he's cleared out the division. Because Arman is a different stylistic matchup than Charles. He's a better wrestler. He's similar to Volk, Arman. Similar to Volkanovski stylistically. Better offensive, but it's not like he's going to take down Islam. I think the striking is going to be sort of similar. Magomed fought Johnny twice, won once, and went to a draw with Jan. Does Bro really deserve a title shot? I think he should fight Yuri. I think he deserves a title shot, yeah. I mean, he won against Walker. The first fight shouldn't even really count for anything. Went to a draw with Jan, but that was in a title fight, and it wasn't booked for a title fight to begin with. So I kind of look at that Jan fight as, yeah, well, he wasn't preparing for a title fight until the week of because another fight fell off. It wasn't like he was given this big opportunity months before, and he had 3 months to prepare for a world title. It was last second. I don't look at it as, he's been given a shot already. Like, it was a pity shot. I would like to see him fight Yuri, but I think it would actually be good timing for Alex Pereira, and that's an interesting stylistic matchup for Pereira. And that is a fight that I want to see because I want to see how Pereira can handle the wrestling. What's next for Islam and Sean? Thank you for the $2, Chapman. Arman for Islam, and for Sean, I think no title fight. I think that this performance was pretty ugly. I think if Khamzat wins, you give him a title fight. Listen, if Izzy wins, then I could see the rematch being big. If DDP wins, I could see them giving him another title fight. I don't mind a title fight because I think that Izzy in a title fight would be more entertaining. Adesanya would really go for the finish harder than he did the first time. And Dricus always makes fights entertaining. So I actually don't mind it. Either way, I wouldn't be upset if Khamzat gets it first if he beats Whitaker. But if Whitaker wins, I'm more interested in seeing a rematch where Strickland's fighting Izzy or DDP. Whitaker, I don't really love the idea of a trilogy without Adesanya. I could go without it, and the same thing with DDP. Does Islam beat Shavkat at welterweight? I think he might, but you never know. I think he had staff, but if he didn't have staff, then I don't know. It'd be tough to take it on Shavkat, but I think he might be a better version of himself at 170. Same people hating on Islam, Glaze Strickland, 100%. 100% spot on. They'll glaze Strickland, they'll say, dude, what do you mean? He threw 500 strikes and he only landed 50 punches and they all had no sting on them, but he threw 500, right? Yeah, 500 feints from Sean Strickland and 300 of them were teeps to the body. But they'll hate on Islam Makhachev and call him a crotch sniffer when he's actually in the pocket slugging with Dustin Poirier and looking for a knockout. You're right, 100% right with that. Spot on with that. Thank you for the $5, Alfred. Dustin taking Islam to round 5 ruins Volk's legacy. Does it ruin? Because last time I checked, Volk won round 5 and ended up in the final minute beating up Islam Makhachev and had closer striking exchanges in the early going of the fight and didn't get finished and submitted. So does it really? And also, he didn't fight a Makhachev with staff. When is Guru versus Fluka spar? I'll host it at the Apex. Hey, Dana, I would love to do it. Thank you for the $2. Just send me the location, brother. Who does Khalil fight now? Sad that Hill fight got canceled. Yeah, I don't think he should have been punished that harshly for the supplement that he popped for. It's not really a serious supplement, but either way, I don't know who he fights next. I'd like to see a Jan Blachowicz fight or a Yuri Prohaska fight. Thank you for the 400 NGN. Islam versus round 1 Chandler. Islam Makhachev is too smart for round 1 Chandler. Defensively sound Islam. Poirier didn't really start having a ton of success until the 4th and 5th on the feet. So it's really difficult to hit Islam early on. And Makhachev's head movement looked to be improved too in the early on. Ilya destroys Islam easily, and Islam is such a joke. Thank you for the $2, Gator. I could see Ilya beating him. I could see that happening. I could see him being a tough matchup. He's got featherweight skill. He's got more power than anyone Makhachev's ever fought. And he's fast, and he's super smart, and he's got good grappling. Could be an issue. But that fight's never going to happen. It'll never happen, even though it's probably the best fight you could possibly make in the sport. By the time Poirier can even move up, if he even gets that opportunity, because I think O'Malley's going to be the one to get it before him, so therefore he'll have to fight O'Malley, which is also a big fight. Makhachev's going to be long gone. Great fight. The ending was a little anticlimactic. I disagree. I think for someone that was gung-ho about Poirier winning, that doesn't like Makhachev, I agree. It would be anticlimactic, but I kind of wanted to get my pick right, and I kind of wanted Makhachev to get the finish, so. I thought it was a pretty clutch moment. I thought it was a necessary finish for Makhachev where he saved himself a lot of backlash getting that finish. I thought it was pretty hyped to see it, but I can understand you thinking it's anticlimactic. I get that. Is Islam now the lightweight GOAT? Break it down. I don't think he is. I think he's tied with Khabib. I've been saying this for a while. I think that he needs 2 more wins. Not because it's all about title defenses, but with Khabib, it's tricky because, Makhachev has lost at lightweight, right? Khabib hasn't. 13-0 versus 12-1. I think Makhachev's now 13-1, but either way, I think they're tied. I don't think Khabib is the lightweight GOAT. I think he's right there with Makhachev. And I think that one more and this dude would be the lightweight GOAT. One more. Poirier had every chance to win that fight. He did. You're right. Every chance. You're right. He went for it, but man, Makhachev is hard to hit, right? And he landed good shots. There were good uppercuts from Dustin in moments. There were some great uppercuts, some gritty ones too. Not only some good ones, but some gritty ones. You're right. He had every chance to win and couldn't get it done, but 35 curse still not broken. But you know what? I'll say this because I say it about Volk. Poirier lost when it was statistically permissible to lose. It's not a bad look on Poirier's resume at all to lose this fight. He's 35 against the pound-for-pound #1 fighter, and he took him into deep waters. So Poirier does not have a negative effect, on his legacy. There's no negative effect, on Dustin Poirier's legacy. Or his legacy is not negatively affected, my bad. Do you think McGregor beats Chandler June 29th? I don't. I don't think he does. I think Chandler's going to smoke him. Thank you for the $5. Press conferences this week. Wait, press conference is Monday. Hell yeah. I just remembered the press conference is Monday. I'm hyped for that. Thank you for the $5. Analog. Thank you for the $2. Thoughts on Arman and Islam now? I think it's a great fight, but I think it's a different stylistic matchup. I think that there's not going to be a whole lot of grappling, and I think it's going to be a striking battle that Makhachev easily wins. How do you think Arman and Leon would lose to Islam? Leon, I think he would either get knocked out or just beat by decision. And Arman, I think he would just get outstruck or knock it out. So, yeah. Thank you for the 19 SAR, Muhammad. Which is more favorable to win for Makhachev? Islam versus Leon or Leon versus Topuria? Or Topuria, I'm sorry. I'm tired, guys. My bad if I'm messing up these donos now. I think Leon is an easier matchup than Topuria. I think Topuria is a nightmare matchup if you take into account that by the time that fight would happen, the weight cut would be getting harder and harder for Makhachev. Topuria would be closer to his peak than Makhachev. I just think it'd be a tough matchup. I think that Leon's an easier fight. And also, they're like the same age, basically, right? Topuria is 27. Imagine how good he'll be in a couple years. Also, it's been a fun live. It's 8:40 a.m. in Saudi Arabia. Got to get a couple hours of sleep. Yeah, man, I'm pretty tired too, but I got to make some recap videos. I'll make some coffee. I'll have a snack, and then I'll get to recording some videos. Dustin versus Gaethje 3 is the fight to make. That could be the fight to make, but I don't want to see it. I've seen it enough. I know it's always a good fight, but I'm not interested in seeing the most washed up versions of both of them. I don't think Poirier is that washed up. I don't want to see old head Dustin Poirier and old head Justin Gaethje 3 when you can make a fresh matchup that's also entertaining and also competitive. I say give Gaethje like Beneil Dariush. Give him like a winnable matchup that's also a bit of a tough test stylistically where he could get submitted, but he's got a big advantage on the feet. And for Poirier, give him a Fiziev coming off of an injury. Fiziev's younger, but he's coming off of an injury. Poirier's older, but he's not coming off of an injury. I'm not dying to see like these trilogies all the time, There has to be some time in between them. What do you guys think? You guys agree with that? I'm not like gung-ho about the trilogies. The same thing with Whitaker versus Adesanya. I don't really need to see that anytime soon. Unless, Whitaker goes on a tear and Izzy goes on a tear. 100%, yeah, I don't think everyone's like super obsessed with them. Thank you for the $5, Ignacio. Where do you think Dustin would rank in his weight class if he made a move to boxing? Top 20? Oh, yeah, I think he'd be top 20 if he was in his prime. Not right now. I don't think Dustin Poirier would be like, a top 20 boxer on the planet at this very moment. I think he would do well, but I don't think he would necessarily be top 20 right now. If he were to move to boxing at the age of 30, then I would say yes, but I think at 35, almost 36, a little bit late for that. Shine bright like a diamond. I'm so sad and proud. Thank you for the $2, Commander. Yeah, it's a sad moment for DP, but also not really. I think this is the best way for him to lose. You have a good showing. You give Islam a battle. You cut him open. You survive a bunch of bad positions. You stuff a bunch of takedowns. You put on a fun fight to save the card that was already sucking. And you lose, but it's the best way to lose. You don't get knocked out. You get subbed in the last 2 minutes. I guess losing by decision would suck too, but that'd even be worse because then it'd be like, so close, but he just missed out. At least there was a decisive loss where there's not controversy and there's no questions, but he didn't take damage and he did well. So I'm not so sad. I thought it was a feel-good fight, win-win situation. And it doesn't hurt his legacy. Minus 1,000 aura for Islam. I think he lost a tiny bit of aura because he didn't show up at his best and he looked a little weak with his takedowns. But I still think it was a good performance given the staph infection. And there were some impressive aspects about it. And he still got the finish. It's not like he got a decision. Dustin versus McGregor if Conor beats Chandler. That I would like to see. Dustin, McGregor, but you already know the UFC is going to give Conor a title fight. They're going to give Conor a title fight against Leon Edwards or Shavkat. And Conor's going to try to turn it into a Khabib fight. And he'll get smoked with a head kick in the first round. See new Islam fans praise him, but shit on Khabib. Interesting. That is pretty interesting. Thank you for the $2. I'm not noticing that really, but I'll have to look out for that. I'm expecting a lot of Khabib fan backlash. Should Dustin be on the pound-for-pound list now? No. I think that if you give a pound-for-pound fighter... actually, there's an argument because he was on the pound-for-pound list. But beating Benoit doesn't really help you that much. Losing to Gagey doesn't help you that much. Chandler wasn't anywhere close. I don't think so. I think if Poirier was just recently booted out, then yes, I do think so. But no. No, I don't. Not because he wasn't close anyway. Is Dustin the best fighter to never win a belt? I think so. I think you could make the argument that he's up there. He's with Yoel, but it's one or the other. Thank you for the $10, Hardy. At this point, I can't ever give Islam lightweight GOAT unless he got 6 title defenses, all finishes using the eye test. Habib dealt with opponents with way more ease. Yes, but Habib didn't fight the same stylistic matchups. He fought completely different fighters. Yes, he fought Poirier, but he didn't outstrike him, though. And he didn't look that clean on the feet, and he didn't outbox him, and he didn't show up with horrible staph infection. I agree that he made Dustin look easier, and I agree with the eye test. Habib was, if you were to just look at these two fights, Islam versus Poirier, Habib versus Poirier, and you're just going to gauge who's the better fighter from those alone, I agree. Habib looks more impressive. Makhachev outstruck Charles Oliveira, who was an offensive juggernaut, and submitted him in the second round. Made him look easy. Shut down a win streak of one of the most dominant lightweight champions ever. Because, of course, dominant lightweight champs don't reign for that long, but you get my point. Then he beat the pound-for-pound #1 fighter. Habib beat Conor, who was on the pound-for-pound list at the time, but was 2 years off, not the best wrestler. I think Makhachev has faced better levels of champions than Habib. And I think that this was not the best version of him. I think that stylistically, Dustin Poirier, I think that it's impressive that Makhachev could outstrike him, but I agree that Habib's a better grappler. But I don't think you need 6 defenses. Listen, being the GOAT of a weight class is not about who has the nicer skill set on paper or who was more dominant necessarily. It's when it's all said and done, which wins were the most impressive based on the legacy of the fighter that you're beating and your resume as a whole. Beating Volkanovski, who's a top 10 all-time fighter, beating Oliveira, and of course taking out Poirier, those are better than Poirier, Conor, and Gagey. And if Makhachev goes out there and beats one more lightweight, I think he passes Habib. It's not like Habib has if your GOAT list is all about who has the best looking skill set, then I just it's hard to gauge. It's hard to really rank that. But I understand if that's your GOAT list. I understand why you might have Habib ahead of him a little bit. But it's hard for Makhachev to be dominant against Volk. But he was dominant against Charles. Which fighter impressed you the most tonight? Mine was Mickey Gall, even though he lost. No, definitely not Mickey Gall. Poirier. 100% Dustin Poirier. I mean, I'm not shocked that Makhachev didn't look his best, but it is pretty impressive that Poirier stuffed that many takedowns. I'd say Poirier, 100%. Thank you for the $9. $9.99. I didn't expect him to stuff that many. Strickland disappointed me. Bro said he was going to die in the octagon, and he put on a mid-ass. Yeah, I agree. Same with me. Massively disappointing performance from Sean Strickland. Incredibly disappointing. I agree. I'll talk about that in my recap video. Does DP beat Gamrot? I think he beats Gamrot. Yes, I do. In a 5-rounder, I do. In a 3-rounder, I don't know. But a 5-rounder, yes. No, he loses to Arman, though. And I think Arman may have a better chance at finishing Dustin Poirier than Makhachev, because I think ground and pound might be a bit more dangerous for DP. The reason why Khabib looks better on the ground is because he fought every 2 years when he was perfectly healthy. Islam was willing to fight injured, willing to fight with staff, more active. I mean, they're different fighters. I still think that Khabib is better on the ground. I still think he's better on the ground. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Doesn't even matter if his grappling is overrated. Islam is by far the most complete fighter in the UFC. I agree. I agree with you. He is defensively sound on the feet. Great takedown defense. Amazing wrestling. Good submissions. Clutch. Great offensively. Good in the clinch. I agree with you there. Thank you for becoming a member. Dow Fick, thank you so much. Welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. Just want to see Costa TKO low-ranked fighters. Now, same. I want to see Costa get the Kevin Holland treatment. I want to see Costa fight those levels of fighters because he would actually be able to get some wins. They keep booking him against people that are just going to slightly outclass him. Used to think Dariush would whoop DP by Murda. I agree. Dariush with his smudged grappling, who's not nearly as dangerous as Makhachev. Good grappler, but not as good as Islam. I think Poirier survives and knocks him out. Especially now. Especially now. That's why I want to see Gaethje versus Dariush. Because even though it's dangerous for Gaethje, that's a guy that you can knock out easily. Was this the worst pay-per-view? Worse than 301? Oh, was this pay-per-view worse than 301? Thank you for the $2 Canadian. On paper, it wasn't, but the way that it played out, it was close. The main event was way better than any fight on the main card of 301, but Anthony Smith winning, Usyk showing up and having a good fight with Pantoja. I think that this fight was better than Usyk versus Pantoja. I mean, I'll just say that. It was more entertaining. But this card sucked as a whole. I think it's pretty close, honestly. But the expectations for this were much higher, so this was more disappointing. And Strickland really disappointed a lot of people. Arman, Ilya, and Leon give Islam problems. I agree. Thank you for the $2. Cool cat. Yo, I'm a big fan. Who you got in Topuria versus Holloway? Probably Topuria. But I can't wait to see that fight, and I think that Holloway's the best he's ever been. But I'm going with Topuria. I think the shorter opponents give Holloway issues. Why didn't Poirier throw uppercuts? Every time Dustin threw a straight left, Islam would blatantly duck down. How does his corner not notice? I would see him duck his head down, and Poirier was throwing uppercuts quite often in the clinch, but not really at range. I agree. Not at range, but he was throwing a lot in the clinch. I mean, it's just harder to hit him when Makhachev's, bobbing and weaving, 6:59 a.m. here in Lagos, Nigeria. How do you think Merab versus Sugar would play out? Shout out to all the Nigerian people watching this. Shout out to everyone in Europe and Nigeria, Africa, Asia, anyone across the planet in a late time zone watching this. Takes some dedication to be an MMA fan in these countries. Thank you for the 1,000 NGN, Roz. I got Sugar. I think that Merab is extremely hittable early on in fights. And I think that even in the second round, he's going to be hittable. And I think that O'Malley's going to have so many opportunities to find that shot to where it's going to be difficult for Merab to evade that. So I'm going with O'Malley by KO. If Merab survives until the third, he wins. But, I mean, we kind of know that already. I would like to see Merab maybe win, but it'd also be cool if O'Malley were to get a KO. Just because it would be interesting to see Merab drown O'Malley. Thank you for the $2. Personally, Islam doesn't lose any aura or rating. I think he lost a tiny bit, but I'm just being honest with it. I think he lost a little bit of it. Thank you for the $2. Islam outstruck, subbed Dustin with staff. He's a monster. He is really good. He's a problem on the feet, but you have to look at it in a very nuanced way. Like, I'm not about to sit here and act like He totally destroyed Dustin in the grappling as we thought. We thought it was going to be easier than what he showed us. I think with Staff, you're right. He struggled, but still, a lot of us expected him to have those takedowns come a little bit easier. Honestly, I think we're giving DP too much credit. Thank you for the 14 months membership, Brady Thomas. That fight wasn't that close, and the shock factor of him not getting finished right away was swaying us. That is true, but he did have a phenomenal fourth, and he was stuffing a bunch of takedowns and getting up to his feet. He wasn't having a lot of success on the scorecards early, but that fourth round was impressive. I mean, he did beat up Islam in the fourth, and he did get up to his feet in that fourth round too. Costa ran away the whole fight. Don't give Sean Strickland, patty caked the whole fight. Costa was, every now and then holding his ground, throwing body shots, throwing big clubbing shots. I mean, he was never going to win, but Strickland should have been a little bit more dominant. Wonder how angry that guy who bet 70K is after the Cesar Almeida loss. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck bet 70,000 on Cesar Almeida, but that was a bad decision. Thank you for the $5. I totally forgot about that fight, by the way. Why do we act like Khabib will be mad if Islam passes him? I just think, I don't know, because Khabib seems to take himself really serious, as he should. He's a serious guy, but you could tell Khabib wants to always be the best, and there's a natural rivalry, and yeah, Khabib's very competitive, so I could see him, being a little bit, brother, you'll never be better than me, brother, but he might get passed up. Dana just called Jones the pound-for-pound #1 fighter by far. What a fucking disgrace. Dana needs to get off of John Jones's nutsack and stop kissing his ass. Yeah, he's the best fighter, pound-for-pound #1. Makhachev struggled too much. Horrible performance from Makhachev. Really boring Makhachev fight. Yeah, we love John Jones, who's been ducking Tom Aspinall out of the cage for the past year. Oh, absolutely. Shout out to Dana White in that amazing take. Thank you for the 20 Norwegian Krone. That's an abominable take from Dana White. Yeah, the guy that's fought once since 2020 is the pound-for-pound #1, but not Makhachev, who's fought 8 times since then. How do you think the staph infection affected Islam's performance? I think it affected it when it came to the strength in the takedowns and the grappling and the gas tank and the power. I think it affected his power, his strength, and his gas tank a little bit. Listen, it didn't destroy him. You know what I mean? It didn't destroy him. He still looked good on the feet, but I think his strength was definitely noticeably different. Thank you for the $5. Anyway, guys, thank you for the $5, MMA Guru. Dude, hear me out. Buckley smokes Makhachev. 2 hips Poirier beat him outright. I don't think Buckley beats. I think Makhachev KOs Joaquin Buckley, to be honest. But thank you for the $5. I don't think there's a chance that Buckley beats Makhachev. I think that Makhachev had staph. He looked weak, pill as a ghost, stiff as a board, blind as a bat. He looked weak as fuck. Buckley has welterweight, ex-middleweight skill. But yeah, Poirier's performance was very impressive. Like, we can't deny that. It was very impressive. But he still got outboxed. I think that Makhachev's grappling, as I said a little bit earlier, his dominance on the ground, I don't think it's like, necessarily the best grappling in UFC history. It's not on Khabib's level, but he's a more well-rounded fighter than Khabib and a better striker, so yeah. How many picks did you get right? I got 10 right. I went 10-2. I got 2 wrong on this card. Nico Price proved me wrong, but I'm happy that he did because that was the funniest fight I've ever seen in my life, guys. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get going. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I really appreciate all the support. I'm going to film my recap video for these fights. It's time to get to the grind. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Until next time.